59 years ago, a match race regatta started here in Long Beach, California, that today has become known as the grandfather of all match racing events. Hi, I'm Tucker Thompson, and welcome to the 59th Annual Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. I'm joined by Ryan Sanders, Marilyn Cassidy, Mary Cheers over here. We've got Kirk Brown, our umpire expert, Rosie Rowell, who sailed in the Ficker Cup and is now keeping us honest here in the booth. And we are in day number 3 of the Congressional Cup. 2 days of round-robin qualifying are now complete. You can hear the horns behind us, so we're going to get ready to race. But before we do, here's a look at how yesterday's racing went down. Day 2 of the Congressional Cup delivered the amazing racing action for which it's come to be known for the past 59 years. 12 of the top match racing teams in the world hoped to make it to the next round of qualifying as the racing action continued, but only 4 would make it, and the rest will then head to a second chance repechage round.
I'll be honest with you, it's a privilege for me to be out here at this. Nobody's out there at 62 crewing. I mean, you know, I enjoy every day and I savor it. And to sail against and with these world-class sailors is a privilege for me. Match racing is the coolest part of sailing, in my opinion, because you can do things in match racing that if you did a fleet race, you'd get thrown out of sailing and beat up in the parking lot. But here you're complimented for it.
All the big players are here, really. Our coach, Jordan, on our boat, he would tell us stories about when he used to race them, and we sort of thought they were all made up, but it's pretty good to get here and, you know, line up against some of these guys.
They're good at what they do, but they still do mistakes. We're gonna find our way to get into those moments where they are going to do some mistakes, because it will happen for sure.
Yeah, we racing Jeppe Borsch, who we faced in the finals last year. We had a clear plan of what we wanted. We were able to get a penalty on him in the pre-start when he attempted to steal balls and collided with our port side. We're feeling good, and we're still ironing out a few things, but we're pretty happy with it. Conditions are a bit more stable now than they were race 1 for us.
Yeah, no, feeling fast, feeling a bit more switched on now, and yeah, a really fun race.
After today's races, Ian Williams, Jeppe Bork, Dave Hood, and Gavin Brady will move on to the next round, leaving the remaining 8 to fight it out to see who will advance as the Congressional Cup continues here in Long Beach, California. Well, after that exciting and live action yesterday, Ian Williams, Jeppe Bork, Dave Hood, and Gavin Brady have a day off. Guys, they're the top 4 that qualified, and this is a unique round because normally you have a double round robin, but because of the repechage round, those 4 are going to get the day off, which means the bottom 8, the slate is wiped clean, and these guys get to sail again. The top 4 from today's racing join the 4 that have the day off in the quarterfinal round. And there we go, folks. We are right into the racing in the pre-start with Rocco Attili and Cole Tapper. Attili from Italy, Tapper from Australia. Breeze a little bit lighter today, Ryan.
Yeah, it is. We're expecting it to build as the day goes, and I think the people here on the pier have layered up in anticipation.
So there's the dial up. Now in these light airs, you guys know that the port boat, like we saw yesterday morning in the light breeze, had a bit of trouble getting across in the pre-starts.
It's definitely a bit more difficult when you're in this situation in the lighter breeze with the port entry, but we've seen some really interesting work from those boats as well to try to get out of trouble and get over to the playground.
So what are the options here, Rosie, for the port boat in the dial-up?
Oh, you've got a few options here. I don't think there's enough gauge for Cole Tapper to try the balls of steel move that we've talked about here. It's sort of a waiting game, trying your best to, once Attili does fall out, trying your best to match and build speed quickly and follow them round before they can come and have another dig at you here. So it's just sort of a waiting game for Cole Tapper here. Attili working out his best options to stay in that controlling position and fall out at the best time for them and the worst time for Cole Tapper there.
So in this dial-up, Marilyn, it's a good time for the tacticians to look upwind. If you were on board, which way would you go? What side of the course do you like?
Well, looking at the race committee boat, they're telling us that there's a little bit of a left shift right now as they've set up the change flag. They're sending competitors to the green mark, which is on the left-hand side of the course right now as we look upwind. So I think there's a little bit of left in it right now as we get started this morning. Looking up the course, there's also a bit of pressure up there.
So all things being equal, you'd want to be left at the start. How would you achieve that? Lead in?
Yeah, in this light pressure, you're probably looking for a lead. It'll all depend on timing. They've just got just over 2 minutes here. Cole Tapper setting his spinnaker, trying to gain some more speed, try and maybe get some overlap on a Tilly here. Tilly just leading out to the playground. Yeah, probably looking to lead and just a clear start with speed. Crucial like we've seen all week.
Yeah, you know, we saw this happen yesterday with Gavin Brady's team. It didn't pay off for them. I think Cole got to watch that take place, and he's going to use that as the strategy. Another thing here, it's Friday, so these guys have been sailing without a lot of spectator boats. As the morning fills in, we expect a lot of the Long Beach Yacht Club members to be on site as the racers are going past the loins here.
Yep, look at possible collision there. The boats are getting close. That has got to be a penalty. The umpires are going to get into this match. The spinnaker worked for Tapper. He was able to get an overlap, but then a Tilly jibed onto starboard. Let's get the umpire call. As the kite comes down, both boats head for the line. Minute 15 to go. Yellow flag.
Yeah, I think the umpires are telling us that Tilly may have jibed a little bit too close and hadn't quite completed before Tapper needed to avoid. But we'll get a media call in a moment and see if our guess is right.
There's the 1 minute. No, that was the gun, sorry. Take that back.
No, that was the 1 minute. You're exactly
Was it?
right.
No,
Yep.
welcome back. I went to the racing. Somebody's got to keep me honest. I need all the help I can get. Tilly going to leeward of the signal boat. And Tapper's going to jibe behind. Tilly now will have to start with that penalty. He'll have to spin a circle, 270-degree turn at some point on the race course or offset the penalty.
And with just about 30 seconds to go, it does look like Tapper's headed for the pin and looking to try to get into some of the pressure on that left side.
Tell you what, I see some new pressure over to the right-hand side. See if that plays a factor on the race course. Tilly's going to start to the right. Tapper will be to the left. Australia versus Italy. Race number 1 of the repechage round here at the 59th Congressional Cup. About to get underway. And there's the gun. They're off. Good start for both teams, except if you're an Italian fan, they're going to have to spin that penalty turn. There's the umpire boat on the right of screen getting in position. Match racing, as you know, has live on the water umpiring. Our umpire expert, Kirk Brown, is in communication with those guys on the race course. And here's a call from the umpires about what happened there in that penalty.
In match 1, flight 1, as the yellow boat was heading below the race committee boat. So boat 9 had their spinnaker up. They came down and established an overlap to leeward with the yellow boat, and the yellow boat did not keep clear.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Kirk Brown. So the penalty, not a good way to start a race for Rocco Tilly. And remember, we said the slate is wiped clean, so even boats that didn't do well in the first 2 days, score doesn't matter. It matters how you do today, right?
That's the best part, is these teams are starting fresh, and they have nothing to worry about. This is a whole new race starting right now.
Speaking of a whole new race, let's move back to the pre-start for the next flight. There's an overhead shot you can see entering from the bottom of screen on port is Eric Monin from Switzerland. He's going on the breeze. Nice move. Will he get across Nick Egnat Johnson, who's on starboard from New Zealand? I'm not sure. It's going to be close.
It's quite close. I think he's making it.
Yeah, I don't think the starboard
Maybe
boat could
just.
get a piece of him. And I think Nick Egnat Johnson made a good call there, just to tack to leeward. So now no dial-up. Both boats on port will head to the right-hand side. You call it the playground.
Yeah, the playground. Let's go have some fun, right?
And this, the most popular match racing event, the biggest match racing event in the United States and all of North America. And one of the big reasons is the Belmont Pier. All the fans are here watching the racing.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I think they built this pier years ago for the Olympics, and we get to take advantage of it every single year for the Congressional Cup. And we are full of Long Beach Yacht Club members, neighbors, international supporters. It's a great weekend out here on the pier.
I'm glad you mentioned the Olympics. Isn't there a small sporting event coming up here in 2028?
Yeah, we in Long Beach are going to be host to the Olympic sailing event. We're very excited about that. We'll talk more about that as the weekend goes on, but this is just the most amazing venue here in Southern California. You can be right in the middle of the action.
Speaking of middle of the action, that spectator boat is directly in the middle of those two teams as they split one side to the other. And now the lead boat becomes the trailing boat as they both jibed on to starboard and are heading back towards the Belmont Pier. And that's where we've got Rosie stationed on the radio. She's got up close and personal view.
Matt Johnson here, trying to come in behind, going for the hook. Matt Johnson swing off inside, trying to block Monin out.
All right, and Nick Egnott Johnson just fishtails down towards the pier again. No overlap from either boat. It looks to me like Monin, just comfortable to hang back there. He's not pushing Egnott Johnson, at least not yet. We've got a minute 48 till the start. And that tells me that Monin's probably happy behind and to windward at this start. If he's not being too aggressive. Egnott Johnson, meanwhile, leads in, possibly wants the left. And in this light air, leading in is a strong move.
Yeah, I think so. When it is a little bit lighter, just knowing that you're a bit closer to the starting line than your competitor can be a reassurance. And as you see them come in here on the starboard ley line to the boat, definitely a powerful position that Egnott Johnson's in right now, with the potential perhaps to make this one a little more interesting than it already has been.
Finally, Monin decides, you know what, I'm done waiting. I'm going to go for Nick Egnott Johnson. And Johnson responds, bearing away, keeping the gauge between the boats and no overlap. There's the 1 minute mark. Monin's got some pace. Can he push Egnott Johnson towards the line, force him into an error to start early? Or will time on distance for the Kiwi team be perfect and will he slow Monin down? Monin pushing from behind. About the middle of the track now as Egnott Johnson luffs up and slows down. To my eye, he's getting pretty close to the line. 35 seconds to go. Egnott Johnson could be in a little trouble there. Monin luffs him, flags, asks the umpire, was there a penalty? As Egnott Johnson tacks onto port, there's no penalty, green flag. Sparks flying already. We haven't even had the gun. Egnott Johnson close to being over early. He's got 15 seconds to the start, and he's got to get down below the line, head towards the committee boat, and then up and over it with Monin on his tail. It's interesting that Monin's pushing him like that, anticipating blocking him out at the signal boat. Here comes the gun. Egnott Johnson, close.
Quite a good start for Monin, too, really controlling his competitor a bit here. I don't think Egnott Johnson could get a tack onto starboard all the way in. So Monin definitely is taking the left if he wants it.
Monin went to close the door there, anticipating a possible tack from the Kiwis, but that didn't happen. It was beautiful time on distance for Egnott Johnson. And Monin had to tack away. Monin doing a lot. He's a lot more aggressive in this pre-start than we've seen the previous 2 days, and he needs to be. He didn't win a race at all yesterday, and I think he knows he's got to step it up if he wants to move on to the top four. Meanwhile, Egnott Johnson's been in the top four before. It's actually surprising that he is in the bottom of the group, but as we said, the slate is wiped clean, so those scores from yesterday don't matter.
And, you know, he's not the only one here that's restarting again today. We got Chris Poole, Yanni Bernson. I mean, some of the best sailors in the world are having to sail again today, while the top four get to sit out and enjoy the sailing. You know, what a great spot for them to get to watch the live action from the pier.
And speaking of Chris Poole, you mentioned he'll be entering from the left-hand side in the pre-start as we head back down to Flight 3, Race 3 rather, Flight 1 today. That's Nick Egnott Johnson just tacking in front and taking the lead. Poole is in the background there on port, trying to cross, and he's done it. Last year, he won every single race in the Congressional Cup. That's a record. This year, he didn't make the top four, so he's fighting. So is Megan Thompson, who's just tacked behind him. And Poole aggressive on starboard.
And Thompson avoids, jibing onto starboard. Having switched positions like this, she's definitely a little uncomfortable just at the moment, but I'd expect we might see a dial up here as she tries to offset or equalize the opportunity there.
It's interesting. We've seen two different factors in the wind this weekend. The first day of racing on Wednesday, really heavy wind. We got a lot of races in. Yesterday, it got really light, and the boats on the pin end really struggled to get starts yesterday. It would seem like the committee side boat always had the advantage on these starts. So we'll see how that factors today. Wind is going to pick up as we go, and here we go. Chris Poole comes across and has this dial-up started over again.
It's interesting you say that we saw 2 breezes, right? Windy the first day, lighter yesterday morning. Today it's light, but we're expected to see the most wind we've seen all week this afternoon. So these sailors are going to get a little bit of everything. And so are you guys watching around the world. Thanks for joining us on Facebook and YouTube and thecongressionalcup.com for the 59th Annual Congressional Cup.
And if we get lucky through the boats here on screen, we're going to see our first look at the brand new spinnakers here for the Long Beach Sailing Foundation. You've got Long Beach Junior Sailing and the Port of Long Beach. Big, beautiful, colorful sails this year.
Yeah, I like the colors. They used to be all red and white with sponsor logos in the middle. Now we've got every team has a different color. It makes it easy to pick them out.
It really makes it easy for us, doesn't it?
We need all the help we can get, Ryan. This dial-up is still going on just to the left of the signal boat with, what, a minute 50?
Yeah, and Poole's really continued to be aggressive, having fallen out and come right back at her a couple of times now. Just showing, as you said, that aggression, that drive to qualify through this stage.
Well, it's funny. The first 2 days, I don't think we saw such aggression first couple matches, right? They kind of got into their groove. But now they've had 2 days to race and get their crew work down. And a team like Poole just narrowly missed the top 4. I'm pretty sure he and his team are fired up about that, and you can see it in his sailing.
Absolutely. It was so tight on points at the top yesterday. And I think we're seeing that here as the competitors get started with a bang. Just about a minute to go here. That's the 1 minute P flag down. And we're seeing the competitors really quite close to the line. Not a lot of time to kill, huh, Rosie?
Yeah, they've definitely made that hard for themselves there. Chris Poole's continuing to control Megan Thompson here, pushing over the line early. No penalties in this match yet, so seeing what Chris Poole can do, make his life easier up the course if he can get a penalty on Megan here, or at least hold her over for as long as he can.
Megan in a bit of trouble there. She knows it. She'll tack away from Chris Poole. And Poole swings inside to keep her pushed up over the line. She's a windward boat, has to keep clear. Some yelling going on. And a flag from Poole's boat saying, hey, the windward boat might get a foul, but the umpires will make the call. And it's green. So no foul, and Thompson bears away towards the pin. She's going to get a start out of this with 12 seconds to go. And that aggressive move by Poole is going to put him into the signal boat. He's going to have to turn around. Is he? No, he's going to tack at the gun. Yellow flag is up. Was somebody over?
Yeah, so it looks like Megan was over early, but was able to duck right back down and clear.
Like a fraction.
Yeah, just inches here, right?
Okay, so she gets away with it. Megan Thompson to the left gets a good start after a rough tussle with Chris Poole, who's now to windward and slightly behind, but with very good pace. He's bowed down, closing gauge on his opponent as they head upwind here in race number 3, flight number 1, day number 3, year number 59 of the Congressional Cup. The crowd's building here on the pier.
Yeah, and what a great weekend for racing. You know, if we were racing on Monday, it was gloomy and dark, not an inch of wind, and it's really built this week. It's going to be a great final run here the next 3 days of racing. And you guys are lucky. You're going to be live, watching this live online all weekend long. Tucker, we're all here to show you what's happening.
I love it. Best event in the world. Long Beach showing us her best, including one of Long Beach's best sailors is about to start in the pre-start as we prepare to head back down. It's going to be Scott Dixon from the Long Beach Yacht Club. He's sailed in over 20 Congressional Cups. That's him just reaching over the top of the race committee boat and now bearing down towards his opponent on his left. Yanni Berntsen from Sweden. You know, yesterday we said there might not be a lot of sparks between these two guys because they're the nicest two guys on the race course. But you know what? They're not going to be nice to each other now because only 4 move on in the Congressional Cup.
Yeah, one of the themes of the last couple days has been you always get this reset, right? But the reset's over now. It's all business from here forward.
I had dinner with Scotty last night, he and his team, and I said, look, it doesn't matter how you sailed the past 2 days. The scorecard was pretty dismal, but and he said, well, we sailed really well, and that's the thing. They did sail well, just not well enough. I said, you need to go for the jugular, man. Take the gloves off and make it hurt. This is a competition after all, and this is going to be a port starboard.
Oh, well, and I think we're actually getting those steel balls, a little action right here from Berntsen as he comes out on port.
Otherwise known as a gutsy call for the port boat.
Yeah.
And it works.
seems to have worked pretty well for him. We might see some flags on it, but he's really done a great job avoiding there as he goes through the maneuver.
It's a gutsy maneuver because if you put your bow down towards the other boat where you have to give rights to, it's all or nothing to get below them, right? And it works for Berntsen. So now Dixon will jibe behind, and Berntsen takes the right-hand side. He's switched the game around. Does he have enough pace to jibe around and get a piece of Scotty on starboard or not?
Yeah, I think he does. He's going for it now. You can see him drive around. Scotty Dixon just being a little slow out of that maneuver. Couldn't quite get the body weight over and the boat moving. Here comes Johnny Berntsen on starboard. Roles reversed, as we saw with Chris Poole and Megan Thompson there. Berntsen will be happy to slip into a dial-up here and control Scott Dixon.
So now it's Dixon to the left. Berntsen to control the dial-up. It's interesting that Scotty has his tactician back there with him in the back of the boat in this light air. I'm not sure if I would do that. And Berntsen's tactician is farther forward. Don't know if that affects the maneuverability at all, the boat speed. Either way, both boats are falling away. We've got 1:35 to go to the start. All the Long Beach Yacht Club members cheering Scott Dixon on. Meanwhile, Sweden's Johnny Berntsen, he's sailed in 15 Congressional Cups. He loves it here. His wife joins him, sometimes his children. He's part of the family as he jibes around the signal boat onto starboard to line up Scott Dixon again. Minute 10 till the start in this light air. It becomes a time on distance game as Berntsen tries to go for a hook.
And Dixon's doing everything he can here to keep clear, trying to accelerate now away as Berntsen does come in with quite a bit of pace, looking to get that hook and keep this interesting for us.
You'll note there's some people standing on the backs of the boats. If you are a sponsor here at the Congressional Cup, we get the ability to put people on for a ride-along. So you'll see there's 2 people standing on the back, safely out of the way of the crew. Their weights are matched. We compensate for that to make the boats equally matched. That's what happens when you get to be a sponsor here at the Cod Cup.
Best seat in the house is Berntsen tacks. Dixon luffed him up. That's Berntsen on the right of your screen there, tacking on to port. Scotty tacking with him. We've got 15 seconds till this start. Similar to the last start that we saw, both teams are going to be on port. Berntsen leading towards the signal boat end. Berntsen's got a lot of pace, but he needs to kill at least a second or so before he rubs some paint on the committee boat. I think he's got it. There you go. Good start for the Swedish team. And Dixon just behind and to windward. And we're off in race number 4. Flight 1 here at the Congressional Cup. Dixon will roll into a easy tack away from his opponent, and we head upwind. That's a split for this match. Actually, it's not. Here comes Berntsen to stay with him. And that's one thing I want to ask you about tactically or strategically. When you're racing another boat here and it's shifty and you're not sure which side is favored, is it better to stay with your competitor close or risk it and split away?
Yeah, there are obviously benefits to both of those options. As the behind boat, you're always trying to engage. Unless you've seen something out to one side of the course that you think looks really good, you're trying to engage your opponents in what we'd call like a tacking duel. A bit hard in these big heavy boats, but you can see it here with Dixon and Berntsen coming in together and then splitting out. And whoever sort of comes out just in front, or maybe whoever comes into that with the starboard advantage, gets to choose which way they want to push their opponent. So Berntsen heading out to the right-hand side of the course there for starboard advantage, forcing Scott Dixon back to the left-hand side. We'll see here if they choose to split now. There's a bit of traffic coming from the top end of the course, or if they choose to come back and have another go at each other.
Well, they're continuing to split. Meanwhile, top of the course, let's see how some of the other matches are doing. This is Chris Poole leading Megan Thompson, I think pretty comfortably. And there's another match off to the far right with a penalty. So maybe at some point we'll get over to that, because I think sparks are about to fly between the black and the yellow spinnakers. Stand by.
Thompson jibing behind Chris Poole here. And a great look at these spinnakers. Tucker, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. Wow, that's got to be the highest drone shot I've ever seen. Maybe zoom in on can't even tell who's in front there.
We've got Attili with the yellow kite there, and then in the black kite, Cole Tapper. Attili with the yellow kite there still has a penalty. So they did, on their first upwind, there was some trying to do some mark trap at the top. Wasn't able to clear it there. Looking very close quarters. These black and yellow kites are coming to the finish. So eyes on that match, looking very exciting. Cole Tapper just holding them up here with the black Port of Long Beach kite there.
Awesome
Not sure
shot.
how much gauge we've got. You can see it on the screen there. Not a whole lot.
No, Tapper's just got his air clear. And Attili's trying to blanket him, trying to get a little bit of pace there. Look for the front edge of that black spinnaker. If it starts to collapse, you'll know that the Italians are starting to affect the Aussies. Yes, and so now it's a luff. The spinnaker's gone. They luff the windward boat. Rocco Attili, I think, keeps clear. There's probably some flags on it. Remember, Attili already has one yellow flag. He doesn't want a second one. Is he rolling over his opponent? And then can he jibe and get around him? There's a lot on right here. Here comes the jibe, and I think he's got it. Lead change, double jibe. Now he's a leeward boat. Now he tries to offset his penalty. Tapper jibes as well. Man, it is all on in this match. The Italians are definitely out in front.
Cole Tapper just trying to keep clear here. Attili cannot finish in front and win the race with a penalty. So if Cole can keep clear here and not engage with Attili, then he should be okay to come through the finish line and win.
Well, and meanwhile, Attili wants to slow down some more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he's going outside the signal boat there and will jibe, use starboard tack advantage.
We got two other spinnakers coming into
slow
play
down.
here.
Yeah, there he goes, starting to slow down more.
Yeah, going for the jib here, looking to make this one as interesting as he possibly can. Here's that jibe back over towards the finish.
Well, and it's a four-way finish, so the Italians and the Aussies are trying to have a little battle amongst themselves. Behind them, there's another match that will be finishing as well. Meanwhile, the game is over for our black and yellow spinnaker. Rocco not able to do it. The match is going to go to Cole Tapper from Australia, and crossing the line in the green spinnaker, Nick Egnott Johnson wins his match over Monin. 4 boats crossing the line in about 4 seconds.
What a finish. This is incredible. If you're on the pier, you are getting a view right now, I'll tell you.
You don't normally need a scoring team for match racing, but this one got a little hairy.
It certainly did.
And again, a great example of these colorful spinnakers this year. It really helps you determine who's in which race and where they're coming from. So those on the pier, you're going to follow along and see. And I think they're going to take us back up on top for the rest of the action in this flight.
All right, here we go, moving back up at the top. Who have we got up there?
So we've got Burnson leading Dixon, it looks like, up at the top. Burnson in the orange spinnaker, rather appropriately, and Dixon in the purple. Looks like the boats are fairly close, but I've got Burnson just out in front.
Well, that's not what Scott Dixon wants to hear, or the fans here at Long Beach Yacht Club. Behind them, you can see Poole's match heading upwind. He's still out in front, the American team, but it's the other American team here in the purple kite with the grand spinnaker, Scotty Dixon, trying to catch Yanni Bernsen. And remember, only the top 4 from this group will move on in the Congressional Cup. Scotty's finished as high as 2nd before. He's certainly capable, and Yanni Bernsen has won it in 2009. It's been a while for him, though. There's a look at the different camera angle. It looks a lot farther away. I'm pretty sure Scotty doesn't prefer this camera angle. What is that? 4.5 lengths probably. As both boats jibe, at least Scotty's trying to get up on Bernsen's breeze, but he's too far away.
It's a bit of work for Dixon and his team right now, yeah, to try to affect that orange kite with their purple kite. You saw just a little wobble out of them through that jibe. Might have had just a small piece. But they'll need a little bit more help than just that, I think, to really change this matchup.
In the background, you can see Chris Poole's kite has just popped as they round that top weather mark.
I think that's Megan Thompson with the light blue, actually. There's been a lead change in that one. She was headed out to the right-hand side, which we saw gain for Yanni Bernsen as well. And then Chris Poole with the dark blue kite following not far behind. You can see that in the background on the screen.
That's a huge upset. Number 1, Chris Poole, who won this event undefeated last year. That's going to be a nervous moment for him. But for Megan Thompson, what a fantastic effort in her 2nd Congressional Cup. Back on board with Bernsen and Dixon, this to the leeward mark. So they will have another lap to go for the American team to catch the Swedes. But can he do it? Dixon's got a nice puff of breeze right now, just as Johnny goes into his spinnaker drop and slows his boat down. Scott Dixon coming in with pace. How late will he leave his drop?
I'd expect quite late. But
And a split?
I'd be surprised if we don't see a split, just since the left has had some opportunities so far this morning. But as you just said, Rosie, the right really did pay off for a couple of the teams in some of the recent matches.
Well, surprise. He's following his opponent around. The delta still about maybe just under 4 lengths now, so he has gained a little bit as he drops that kite as late as possible, chasing Yanni Berntsen. Backup win.
Scott Dixon did win our Ficker Cup last week, so he has had a successful month so far. We'll see if he can carry that momentum that he kind of stalled on and bring it out here today. Win or go home, guys, right?
All right, switching over to Megan Thompson. She is still in front of Chris Poole. Big match.
Chris Poole and Megan Thompson, the two blue kites here, on their way to the finish. Simultaneous jibe. Megan Thompson with the light blue just in front. Can Chris Poole get over the top and roll? That'll be his move. Megan trying to maintain overlap there. Make sure that Chris can't get straight over the top. All eyes on that match.
Well, under the rules, she's the leader boat. She has rights. She can keep Chris Poole away. But if Chris Poole's able to blanket her spinnaker, take her air, slow her down, he can roll. We've got 12, 13 lengths to go to the finish line. As Scott Dixon sails upwind behind them. And Poole rolls into a jibe. Thompson extends. She's not going to play that game. Now it's a speed race to the finish. Megan Thompson's got her air clear from behind. Poole sprinting towards the pin end. Megan Thompson towards the middle of the line. It's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be close between these two teams as they come to the finish. There's the signal boat ready for the call. It is incredibly close.
We'll have to watch the signal boat here.
There's the last minute
Poole
jibe from
jibes.
Chris Poole.
Last attempt to try and get back
Is
at
it going to be a
Megan
double
here.
jibe? You'd have to double jibe there, right? Because he's on port. So what's going on? He's
Megan
not going to
jibes in
do it.
front.
Megan Thompson's going to get it, folks. She jibes directly in front of Chris Poole and takes a match in her second Congressional Cup with a brand new crew. She
You can
qualified
hear
through the
people on the
Ficker
pier
Cup.
cheering. Go Megan!
And she takes her first point here in the repechage round over Chris Poole. Great job.
Yeah, after that shaky pre-start, that was a huge result, and that lead change on the last upwind leg there. Really exciting stuff.
And what a great camera angle, too, to get to watch that, because from down here on the ground, we can't see who's in the lead. So such a great spot there.
And on board with Megan Thompson is Janice Coltrap, who sailed with Megan in our Linda Elias Memorial One Design team, sponsored by the Long Beach Sailing Foundation. So the lucky leprechaun was good to Megan this time.
Thank you, Lisa Meyer. That's pretty cool.
All right, back on camera, we have the last race here in the first flight. They're rounding that green mark, right?
No.
Yellow, excuse me.
Yeah, yellow mark up at the top of the track there. The race committee can choose which mark they want to go, that send the boats around depending on the wind direction. You can see the green one there. Middle of screen. Off to the right is the yellow mark. I think that's the one they're going towards. As Berntsen has a healthy lead over Scott Dixon, something we've been saying in a lot of Scotty's matches. You can hear the crowd here on the Belmont Pier cheering Megan Thompson as this match heads for home. That's a big morale boost too, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just to especially to have late in the match lead change like that. I don't know if we heard any umpire calls out of it, but definitely some interesting stuff happening during that race to lead to it.
And, you know, this is a moment I've been waiting for all week long. Last week we had these colorful spinnakers out for the first time at the Ficker Cup, and Yanni came out to watch. I think he was out on the last day of Ficker Cup racing. None of us noticed this, but he looked out and said, and I'm not going to even attempt the accent, but look at that orange spinnaker. It looks like our team gear. So if you look, the spinnaker on this Visit Long Beach matches that of Yanni Berntsen's team, their signature orange. So I feel like we just got a treat here in the first flight of the day.
You can see them from 2 miles away now, I think.
The purple spinnaker back there, the Grand Event Center here in Long Beach, hosting food all weekend long on the pier. If you're at home watching, hopefully you've got food half as good as that out here on the pier. So thanks to them for the great food all weekend long. Tucker, what are you going to eat this weekend?
Sorry, Ryan.
Have you ever been asked that question
I'm just
before?
laughing because you've been plugging the food thing all weekend and hoping that a tray's going to show up. And we learned yesterday that they didn't have our commentary inside.
I've been told that's been
So they
fixed
couldn't
today.
hear
They're
all
getting that
Oh,
commentary.
it's fixed today. Oh, well, in that case, Ryan, I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, sir.
Boy, would we love some food from the Grand. Food's been great all week, to be fair. You know there's not much going on in the match when we shift to the food topic.
Well, and I'll keep you guys back on the racing. One thing the race committee
Thank
let
you.
us know to look out for was that they might be getting the next set of starting sequences going as the fourth match finishes. So it depends on the rotation, but we may be able to roll right back into another pre-start pretty soon here.
So no rest for the weary.
It's a
And
busy
no
day. We've
commercial
got to
break
get
for us.
7 flights in. So yeah, I think we're going to stay a little bit busy today.
Hey, we did 8 flights in day 1.
Another
that out
busy
there.
day.
Okay, you guys are local to Long Beach. One of you can take this, but there's no clouds in the sky at all, and we're expected to see over 20 knots this afternoon. When's that going to happen?
Yeah, so racing in Long Beach, it generally picks up after lunchtime. That's like always the
There's
fact.
that lunch.
Yeah, the lunch.
One track. Did,
No,
you,
know,
did you
we-
eat breakfast this
yeah.
morning?
We generally start our
After
racing
lunch and before dinner, right?
Generally start our racing after 2 o'clock here to have the high wind. So
All right,
we're-
2 o'clock.
I think that's what we're expecting today. Is what the calendar says.
Well, there's a good shot of Yanni Bernts in the orange Spinnaker, the orange crew gear, poised to take victory over the purple Spinnaker in the background of Scott Dixon here at the Belmont Pier, day 3 of the 59th Congressional Cup. And there's a point for the Swedish team. Yanni Berntsson.
Looking back here at the pier, it's such a great venue. You know, if you get the chance to come out here this weekend, please join us. Viewing on the left-hand or the right-hand side of your screen is open to the public. Left-hand side of your screen is reserved for Long Beach Yacht Club members, but there's great views from all across the pier here. Beautiful city of Long Beach in the background. Girls, what's your favorite spot to eat here in Long Beach while we're looking back at Belmont Shore?
Well, while some folks are enjoying lunch, I'm looking up the race course at what might come at us next.
Please fill us in here.
And I am seeing that there's a bit of a velocity increase across the race course. And I also see some mark set boats on the move. So we might have a little bit of a change up.
I'll answer your question, Ryan. I've only really eaten at the yacht club, but it has been fantastic so far. All of the staff have been doing such a good job, keeping us well fed, well watered. Yeah, really, really enjoyed it.
That's a perfect answer.
There's the crowd continuing to build here on the Belmont Pier. And very shortly, you'll hear the horns from the Sigma boat for the start of, it's going to be a little while, you said now? What's going on?
Yeah, I see they've just picked up the weather mark into the mark set boat. So I have a feeling this might just take a moment. We do have a wind shift. It's all the way over to 220 at 11 knots right now. So a little readjustment here. Want to make sure we keep this fair and fun.
And that tends to happen as the breeze builds here in Long Beach. So while we wait for the race committee to shuffle the course around, we're going to take a short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back from Long Beach, California.
So we're here on day 1 of the Congressional Cup, so I'll try and run you through the boats, the Catalina 37s that we race at this event. In the back, we have the skipper who's helming, using the wheel. You know, it's just like a car. Turn left, turn right, Pretty simple. He's not touching any ropes like the rest of us. In front of him, we have the main sheet trimmer. He'll be using these ropes here to trim the mainsail, which is going to go all the way to the top of the rig. He's very important when it comes to making the boat go fast. Further forward, we have these winches. We have a few here. Actually, quite a lot on this boat. We use these to trim the sails in the front, both the big Genoa and the Spinnaker. So that's normally my position, pulling a lot of ropes and making sure as well that the boat just keeps going fast all the time. Further forward, we have the pit, which is where we make sure sails go up and down. So we pull the sails up with these ropes, and then we have the clutches to make sure that they stay up. And then when a sail needs to come down, you open it, rope runs out, sails come down, and we are ready to do new stuff on the course. And then, of course, we have the poster boy of the boat, the bowman. He's up here. He's making sure that the Spinnaker, the big flying sails you'll see out on the race course, ours is green today. See that when we go downwind, so coming back towards the pier. So the bowman makes sure that comes out of the hedge and back down the hedge, and a lot of other stuff. Also screaming at the rest of us if we make him look bad. So for this event we're 6 people. So yeah, skipper, mainsail trimmer, trimmer, tactician, pitman, and bowman. So 6 people in all.
Cut it later.
Hi everyone, it's Tony Montour from Long Beach Yacht Club. I am at Volos, Greece for the 2023 Ilka 4 Youth World Championship. And I am here with
Michele Valenti. I'm the Hong Kong coach for Ilka 4 for this event. And we just met.
Yeah, we just met, and the reason why we're speaking is because he's wearing the Congressional Cup shirt. And so, what year was it that you came out to Congressional Cup?
So we came to Congressional Cup for 2 times, and surely, without any doubt, it's the best sailing event I have ever done in my life. Not only for the sailing, but especially for the atmosphere. That thanks to the members, which are all volunteers, they make this event special and unique in the history of the sail. So I know that has been done a lot of debates for this event to change the boats, to change location, and all the sailors, they say, please keep this event in the same way it's been run so far.
Very cool. So you came in 2006, and then you had a second shot through Ficker in 2007?
I think so. If it was a long time ago, so yeah, I think it was 2006, 2007, if my memory is correct. So we did the first time we've been invited, and then the second time someone else got a white card. So we wanted to do this event again, so we worked hard to win the Ficker Cup, and finally, with a lot of happiness, we took part of our second Congressional Cup.
Very cool, very cool. Well, I look forward to seeing you at future
I
Congressional Cups.
hope. I'm dreaming about to come again to Long Beach and do the Congressional Cup.
Very good, very good. Thank you for taking some time.
My pleasure, thank you to meet you.
Take care.
Okay.
Welcome back, folks. We are live here at the 59th Annual Congressional Cup, day number 3. 4 teams have already qualified for the next round. Now the bottom 8 will sail to see who will join them in the quarterfinals. And really quick, we've got Josh Wijan joining us. You sailed with Gavin Brady, right?
Yeah.
And what's it like to have a day off in the middle of a major match race?
Oh, it's quite nice. I've had a morning off, and I went and got myself some tacos. Went and found a flat white. Went down to the skipper's briefing in my casual lounging gears while everyone was in their sailing gear just to rub it in.
This is casual lounge look today?
Yeah, this is the California look.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like it. You guys can see that here on camera. It's great to have you here. In all seriousness, are you able to learn while you're watching and pick up some stuff for tomorrow when you get back in the action?
Yeah, well, that's how I ended up here. I was coming down to watch the racing, and Lisa was like, "Hey, you want to come watch it from a better spot? Come hang out with Tucker." So.
Oh, you fell for that. There we go, folks. That's 1 minute to the pre-start entry of our next match. Josh, great to have you. We'll pull you back in throughout the racing. And if you see anything cool, just jump right in and tell us, because we have no clue what we're doing. Just kidding. Now we've got a huge commentary team, and it's great to have one of the competitors who is not knocked out. In fact, you performed so well, you have a day off. Who's next? Eric Monin and Rocco Attili. So we've got Switzerland and Italy.
Rocco Attili at the opening ceremony, claiming he's here to take back the Crimson colours, to bring them back to Rome, right? Referring to the Crimson blazer there, he said that's his colours and he's here to get them.
Well, we'll see if he can with the slate wiped clean. This unique repechage round gives all the bottom 8 a chance and the top 4 a break. Here we go, folks. 4 minutes. Match 1, flight number 2, day number 3, the 59th Congressional Cup. Rocco Attili is there in your screen. He's on starboard facing Eric Monin on port. The breeze is picking up, guys. We're going to see some action this afternoon. Forecast to be well over 20 knots later as we go into the dial-up.
Both racers here looking for their first win here in how do you say this word, Tucker? The repechage?
Repechage.
Repechage, which you said means restart, right?
Yeah, basically reset. Yeah, restart. Second chance, if you will. It's kind of like Josh's, back when he was dating. He always needed a repechage after coming home empty-handed. So we're starting the jokes early. It's not even lunchtime.
I'm saving myself for Jesus. Thank you, Tucker.
I noticed you didn't respond to that one too quickly. Boats are starting to back up. We don't see much of that in light air, but the breeze, it's almost like a light switch just got flicked on with the breeze.
Yeah, as we see, that's Eric Monin, boat 4 there. And boat 8, Rocco Attili, bailing out onto port with a speed build. Monin's team backing the jib. They're going to try follow him. Rocco probably has a piece now if he wants to turn around onto starboard and gain right of way.
For those without the match racing lingo, a piece would mean?
He could get back to Eric and kind of point his boat straight at Eric's boat while having right of way.
And potentially affect a penalty. Look upwind, if you will, for a second. Now that this new breeze has come in, which side would you be fighting for? Left, right, or does it look even across the track?
I haven't looked at it for long enough, Tucker. I just got here.
That's the standard
I love
answer.
throwing him under the bus, but you're a match racing star, man.
We've had the top mark shift there. I still would be probably looking at the top left-hand side of the course there, but you can see those that green and yellow top mark moved a long way to the right as we're looking at it from the pier. So new pressure filling in from the right-hand side there and definite increase.
Rosie's clearly had her eyes open while I was...
Okay. So, sorry, right now they've gone behind the pier. We don't have a camera behind the pier, folks, so we've got 1 minute and 34 seconds to get them back into frame. There they come just now. And sometimes we send someone over there with the radio to tell us what's going on.
That's awesome. Right now I can spot Rocco on boat 4 just out to the starboard side of the committee boat. That's Rocco closer to the wind, further from camera. Eric Monin, sorry, other way around. Monin now turning down. That's Rocco in boat 8 with the lead. Just over 1 minute to go.
That's the highest we've seen these boats in the pre-start all weekend with 1 minute to go. Now they're heading back down towards the Belmont Pier, which you guys usually use as an obstruction as you make your final approach into the line, with the lead boat trying to keep an overlap from happening, the trailing boat trying to get an overlap established on his opponent, which Monen's going to try and do here.
Great view from the drone there. That's the committee boat, top left of screen. Boat 8, Rocco Attili leading in. Monen electing to tack and push. See, Rocco can just lay the committee boat easily there. He can shut Monen out if he wants. Monen now diving down for the hook.
To me, Monen looks like he wants the right. He's been comfortable to stay to the right of his opponent and not really mix it up with him. Now he goes in for one final hook with only 10 seconds to go. Attili is clear. He'll be over the top of him. Monen's going to go for the line, go for the start. So is Attili. A little bit late on the windup are the Italians. And there's the gun. I like Monen.
Yeah, bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there. If Attili had just chosen to come down for another 5 seconds, that would have killed 10 back, you know, and he would have been where Monen is. But the race is still on. So what's happening now is Attili to leeward, left-hand side of screen, boat 4 there, is trying to sail as high as he can to get the dirty air off his sails up to Monen's sails and hopefully get out of the corner. Monen would have right of way if Attili was to tack, so he's trying to also live there in some clean air and drag it all the way out to the ley line.
Usually hard for that windward boat right of screen to live in that position, but there's just enough gauge separated between the two teams for Monen to stay in this position as both teams leg it out to the left-hand side with their foot on the accelerator. Match 1, flight 2, Switzerland and Italy. Let's go back to the pre-start. Megan Thompson is fresh off her first win in this repechage round. She enters the pre-start. Stand by.
And so is Yanni coming from the port side.
And that's Yanni Berntsen, as you say, on port. He'll have to avoid. We're into the dial-up. Less than 4 minutes to go. Action is up. Breeze is up. We got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. I'm going to take the afternoon off and let you guys just run with it.
Megan could be on a roll here, you know. She's just taken down the reigning champion, Chris Poole.
World rank number 1.
World rank number 1 as well. Now Yanni Berntsen, the Con Cup veteran.
15 of them.
Yeah, 15 Con Cups, man. That's it.
I love it when they go in reverse. We're just starting to see them just start to back up here. That's not that easy, is it?
No, but it looks like Megan's kind of almost lost her bow onto starboard here. Yanni Berntsen, right-hand side of screen, orange uniforms, does have right of way if the boats were to come together. Megan now choosing to bail on port. Yanni matching.
That's going to let Yanni out of the dial-up. And now he's the chasing boat as Megan tries to get away and get lots of separation, lots of gauge between her and her opponent. As they head to the right-hand side now, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, the countdown. Breeze is picking up. Crowd's starting to pick up here on the Belmont Pier. Ryan?
Yeah, I was going to ask Josh here, you know, for the non-match racers out there, which position has the advantage here? The chasing boat, the lead boat? What's the thought process on a start like this?
Well, we're kind of in full power now, you know, we're above 10 knots of wind, so I quite like a push in these boats. They're heavy boats, so they don't slow down much as you coast towards the line and turn up. So generally speaking, I'd be very happy with a wide right start. Would be a winning start right now. Very hard to get against competitors this strong.
But so if you're the two boats in this start sequence, who has the advantage? Are you chasing? Does that help you push the lead boat out of the way? Does the lead boat call the shot? Explain that to us.
Well, it really depends on how much time it's going to take you to get back to the line. So the bowman and the tactician and skipper will be talking back and forth the whole time. They'll have a line of communication around how long they think it's going to take them to get back to the line. And in there somewhere, there's a sweet spot where they're happy to turn back to the line and the other boat's not quite prepared to take that lead off them. Remembering, if you take the lead off someone else, you've got to roll over their bow, and you're not killing time when you're doing that. So it is hard to take the lead. So what they're trying to do is just work out their Goldilocks zone of when they're happy to lead back to the line. Boat 2, Megan, now has just chosen to lead back there as she turns down towards the pier. So right now her bowman will be saying, you know, we've got 30 seconds to kill, or we've got however much to kill, and she's got to work out how to turn the boat and how to scrub that time before they go back.
And as
Yanni with the push there.
As she slows down, that opens the door for Yanni to try and go in and push her towards the line by getting a hook to leeward. He's trying to do that right there. It's not going to happen, though. Megan's going to accelerate away.
Yeah, so the answer to your question there is it's all about that sweet spot of when you're happy that you can kill the amount of time and they don't want to roll you. And that affects the advantage as to where you end up on that sweet spot.
Megan on Yanni Bernson's breeze. Normally that would slow him down, but in this pressure, it's not going to happen at all. In fact, Bernson in a little bit of control here. 30 seconds to my eye. Thompson a little bit early as she heads for the line, running away from Yanni Bernson. Bernson pushing, trying to go for the hook. He's not going to get it. Big dig down there to leeward. Now he's got enough room to swing in behind Thompson and sets up to leeward of her now. The trap has been set, and I think Thompson may have just fallen for it. Bernson luffing. We could see some contact or a penalty there with 3 seconds to the start. There's the gun, yellow flag. Megan Thompson is over early and gets a penalty as Bernson wins the start.
My call book has that as a red if she fouled him on the line there, personally. We'll see if the umpires do bring in a red.
Not sure she gained much, but she definitely got the worst of that start. Over early and a penalty. Here's a media call from the umpires to explain what happened.
The yellow boat for not keeping clear as the windward boat.
Pretty straightforward. Windward leeward, she was windward. Didn't keep clear. Thank you, Kirk Brown. So now she's in the match. She's heading upwind. She's it's still in touch with Yanni Bernson. That's the good news. The bad news, if you look at the powerboat behind her, top of screen with that yellow flag flying, she'll have to get rid of a penalty as she tacks on to port. We'll leave them to it. Yanni Bernson out in front of Megan Thompson. Back in the pre-start, our feature match. We are on board with Scott Dixon.
Bow's coming up.
As he coaxes his crew through the pre-start on starboard, facing Chris Poole, reigning champion. Here we go. So Poole's luffed up. He's hit the brakes. Scotty Dixon puts himself in a position to windward and behind to pin him. And now both boats hit the brakes.
On board with Poole now, looking over at Bernson's bow.
Going to be sailing on starboard here, I think. Main.
Joachim Aschenbrenner, you're looking at the tactician on Poole's boat.
Only.
You can't hear him because we're listening to audio from Dixon.
He's main. He's main.
And let's look how close
main on.
that bow is.
And dump main.
We could reach out and touch him if he wanted to. Very close to a possible collision. Look at that. Have they touched? Yes. Collision there. Dixon to windward. Penalty flags flying.
And trim now.
Dixon could be in trouble. Yellow flag. Scotty Dixon gets a penalty.
Trim, Darren. Look at him. He's the main. He's both. He's both. I think he's both. Wait up.
Man, Scotty just coaxing his team through every move on this boat. That hurt. But we got more time. 2 minutes, 30 seconds as Poole jibes away to leeward. And Dixon does the same, pushing from behind. That was a pretty much unforced error, in my opinion. He just
a bit of a right-hand shift there while they were in the dial-up, and Scotty lost his bow. Chris was still the right-of-way boat. And a penalty on Scotty as we see Chris and Scotty both sailing away on board with Dixon now.
For Rule 11.
Rule 11, Kirk.
Windward leeward. Dixon did not keep clear as the windward boat.
Thank you, sir. Pretty sure Dixon not happy with that.
Yeah, the race isn't over though. You know, he's got to try staying it. If he can have a good start here, I'd always take ahead with a penalty over behind with none.
Yep.
So now both boats head off to the right of the Belmont Pier. We can't see them, but you can on screen.
Jibing onto starboard here. Dixon has to make the choice. He jibes in front, just inside the boundary.
And slow,
we'll take
slow,
the lead, Chris Poole pushing
slow.
here.
Thank you, Rosie.
Yep.
And now you can see them coming back around the corner of the pier there. Starting line's upper left of screen, just out of frame, and Poole is to the right. Dixon to leeward, leading into the start. Has that penalty to go. What have we got? 1:10 coming up. Now Dixon just needs to get a good start out of this and stay in the match to get rid of that penalty as Poole pushes from behind. Who would you rather be?
I'd rather be Poole right now. 1 minute to go. They're pretty close to a boat lay line. They're right up against the boundary. Poole choosing to jibe off. He's going to tack and push. Scotty turning up on the boat lay line. Boat's just out of frame. Above Scotty there, left-hand side. Scotty says he's racing on board.
40 seconds to go, 2 lengths to the line. Racing would be pretty early to my eye. He's slowing down, looking to kind of close the door on Poole. Poole's way out to the right of Dixon. Assenbrenner looking at his watch. At some point, it's time for Poole to go for the line. Here he comes. Dixon, very slow, just below the signal boat end. Opening the door a little bit. I just heard Chris Poole not happy with what Dixon's been able to do. And now Dixon goes for the line to leeward. Both boats winding up. It'll be Poole to the right. Dixon to his left, down to leeward. Poole just a little bit behind at the start there. Probably going to tack away immediately. Too close to Scott Dixon's.
Yeah, advantage to Scotty right now. Poole chose to try keep the right there, but just didn't have a very good build on the line. Poole tacking off now. Scotty, I'd say Scotty's on his way to a left-hand shift here.
Nice start. Your boat, Jakob.
You can hear Scotty Dixon. Nice start.
Figure out your hand signals because that looks like that.
This is great because I've had Scotty coach with us sometimes during the week, and the same things he's saying to the team here is what he says to us, and you'd think that at the pro level it's different, but this is calm, cool, collected speech.
Quite right at the
Scotty's such a great sailing coach. We get a front row view of that right here.
And you just saw Chris Poole look over his shoulder at Scotty Dixon as he continues to the right-hand side on port. Biggest split that we've seen this morning. And Poole tacking now because Dixon has tacked as well. So this is the moment. There's Dixon just to the left of Poole's head. Now they see each other. Port starboard, collision course. Dixon from the left, Poole from the right. Poole with starboard tack, advantage under the rules. Big moment in this match.
Yeah, great view of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron Burgee on Scotty's shoulder there. I know he represents Long Beach, but
he said marginal cross. You hear that?
Marginal cross.
You think he'll get across?
Ready about in 3.
No. He's going to tack in front of Chris Poole.
2.
He's calling it now
1.
down. The countdown to the tack, just tacking in front and to leeward. Advantage Dixon at this point.
Oh, bad waves. Yeah, it's better. And come, power up now, please. Yeah. Sorry, really bad waves there. I didn't see them.
Scotty's just about to enter some new breeze here.
Feeling good here now.
We're going to see the same again.
Just as you say that, you hear him saying, feeling good here and getting headed, meaning he's getting more power, more pressure, more velocity out of the breeze, and a left-hand shift, and he is on port. So advantage Scott Dixon at the moment.
Yeah, Poole now tacking over. Poole with the right-of-way. We're on board with Poole. He does have right-of-way over Scotty. Scotty looking like he's come back on a nice left-hand shift there.
Yeah, has he got it?
He looks clear ahead to me, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think Scott Dixon's got the cross here. We'll keep an eye on it. See if Scott Dixon wants to take the right-hand side now or if he wants to dig back more into that left. Looks like he's happy to let Chris Poole head out to the left and get a little bit of what the pressure that he's just managed to get himself into there.
Well, he might give up a little bit doing that, but he will gain starboard tack advantage, right? Powerful.
Yeah, now Scotty choosing to be the first one to tack here. I like that because it gives you the first opportunity to speed build. Poole tacking over out of frame to our left. Now Scotty with the right-of-way. Scotty was ahead at the last cross. Let's see how they come together.
There they are as the other matches are in the foreground. All the way in the back of your screen to the right. Scott Dixon on starboard, looking to cross. Chris Poole again on port. He does. He tacks in front of him. Staying to the right of Chris Poole. And this is good for Scott because remember he has that penalty to get rid of. First he needs to get ahead of his opponent. Check, step 1. Then he needs to offset the penalty as Chris Poole looks frustrated and he'll try to catch up. What are Poole's options?
Yeah, let him pick the ley line.
Poole's just got to try and stay as close as he can.
Yes.
Ideally, you'd like to get in front, obviously, but right now I don't think he'd be too worried. Chris Dixon with the penalty, and they're still very much in in touch there. Interesting to see how it goes on the downwind. Obviously, Chris will be setting behind, potentially being able to affect Chris's air there. So nothing to stress about now. They'll just be trying to sail as fast and as clean as they can to this top mark.
You mentioned nothing to stress about. You're looking on board at a guy who used to stress a lot in his racing. We've covered Chris Poole a lot. He's really calmed down and become an extremely mature match racer, enough to have won this event last year, a record 24 races without any losses. Meanwhile, Dixon's best finish has been a second. Now he's in front of the reigning champion.
Still with a penalty to kill.
No ease
So that's
here.
boat 6, Dixon, ahead
Same
of
way, mate.
boat 1, Chris Poole. Boat
One
6,
boat
who we're
lead.
on
Easy down,
board with
Garrett.
now, does have a penalty. They round the
Ready?
top mark.
Yep. Go hoist.
You can feel the crowd surge here on the Belmont Pier as Scott Dixon leads his match downwind.
Big pullback.
Yeah, local Scott Dixon, like I mentioned earlier, big sailing coach here at Long Beach Yacht Club. One of the crowd favorites always. There's a huge contingency of Scotty Dixon fans here on the pier today, and we're going to hear them as they come back down, I'm sure.
Poole now trying to get on Scott Dixon's breeze from behind. He's also sailing a bit of a lower angle compared to Dixon.
Sorry, that's boat 7, Poole. Boat 6, Dixon. Dixon
Oh,
is about a
too low
length
there,
ahead,
guys.
a length and a half ahead. You see the yellow flag on the umpire boat,
Stand by drive.
indicating
Yep.
Dixon still has a
And
penalty.
trip.
Here comes the first jibe from Dixon. Poole responds, matching his move. Dixon was just a little bit ahead in that jibe. And that's going to help him out as he tries to keep his air clear ahead of Chris Poole's blue spinnaker. So far, so good. Poole just seems to me like he's asleep in this match.
Actually, Tucker, contrary to that, I agree with Poole's move right here. I
Okay.
would be staying
coming down now.
right behind Scott Dixon. You don't want to roll him on the downwind and risk Scott Dixon taking you out to a corner and killing his penalty. Right now, I'd be happy to go right behind him and then split at the gate. You just want to stay so close that he can't do a penalty
Down the way
turn.
line here.
You just want to stay so close that he can't do a penalty turn, but not so far away. Sorry, you want to stay nice and close so he can't do a penalty turn, but not so close that he can wipe it on you.
Now coming up 5.
Wipe it on you.
Forgetting-
That's a new one, right?
That's a new one. Yeah, no, I like
Forgetting
that.
my
Wipe it
words
on
there.
you.
My
Wipe
bad.
it. This is what happens when you have a day off. You know, you've sailed so well, and then all of a sudden they say, take a break in the middle of Con Cup. And I'm just kidding, man. It's good to have you. It's good to have you back.
Right turn.
To your point, Poole just needs to be close. He doesn't actually need to mix it up with Scotty or even pass Scotty because of that penalty. And so right now, if things stay as
Jeb
they
on the port
are,
side, please, Steve.
Poole's actually ahead,
Jeb on the
even though
port
he's
side,
in
Steve.
Second place.
second place.
In here on board,
Trim the
Scotty
jib on,
asking
please.
for the
Tight
jib
coming down.
on the
3,
port side of the
2,
boat. So
flag
he
tight.
probably is going to turn right round the mark here if he's given the chance. Both jibs coming up. Poole dousing his spinnaker. Sorry, Scotty dousing his spinnaker just ahead of Poole there.
Lead boat gets to choose which of the two marks they want around at the gate. Looks like this left one, as we look at it, is farther upwind.
4, 3.
Totally agree.
Now, what will Poole do? Poole's going to follow Dixon around. Do you like that?
I think the gate's too favoured to go the other way.
Ready to attack,
But if I'm
please.
Poole, I'd be probably straight into attack here.
Attacking in 3.
It's actually Dixon setting up to tack first. No, maybe not. Poole's sliding into Dixon's bad area. He's got to tack out of there. Here he goes.
It's a real
Yeah, this is a great match to stay on now because they're going to have to start match racing, you know. Scotty doesn't have enough of a lead to do his turn.
Copy that.
I love it when that happens. I don't want somebody to get so far ahead that they just spin and get rid of the penny. I like it when they've got to roll their sleeves up and start punching at the other team, slowing down, letting them catch up, which you don't normally do in any sport, and then try to attack.
Yep, and Trav now.
I'm a little bit biased because, you know, Scotty's always had a lot of time for us young Kiwi sailors and put a lot of effort into our development. So I really want to see Scotty go well here, if I'm honest. Although it is a lot more interesting when we see some match racing.
I'll tell you who I want to win, the American team.
Almost tempted to do a Simo here.
Well, Josh might have something different to say about which team's the American team, but we'll roll with that, right?
I don't know what you want, Joachim. I can't.
I think on board now with Chris Poole, it sounds like.
Yes.
Just talking to his tactician, Joachim.
So it looks like he's just content to sit there for the penalty, you know?
Everything feels weird.
A little less main, please.
I love listening in like a fly on the wall to hear what these guys are saying. They sound so calm, too. There's a heck of a lot going on as this breeze builds.
Yeah, so if you've just tuned in, what's happening right now is Scott Dixon is ahead with a penalty against Chris Poole. Both boats on their last upwind of the course. They're going to go round the top mark and back to the finish line downwind. But Scott has a penalty to kill in the meantime. So the boats aren't actually going to sail as fast as they can around the course now. Chris Poole is going to try and not let Scotty foul him and get rid of the turn, and not let Scotty far enough ahead to do his turn. So we're going to see some proper match racing in a second here.
Copy.
Would you rather be out there
How close to the ley line?
right now, or do you like this repechage giving the top four a break?
It's nice to have a break on a windy day like today with these overlapping genoas. You know, I don't know how many times you actually snap the jib in each
hard.
day. You know, it'll
sails.
cause some fatigue to the sailors for sure.
Well, I've just received word from the race committee that they're going to shift down to the small jibs now that the breeze is up. So you had to work so hard and all those big sails. And now these guys are going to get a break the next match.
That's all right. Maybe they need it.
You get a bigger break up here. Thanks again for joining us. And thank you guys for joining us live around the world. This is the 59th Annual Congressional Cup in Long Beach, California. You're on board with local hero Scott Dixon as he leads Chris Poole upwind.
It looks to me, just from the pair here, like he's actually dragged his lead out a little bit.
Yeah, there's a good shot to show you the difference. There's also a shot of the yellow flag ominously plaguing Dixon as they head upwind. Just reminding him, by the way, buddy, no matter how far ahead you get, you got to get rid of that penalty for your punishment in the pre-start.
I think we go for the finish.
Talking about these sails and in the big win, I'm sorry. Josh, I want to ask for both of you, really, these are some of the larger boats on the tour, right? So big, heavy, older boats. Is that different on how you guys handle the sails and handle the boat handling?
Yeah, it's a lot of work for not a lot of fast. Just hearing from Scotty there that he thinks he can do it around the finish.
I don't know about that. Does he have enough distance yet to be able to spin a turn and still stay ahead of Poole? The distance is 3 lengths right now, maybe a little bit more.
Why do we have such a slow hoist?
Seemed like a bit of a late set there from Scotty. Not sure what's happening. I don't know. He'll do his best to extend here. See what John thinks. Chris Poole with some kite issues.
Yeah.
That dark blue one.
That's not good.
Oh, there it goes. Out now.
Stand by jibe.
Wrap around the spinnaker, slows Poole down as Scotty Dixon jibes away from him.
I think it's very marginal to think you're going to get your turn in here. If you're Scotty, I'll be very impressed if he does spin in time. It's definitely one to watch.
Trip. Come on. Rotate.
Scotty getting a little frustrated, knows he needs
Go after
every
guy.
last millimetre there.
It's not enough. Okay, stand by jibe.
It's not enough.
We're going to go down speed here.
Not enough distance.
Jibing here.
This is
So now
starting
we're
to
changing.
look this is starting to look a little similar to the match with Bertenson and Poole yesterday, I think, where Poole was trailing, same position, Johnny Bertenson in front with a penalty. Bertenson in that match managed to get far enough in front and clear that penalty, win that race. Chris Poole doing everything he can to try and catch up and stay as close as he can here.
Yeah. And listen, that purple spinnaker looks pretty ugly, but that's on purpose. Dixon is flogging his spinnaker to slow the boat down and let Chris Poole catch up.
Okay, get ready. Get ready for normal.
I think we just listen in for a little bit here. Scott Dixon flapping his purple spinnaker. He wants Chris to get overlapped with him either way. He wants Chris to catch up with him because he doesn't have enough distance ahead to do his turn before the finish.
Yeah, this is all good.
At some point, they're likely to start putting jibs up.
On the main, just FYI.
And Poole was doing the same thing. His job is to match Dixon's every move, but basically stay right behind him, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm questioning, maybe if I was Chris Poole, I don't know what John thinks, but I might have just jibed, sailed away from him, gone fast. What do you reckon?
I think Chris is doing the right thing. I think you want to stay about 2 lengths behind Scott and not get overlapped with him and just wait for your opportunity and match him.
Going back the other way.
Big jibe. Fishtail. Look how close Poole's getting. Another big jibe. Dixon's in trouble. What's going on?
There you go. And fly the kite and jibing. Fly the kite, trip.
Dixon wanted to jibe there. He couldn't. Chris Poole did jibe. Now his spinnaker fills, and he's going to roll over Dixon.
Fly it if you can.
Yeah, that's what we just talked about. You know, he was just waiting for Scotty to make a little mistake there.
I didn't realize
Scotty getting in a bit of a pickle with his spinnaker. Chris seizing the opportunity.
Yeah, kite down.
It's game over.
Kite down, please.
That mistake allowed Chris Poole
Kite down.
to roll over the top of Scott Dixon right before the finish in front of the fans.
Get the kite down, please. Pull it.
Dixon calling to get the kite down. They still have
Get
to
the hatch open.
sort this mess out while Poole sails on. He's just outside of the screen to the right, heading for the finish. There he is, the blue spinnaker. It's going to be Chris Poole from behind. He has passed Scott Dixon.
We're switching to jibs.
And will take the race.
Yeah, sorry.
Kept us guessing right there
I
at the
didn't
end.
realize the main was still on.
Yeah, absolutely. As Wee John said, he was just waiting for that opportunity when he noticed that Scott Dixon's kite was, as we saw, a little twisted around the forestay there. It wasn't going to be easy for Scott Dixon to get that kite on and come up and luff with any overlap. So took the opportunity and executed very well there by Chris Poole.
And I think we were pretty lucky we had the onboard with Scotty Dixon there. For those of the people watching on the pier and even us at home, you might be wondering what is going on here in a normal circumstance. We could hear his whole thought process through each and every move there. So, good effort by Scotty to try to let him, Chris Poole, catch up. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out. One wrong move could be everything in that situation.
And we're crossing now to Chris Poole. We're going to hear from him how he saw it on the water.
I didn't hear your question. Sorry. The race went pretty well. We didn't have the best start, but we had a penalty on Scotty, and we kept it close upwind and kept it close on the downwind. And then on the second upwind, he stretched a little bit, but not quite enough. So it turned into play two, stay behind and try and look for an opportunity to pass, and we got one and carried the kite to the finish.
Well, there we go, on board with Chris Poole, pretty much summing up that match. Play two. Obviously, just like any other professional sports, they've got different calls for different situations on the race course. Chris Poole sails away with a victory. He seemed a bit wound up, even though he just won that race. I guess there's a lot on right now. It's getting cold, breezy, and not easy.
Chris is a very momentum-based sailor, you know, and so he'll be glad to get some momentum back.
Well, now we're going to hear from Scott Dixon. We're live on board with him.
Didn't get the win on that one, but team was sailing well. We were, lost my bow at the start and ended up with a penalty just for losing control, which a little disappointed in myself for that one. But then the boys recovered. We had a great start and kind of led Chris Poole around the track and we were sailing well and tacking well, and we were having a discussion on whether or not we could get the penalty circle in at the end, and it became obvious we didn't. So we tried what we could to throw everything at him, and he just had a stronger set of tools in the tool chest at the end of the day. So no, we're still very happy with the race, and we think we gave him a good run for his money.
I love how positive Scott is at all times. Win or lose, he is a champion. Now we're going to go back into the match between Cole Tapper from Australia and Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand. Ooh, that's an important match for you guys. Kiwis and Aussies, there's a big rivalry there, isn't there?
Yeah, but it's just because we race against each other a lot. If we're not against each other, we're supporting each other.
Fair enough.
So I'm obviously supporting Nick Egnott-Johnson. He's a good mate of mine, and we all train together back in New Zealand all the time and get into a little bit of camping and surfing and stuff in our spare time. And he's a good dude. So are all his team,
All right, and Rosie,
absolutely.
as an Aussie, you'll be happy with how Tapper's doing.
Yeah, I'm supporting Cole Tapper here. He looks like he's out in front with a good little lead here. I believe they are coming to the finish. See what it looks like as Cole Tapper jibes, tries to come across, keep his air clear in front of Nick Egnott-Johnson there. I know Cole and the boys well enough. They live about as far away within Australia as you can from where I live, but I do get to sail against them occasionally, and looks like they do still have the lead there. As far as I know, there are no penalties in this match. I know we were quite focused on that Poole Dixon match there, but should be coming to the finish here.
This is Tapper's first Congressional Cup. It's also yours. What do you think? Tell the fans around the world about this event here in Long Beach and perhaps why they should come to it next year?
Oh, it is absolutely incredible. I'd only heard stories, and everything has far exceeded my expectations. The club involvement, the members, the Club 100 group, this pier setup. As a spectator, this is definitely one of the best venues that I've ever been to for any match racing. And yeah, super excited to be in the box here with Tucker and everyone else. Yeah, watching it. It's an incredible event, and I hope I will be back.
We certainly hope so too. Thank you for joining us, both of you guys, Rosie Rowell and Josh Wijan. It's great to have your perspective pretty much from the water up to the commentary booth, from those boats now sitting up here. I know both of you don't actually want to be up here. You'd rather be out there on the water. But it's great to have your perspective. As Tapper takes the point.
Black Port of Long Beach kite there out in front. Nick Egnott-Johnson just dropping that green Farmers and Merchants Bank with the sponsors on the spinnakers this year. All the different colours makes it really easy for us to do our job here and identify the boats for everyone on the pier.
Now we're going to take a short break, and so are the sailors, because they've got to switch from the big jibs now down to the small ones. That's going to take a little bit of time. So we're going to give them a few minutes and give you a few minutes to take a break. But first, let's take a look at the results as they currently stand. So Cole Tapper's won both of his matches. He's sitting on 2 points right now. Pretty darn good. That's what you need to do if you want to be in the top 4 this afternoon. It's one win for Nick Egnott-Johnson, Eric Monin, Megan Thompson, and Yanni Bernson. Chris Poole, I'm not sure if that's accurate because Chris did just win his match, so this is a little bit old.
Bernson also won his match.
Yeah, okay, so anyway, we'll give you a better update of the scores as we get them throughout the day. Plus, you can go on to matchracingresults.com and keep up with the scores live as they happen here in Long Beach. Keep watching us here on Facebook, YouTube, live around the world. We've got different countries tuning in. I was just told Sweden and St. Martin and what's the other country? A few of them. And there's more to come. This is only day 1 of our 3 days of broadcast here as the 59th Annual Congressional Cup continues live at the Belmont Pier here in Long Beach. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. The best match racing on the planet continues in a moment. Well, folks, while we wait for the teams, all of them to switch over to the smaller headsails, which is going to take a while, and they're going to need to go up in and practice with them a little bit. So we've got a short break and a very special guest joining us during this break, and we're very lucky to have him. He's been to the Congressional Cup many times before. He's won it multiple times before. He's not here live this year, but he is on the phone, so we want to thank Taylor Canfield, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Taylor, there you are on screen. Good to see you, buddy. We miss you out here in Long Beach.
Yeah, definitely missing being out there. It's bittersweet watching it from my home, but yeah, I'll have to make it back in the near future. We'll make it happen again soon.
Taylor, we're sitting here in the commentary booth watching Congressional Cup. We knew you were coming on, and you've won so many times, we just lost count. So we had to ask you, how many times have you won the Congressional Cup?
I think I've lost count as well. It's been a while since I've been there, but no, I think it's in the 5 range.
In the 5 range, so that's almost a record. And I think we need, in order to get a record, we need to have you back out here at Long Beach. What do you love most about sailing in the Congressional Cup, Taylor?
Oh, I mean, just one of the most prestigious match races in the world, and the fierce competition, the camaraderie on shore, the just epic conditions all the time out there. In the 11 Congressional Cups I've done, maybe missed one day of racing for no wind. So yeah, to have those conditions all the time and to basically be guaranteed, a full round of racing throughout the week is awesome. That's all you can ask for.
It's pretty cool with the fans out here too. They all miss you. We miss you. Why not? Why don't we have Taylor Canfield and his team out here this year?
It's a good question. I think I actually submitted my request for invite a little bit late this year, so didn't get the call up to come out. But yeah, have the week off, and I've had a pretty big winter and spring, so just trying to take a little bit of downtime to kind of refresh and get ready for the next CLGP event.
And Taylor, why don't you tell us why you have been so busy and what you've been up to? Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, thanks so much. Exciting times. We acquired the United States CLGP team back in November. So starting halfway through this season, we've taken over, and I've taken over the driving role on the boat. And yeah, the goal is to kind of bring back American sailing into the high level of I guess sailing in this, and get kind of our American sailors back on the map.
I couldn't agree with you more. I applaud you and Mike Buckley for that effort, and I think you're in the right spot at the right time. What was it like for you guys making the transition from, match racing keelboats like we're seeing here at Congressional Cup to flying on top of the water on the F-50s there?
Yeah, there's definitely a little more time to think about your next maneuver and things to come in the Catalina 37. So. Yeah, but we've kind of been transitioning to it over time, and our efforts into Stars and Stripes at the America's Cup, and then just a lot of multi-hull sailing with the M32s on the World Match Racing Tour and GC32 circuit and Extreme Sailing Series. So it's been just a progression towards the higher speeds, and yeah, as we see in the sailing world, it's just kind of migrating towards that way in a more physical game and in a faster paced game. So. Maybe one day we'll see some catamaran racing at the Congressional Cup.
And we've got Ryan Sanders here and Josh Wijan and Marilyn Cassidy. You guys have any questions for the champ?
No, I'm just glad you're not here, mate, or I would have to be out there sailing today. Probably wouldn't have made the top 4, qualified 4th, just scraped through. But yeah, thanks for calling in and touching base. Long Beach love you. Everyone's gutted you're not here, but it's great to hear you're doing well. And good luck for Bermuda.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, definitely missing it. And, it's not the end of match racing for Stars and Stripes, that's for sure. We'll make an appearance back in the future. So we're looking forward to coming back out for the Con Cup and, setting that the bar high for the, winning the most Crimson Blazers.
See, you see that little twinkle in his eye there, on camera. You can see it in his face there. It's like he's not done. He's got some unfinished business. This guy likes to win, not just once or twice or 5. And I know there's some records out there in this match racing game that you want to earn, and topple off a few of these other guys. And to do that, you got to get back out here again, right? So is that a prediction for next year, Taylor, for you and your team?
Yeah, depending on when the dates are, we'll look into it, and I'll be sure to be put it on my radar so that we get that invite, or at least the request in. The world ranking struggled a little bit from not having done any match race events lately, but hopefully our success at previous Con Cups might put a little bit of weight on our request for invite next year. So we'll see. We want to come back, and we're definitely looking to set a bar that no one's going to touch for the future.
Taylor, Ryan Sanders here from Long Beach Yacht Club. Actually, a friend of mine, Riley Gibbs, sailed on that Sail GP team in one of the first seasons. Something I heard him say is when you come off these big F50s and the high-speed foiling boats, how does it feel to get back into a boat that's not foiling? And how much time are you spending between the two? Is it all about foiling right now, or is it still important to kind of keep both aspects of sailing as part of your regular regime?
Yeah, for sure. I tell all the kind of up and coming, the next generations that you just got to keep sailing, putting time on the water. So I'm sailing a lot of different boats in addition to the SailGP circuit, including some Melgus 24s, Shea 70s, this big 74 footer. So yeah, doing some slow boating as well, which is keeps it exciting and mixes it up. And to be honest, I think it keeps it really sharp. Yeah, Riley's a good buddy of mine, and you see the guys like him just sailing every day, even in this America's Cup, and a lot of those guys when they're not sailing, they're in the simulators, just continually practicing and trying to get better. So it's all about just putting in the time and getting the hours, and no matter what you're sailing, it's all going to progress your level.
Yeah, and those are pretty big, expensive boats, right? And so one of the things I wonder, I know they give you guys practice days. We had an event here in LA recently. Is that the only time you guys get in the F50s, or is there practice time for the team when it's off weeks? Like you said, this is an off week. How often do you see the boats?
Yeah, it's super limited on the amount of time we get in the boats, and a lot of it comes down to the shipping schedules and kind of the build schedules around the events. Not to mention they are very expensive, and to just get these boats in and out of the water, it takes an army. So yeah, it's quite a production to get the boats on the water, and to have 14 events in a season, and that number continue to grow for next season is definitely putting a toll on the amount of days that we get to go out and sail the boats and practice. So as a new team, it definitely makes our job a lot harder in trying to progress as quick as possible and catch those guys that have probably over 1,000 days in the boats from their America's Cup experience, and just even their early days into the SailGP circuit.
Taylor, you came from the World Match Racing Tour, events like Long Beach, the Congressional Cup out here in Long Beach. And what I love about you and your team is you're one of the ones that made it. You've proven that professional sailing can work, and you've made it your career. How do you see events like this, and how did you make the jump from the World Match Racing Tour to where you and your team are now with SailGP?
Yeah, I think that it's all about, one, putting in the time, trying to sail as much as you can every year, and just getting out on the water and racing, no matter what you're racing, just try to sail anything. Two, building a really good group of people that, surround you. And, we did that starting with US1 and then progressing into Stars and Stripes and now to this SailGP team. It's really important to build a culture and this camaraderie that everyone kind of buys into. To have that, I guess patriotism and our belief in this country, and I think really brings together this awesome group of people that believe and want to push hard to kind of prove the naysayers wrong, and to keep pushing that to another level.
I know you'd agree, and I'm sure you guys here would agree, and those of you watching that are fans of American sailing, that sailing in America has been in decline, I think, in recent years. And I personally believe what we need is more American sailing heroes for the young sailors to look up to and aspire to. And you and your team are definitely that. And I applaud you for being a hero for all of American sailing, Taylor, you and your whole program.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we've always prided ourselves on looking to then bring in this next generation of American sailors, and we're even working on it now with the SailGP team, and bringing in some guys that are interested in kind of the boat building side of the thing, and kind of being a project manager. So we have a young guy coming along with us to Bermuda, and then into New York that's going to be, just observing and an assistant to us. And then we have, Mike and I are also working on this kind of next generation SailGP platform where we'll create just a stepping stone for, this next generation of U.S. sailors to start to get into these high-speed, boats and just start to learn, just what it's going to take to kind of reach that top level of the sport and to keep progressing.
I love it.
Taylor, that's awesome, and I commend you for doing so. And just on the topic of young sailors, we see Jeppe Borch did really well here at the Congressional Cup last year, finishing second place. He's done well again this round robin. And then, so it's great to see the kind of young talent in this space of sailing. And I notice you've had a really young flight controller on your boat as well, Leonard Takahashi. Do you think, similar to Formula One, that's a bit of a theme we might start to see in more and more sailing, where we've got a lot of young talent who are kind of able to put it together and trade blows with the big boys?
Oh, it seems like Josh is trying to come for my job.
Nah, not me, mate.
No, but yeah. You have too much of an accent to sail for the U.S. team. But yeah, it is becoming more of a young man's sport, and I'm definitely not getting any younger myself. So yeah, we need to make sure that we're setting up the next generation for success, and I think that other countries have done a better job than the U.S. has in kind of the recent past in developing that next generation and making pathways set. So yeah, it's our goal to change this country, and yeah, we're working hard to make that happen. And yeah, you definitely see these it feels like the younger and younger generations are getting better and better. But yeah, we'll have to see when we come back after the Cup next year how good they actually are.
Taylor, we applaud your efforts. You and your team, you're an inspiration for American sailing and for all young sailors around the world. And we appreciate you taking the time. And I want to ask if you've got a few more minutes of your time. The 5-minute flag has just gone up. Breeze is up here in Long Beach. It's a perfect day. You know this venue better than any. Stick with us if you don't mind. We're going to go right into race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll stand by, and looking forward to watching some racing.
Awesome. Great to have you. Taylor Canfield, fantastic to have a 5-time Congressional Cup winner with us, and we're going to go back out to the water now. Take a look at live racing action. Now that the breeze is up, the jibs are on, let's switch the scene and go look at some sailing on screen. And here we go, live action from Long Beach, California. And just a few seconds counting down before the start of race 1, flight 3. To the right, it's Chris Poole. He won this event last year, as you know. And to the left is Eric Monin. We're going to the green windward mark. Breeze is up. And here we go, into the pre-start, into the dial-up. And Taylor, whatever you see, if you can hear us and see it on your screen, just jump in, man. It's great to have you.
Yeah, it's good to see these, these two matching up, but also see that neither of them made it into the quarterfinals for that first round. But Chris, with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and maybe got a little cocky after his undefeated, streak last year. So yeah, I think Chris Poole needs to focus on not colliding into any boats, and I think he'll be okay getting through to the next round.
And what do you think as these two teams are in their pre-start of the repechage round? Because I know when you did this regatta, it was a double round robin. You had every single match counted.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it gives the, like Josh says, that next generation that may not have, the experience in these boats and in this venue, an opportunity to still, advance into the next rounds. I think the double round robin, only having those 4 skippers go into the semifinals definitely favored the teams that had been to the Congressional Cup before. So I think this gives kind of the younger and up-and-coming teams an opportunity to time in the boats, and still gives to continue to fight into later rounds of the event.
I like that perspective. Interesting point. And back into the action. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Some penalty flags have flown, but the answer has been green. Chris Poole just having his way with Eric Monin here in the pre-start. Both boats over the line, and Poole just pushing his opponent off to the left. Another dial up here. And Monin is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so we've kind of just watched Chris Poole staying to the right of Eric Monin, meaning every time they come back together, Chris is on starboard with the right of way. Monin now also on starboard, and he's the leeward boat. So this is kind of Monin's little chance to get out of jail here if he can get around Chris's bow.
You think
Chris,
he can do it?
I don't think so. I think Chris is very good at maintaining his speed while he's being aggressive towards you. This big breeze is going to favour that, of course. Chris now attacking onto starboard with the right of way. Monin boat 4 there.
And Chris has just been relentless in this pre-start, just coming at him again and again and again. As you said, the breeze definitely is making it an easier job for him than it has been earlier in the day.
1 minute 20 left to go. Chris still in control of this pre-start.
Wow, they're way over the line. That's got to be a solid 8 lengths over the line, and a blue flag penalty has just been given to Eric Monin. Ouch. 1 minute to go to the start, 8 lengths to get back to the line, and a penalty to turn if you're Eric Monin. And Chris Poole's going back at him for more.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Chris still with control here. Starboard tack boat, right-hand side of screen. He's just got to pick his timing.
That's where Chris has to be careful here now. He's not to get too greedy. You know, he's still in control, can easily get away with a great start here, and you know, being a penalty up, he you know, might want not going too hard here and just focus on getting off the line and you know, at least staying even around the race course.
As you say that, Taylor, he's now going back down for the start. 19 seconds to go. Both boats way over the line.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of Chris Poole. The young would have definitely gone back for more and likely T-bone the other boat. So good to see that he's maturing a little bit.
That's what I love about Taylor. There's always some subliminal communication going on there. But he's right. There's the start. Poole rounds the pin end on port. Heads upwind ahead of Monin, who now has a penalty to undertake. And he's in Poole's wake. He'll have to tack away slowly. Well, if you're Eric Monin, that is just not the way to start a match race at this level. To be fair, advantage Chris Poole.
Yeah, Poole seems to have pace in these boats lately, and I'd imagine he'll just extend this lead. Monin's got a penalty. You should be feeling pretty comfortable right now if you're Chris.
And Taylor, you know, giving Chris credit, he started out in the bottom of the barrel, you know, in this type of racing, and he's worked really hard to get to where he is now. His sailing is getting more mature. You just actually pointed that out in the pre-start, where the old Chris might have gone for more aggression, trying to get more penalties, and he didn't. And do you think his game has obviously made a big jump maturity-wise?
Sure, and I think he's jobbing himself with the group on the boat and his crew. But you know, looking at the results, seen any live from earlier in the event, and see him with the half-point deduction first round was interesting, and you could see him slipping back into that routine of maybe being a little bit too aggressive at times. So yeah, we'll see how the regatta progresses, and we'll see if that pressure gets to him.
Good point. Good point. Moving back into the pre-start, this is Dixon and Attili. Attili's in trouble already.
Yeah, so we saw Attili was just a little bit late to enter there, and Dixon reached across the line on time, starboard entry, and managed to force Attili to jibe around the pin and up into a dial-up. He's not in too much trouble. It's just you would rather be further across towards the middle of the line when you're dialing up.
Looks like trouble to me. I'd much rather be Dixon in this position in the race. 3 minutes coming up. Off outside of the left-hand side of the starting box and above the line, and being pinned by Dixon. So Attili's got some work to do to get a start out of this.
Both boats falling out on opposite jibes to each other. Chris Poole would come back. Is Dixon going to?
Sure. Dixon's got to start making some things happen here. You know, I know he's a champion sailor. I know he's really good. He just needs to ramp it up a couple notches, and he could be right in the top four of this repechage round. Attili's in his first Congressional Cup, so arguably a few things to learn. And you might learn a lesson or two about Catalina 37 sailing from the master here, as Dixon dials him up again.
I like this one. He's going to go roll round his bow if he can, I think. No, choosing to tack off. Attili just got his bow down a bit much.
Nice work by Dixon there. He took advantage of the speed differential here, and he's going to tack away and open up a little gauge and then probably come back at him again. So, that's the name of the game in these heavy boats, is to, try to utilize the speed differential to, take advantage of the situation here. So, it appears that Dixon does have enough to get back to him, but, might be taking the conservative route and just going to look for that final time run back to the line.
Yep, and we've got 1:40 to go as they reach over the top of the signal boat. Dixon leading Attili, just over 2 lengths between the boats. Got enough time for a maneuver or so before final approach. Minute 20.
Yeah, maybe
so it
a
looks
circle.
like Scott. Oh, sorry.
You go,
Yeah.
you go.
No, it looks like Scott Dixon's in a good place here to, just choose his time back to the line. If he does this well, it'll be really hard for Attili to choose whether to lead or push back. So yeah, it's all about his timing and kind of controlling this, the bottom end of the pier here. So Dixon, trying to utilize this gap between the pier and slowing the boat down and letting Attili have an option to get back to the line.
Quick question.
So, we'll see how well he does it.
Question for you, Taylor. Breeze is up and it's pretty even across the course into the jibs. Would you rather push or lead in final approach?
Definitely find it, even though the breeze is up with the boundary and the wall, I generally hedge towards leading. It's a lot easier in this venue to kill the time down the wall, and given that pier's location relative to the committee boat ley line, there's really not that many options if you're pushing back with not much time to go. So, Scott Dixon doing a really good job here. Looks like Attili's chosen to start to the right of him. So, if Attili goes for attack here, he will win the right, but also won't have as much room to accelerate towards the boat end.
No.
We'll see how it plays out.
He's going to have to luff up over the signal boat there. We've seen this move play out many times in the racing this week. Scott Dixon on his way upwind on starboard, left of screen. Attili just luffs up over the signal boat now, gets his boat up to pace, and we've got a split. Will it continue?
Yeah, so as we know, the right side in the building sea breeze in Long Beach is always a little bit beneficial. So, Scott Dixon being the local, I would think that we'll be seeing him tack soon to, try to use that little edge he had off the line to try to get to that right side when he can.
And there he goes. Taylor, it's almost like you've done this once or twice.
Taylor, I noticed
Yeah.
Scott Dixon had a better build there, and then Attili coming around the boat. What's your thoughts on the play as a match racer there? Would you be rolling into attack while he's luffing up round the boat, kind of using that speed differential to your advantage, or are you happy to extend like Dixon did there?
Yeah, probably would extend it and made sure that we were up to full speed before we did our maneuver. But it did seem like Dixon went a little further than he needed to. But, this gives him the opportunity to put the bow down and go into a fast mode and make sure that he's strong for the next intersection between the boats. So, looking at the gauge there, it doesn't look as bad as I initially thought. So I think he's in good shape.
Okay, we're going to leave them upwind. We'll check back in a minute. Meanwhile, back into the pre-start. This is Cole Tapper. You can see on the right of your screen there, and Yanni Berntsen on the left. Sweden versus Australia. Tapper in his first Con Cup. Berntsen in his 15th. The dial-up is over. 3 minutes, 18 seconds to go.
Have you ever met Tapper before, Taylor? I'd imagine he's quite young. I think he's only 21. He said.
Yeah, I've never run into him in the match race scene, at the first round results, and it looks like Tapper actually took his one of his wins in the first round off of Berntsen. He only had 3 wins, but one of them was against Berntsen. So obviously he's got Berntsen's number a little bit in that first round. We'll see if he can make the most of it again.
All right, both of the boats now sprinting off to the right of the Belmont Pier. You can see them on camera, but we cannot see them. So we've got Rosie on the other side of the pier.
Cole Tapper just spinning up here. Jason first turn. Cole Tapper gets out of it. Johnny Benson, you see just behind. Swinging up, trying to grab some overlap. Cole Tapper extending out towards the beach.
Yeah, Cole Tapper just running away from Berntsen.
Cole Tapper to windward here. Johnny Benson to lead, trying to close that gap. Cole Tapper swings up inside. Johnny Benson goes the other way, jabs around. Cole Tapper leading back towards the starting area.
It's great having Rosie over there. I think she ran.
Yeah,
she sounds a little winded.
Yeah, knowing Johnny Burnson, he'll do everything he can to lead back here. He's, I would say, one of the most aggressive when it comes to, defending his position down the pier. But here we go. It looks like Tapper has the lead back, and Burnson's going to have to work harder to, get the game moving away from the pier and down the line a little bit if he wants it off the line here.
Upwind, it looks like a little bit of right-hand angle. Would you agree with that, Josh?
Well, you've been here since before I was born, Tucker, so I'll trust your opinion.
Oh, the age jokes are coming out early today. What have we got? Minute 25 to go as Burnson goes in for the hook. Tapper responds. You can see these big puffs of breeze just coming right down in the pre-start, hitting the water.
Both boats now below boat lay on starboard, coming up to a pin lay. Tapper turning up just above pin lay. Burnson going for one last push.
And with a minute still to go, both teams are early. And it's Tapper who could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Burnson, I think, doing a nice job here. If I were him, I would be working on staying behind, not overlapped on either side, given how early they are back to the line. But now Burnson is chosen, so that, limits his options from here. So Tapper, has an opportunity to win the right here. But what, 40 seconds to go now, Tucker?
Yeah, good call, 35. And that's the move, Josh, you were just talking about, where the Tapper's tacked and Burnson tacked with him, opposite of what we saw in the last start.
Yeah, Tapper's pretty early here, though, so he's kind of lucky Johnny's stuck up head to win there, not in a great position to defend the jibe.
Has he got time to drive all the way around and get a start out of this? I think he does. 17 seconds to go. Now Burnson in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, not much space for Burnson to start at the boat there. I think he'll probably end up with a pretty good wide right on him, though.
Well, he might be, but I think he's going to be slow, having done such a big maneuver right before the gun. There's the start. Tapper crosses the line a little bit earlier with speed, and now Burnson to windward, though, finally gets up to pace. If that righty that we thought we saw before the start comes down, it'll be an advantage to Burnson, who's now getting wound up as we speak. So he fought for the right. He had to spend a little bit to get it, but looks like it paid off, at least right now.
Yeah, Yanni's reasonably quick in these things as well, and that's a winning start, that's a winning start anytime really. A wide right, it's kind of very unlikely that you'll get a wide right on someone in a Congressional Cup with the level of most of the sailors here. But Yanni,
yeah, that looks like the gauge is closing quickly. If Johnny can hold on for another minute or so, though, they'll be far out to that left side of the course. But interesting to see that Johnny chose to go on one side of him. With that much time to kill, he probably would have been better off kind of slowing the boat and staying behind him in that pre-start. And just letting Tapper have to choose which way to go. So when Johnny locked himself to one side, he kind of let Tapper off the hook a little bit there. So we'll see how that plays out.
Okay, I want to try something fun here. Our feature match, we have got Nick Egnott Johnson and Megan Thompson. So both of our Kiwi guests here. This is a Kiwi match. We have Kiwi against Kiwi, male against female. So Josh, you're going to take the male team. Rosie, you're going to take
First of all,
Megan.
I'm not a Kiwi.
Oh, well, I'm
an
sorry, Aussie. Yeah, you know what I mean. You have the same
yeah.
funny accent. But you know how umpires take a side each?
I love your Canadian accent as well, Tucker.
Yeah.
And you take Egnott Johnson. Tell us what's going on.
Both boats head to win now, backing up through the start-finish line area.
We're gonna role play here. So if you're Nick, you would. Okay, we could have practiced this. She's, you know what though? She's a quick study, this one here. So Megan's options.
Megan's options.
Okay, Taylor, that really failed. Let's go back to Taylor. He's our featured guest.
EJ tacking off now.
We got to try something every now and then.
Megan seems to have built enough speed that I think she's not in much trouble here. Both boats going to make their way below the start-finish boat over to the pier again. 2 minutes 30 to go.
Yeah, our start clock is now up on top of the screen, which is great. So Taylor, now you've got time on distance figured out as well, because you can see the boats and the timing as both boats reach off towards the Belmont Pier. They're about 6 lengths to windward of it. And there's a great shot.
Yeah, so not enough gauge between the boats for Ignat Johnson to come back at Megan Thompson, but it looks like he's, you know, in a good position here to kind of choose that lead or pushback position and really make it hard on Megan Thompson to, you know, choose whether she wants to lead or push around that. So it's all about this final decision here from Nick to see if he can set himself up in a good timing zone where it makes Megan's job really hard whether to lead or push back. And here we go. Nick is choosing to lead back here, it looks like.
Coming down, big down, big down.
Taylor, do you kind of have a general rule of thumb on when you're happy to be at the corner of the pier? We're at 1 minute 30 now.
Flag it.
Yeah, so, you know, if I were Nick, I would have right around 145 or so. I think you need to think about, you know, leading back. So, Megan, you can hear our onboard audio there saying that he's late. So green flag, Nick kind of let her off the hook there, I think. I think Nick had a good opportunity to lead back and kind of control the starting box in the pier. And now Megan just needs to focus on slowing her boat as much as she can and controlling that boat end ley line.
1 minute.
Unfortunately, not doing a great job slowing the boat down here. So, you know, giving Nick an opportunity to kind of get into the box. Boat end ley line.
Yeah, we see Megan now. We're on board with Megan as she leads down the exclusion zone along the pier. Nick pushing. 38 seconds to go. Megan's in a pretty strong spot here. I'm surprised she didn't slow the boat earlier. I would have had that main all the way on. Both boats turning up. Megan is actually pretty close to a boat shutout lay.
Yeah, I like what she's done here. Ignat Johnson hooked to the inside of her, and she's got enough pace to close the door between her and the signal boat with 18 seconds to go. It's Ignat Johnson in a bit of trouble. Is she going too early? Nope.
Great move from
she's just
Megan
going to
there.
fake him
Not
out.
much time to kill here. Yeah.
Well, we've only got 7
Nick
seconds.
Ignat Johnson sliding sideways.
He's in big trouble.
Wow, Megan
Big.
showing how the girls get it done. She's been putting in the work. She qualified through FICA, and she's just shut out her training partner from back home, Nick Ignat Johnson, at the boat. She won't let him forget that later, will she?
That was
Absolutely not.
fantastic.
Good stuff, Megan.
Stand
I
by
reckon she
tech.
will have taken a lot of confidence from that match against Chris
Tagging
this
in
morning.
Attacking it.
And both boats attacking. We're on board listening to Megan Thompson and crew. And, you know, Taylor told us earlier he likes this repechage round for the newer teams. This is Megan's second Congressional Cup. She's got a brand new crew. She had some rough matches earlier on, but she's now really improved her game and got the jump on Ignat Johnson.
As we see Ignat Johnson choosing to initiate attacking duel. Megan engaging. I know Taylor loves attacking duel as well.
Yeah, so almost let him off the hook a little bit there. You know, as that lead boat with a little bit of a speed advantage, you know, I would have thought that Megan would have almost simo-tacked on the first tack,
I think we actually gained a little bit
and
out
then
of that.
probably make Ignat Johnson do the 2 slow tacks.
Okay, guys,
And
I
now
let's just
you
go
see that
over
she's given Nick a little bit of an edge towards the right side and some clean air. So,
Well,
you know, Nick now has an opportunity to build and kind of get out of phase with. Yeah, so
There was
here
a
we go. Now
nice
Nick is gonna
puff
be able
on
to
the
sail
water.
clean air.
She tacked in a pretty good
Tacking in 3.
puff there, and I think that's why she let EJ go a little bit.
1, tacking, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's
Yeah,
a bit
standing
of
by.
a decent
2,
right shift up the top,
1,
so
tacking it.
she's right to cross over, take the side of him. I would have almost considered going to the shift.
And as Taylor mentioned, Ignat Johnson trying to get out of phase with her, meaning have the bows going in different directions. So every time she tacks, he tacks, not giving her a chance to get on top of him. Now she's rolled into attack onto port. Looks like there's a breeze line just 3 lengths farther up the track for her.
Yeah, we're on board with Ignat Johnson as he sails back over on starboard towards Megan. Megan Thompson's still ahead.
Okay, let's go. Big hikes, guys.
Both Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron teams.
Taking
Mate v mate.
Green, eh?
So she
On here
shifted
for a
over
while. Standing by, sorry, standing by.
well to the
2,
right of EJ now.
1,
Tacks
tacking it.
onto starboard. Here comes Ignat Johnson tacking to Doug. Thompson in command of this match. 2 quick tacks there. That makes a big statement. She wants the right, and he's not getting it.
I know, I want to extend this way.
I think she's doing the right thing here. I was surprised to see her kind of give Nick that little bit of right hand leverage to begin with, and to see that, you know, that kind of hurt later on, her having to do those 2 down speed tacks. So we'll see how it plays out. But
Yeah,
I
a
think
little
she's going
bit
the right
back.
way now, and she's taking the favorite side.
Ready for it?
Yeah, you're just showing your knowledge of the venue there, Taylor, because
standing by.
from the
Any
pier here, I
relatives,
can see a right-hand shift. Both boats are going to come back. Let's see how much Megan has or hasn't gained.
Relatives for me, please.
I'd say this is close to as close to we've seen as like a proper tacking drill. There was a lot of meeting in the middle there. We saw it a little earlier. Obviously easier in that higher breeze, a lot more pressure on the course. Easier to keep those boats moving and get back up to speed.
What's that, Bastion?
Well, for EJ, that could be a strategy as well, because he sailed these boats a bit before, and Megan Thompson really doesn't have much and her crew experience in these boats, so perhaps putting her under pressure a little bit by making her do maneuver after maneuver could find a chink in her armor, but I don't think we found one yet. She's extending.
Yeah.
Copy, let's go to zone.
Do you typically get a little bit of a, you can't see it in here, but around the oil island, a little bit of a bend in the breeze?
Yeah,
One,
you
checking
do.
here.
Megan just on board saying right now that she was happy to go to zone lay as she tacks over. You can see Nick Ignot Johnson and team through the leeward of the boom there.
Gripping in here, guys.
So we're on board with Megan
Down a bit more.
as she's on a zone lay to the top mark.
One, taking it.
EJ tacking to the leeward.
I think Nick making a good call here. You know, he recognized that Megan was, you know, either in the zone or on ley line. So, you know, not going out beyond her and sailing the extra distance. You know, he'll have a nice rounding at this top mark as well. He won't have to tack around the top mark, which is a pretty costly maneuver when you're behind.
Yeah, we'll stay with them around the top mark here, but Nick Ignot Johnson notoriously has great boat handling. I think he sails with no tactician and everyone in a crew position. His main sheet trimmer there, Sam Barnett, normally does the tactics for him. Both boats tacking to the top mark now.
10. Yeah, so you can see now Megan having to do the harder of the two maneuvers. You know, having to get that pole up after the tack, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a big gain here for Nick.
Coming up a little, please. Low main on. Coming up now. Coming up.
Both spinnakers filling at the same time, so great set for Nick there. Right on her tail.
Stand by straight back. 2, 1. Straight back. And then we go.
Choosing to double jibe, jibing straight back inside to set him up for the next jibe.
Jiving in 2.
We're on board with Nick now, but we can hear Megan talking about when she's going to
Yeah,
jibe.
jiving, yeah.
Bit of trouble, I think, for Megan here. EJ's put himself in a really good spot.
2, 1.
Now driving on top of her breeze, looking to roll.
Now this is difficult in the breeze, isn't it, Taylor? It's really hard to get around someone's bow and this much pressure on these boats, isn't it?
Yeah, the big call is whether they are above ley line here. So, you know, with Rule 17 turning off, you know, many years ago, if Megan can push him beyond the zone of the bottom mark here, she'll be in great shape, and she can kind of control her own destiny back to around the bottom marks, and you know, Nick won't really have any other options other than to follow him around.
Rolling down,
But yeah, you can see Megan kind of just hooking into the stern wake of Nick Ignot Johnson, and you know, she should be able to hang there the whole time as long as their trimmers do a good job with the kite. And they're above ley line, there should be no issue for her here.
Yeah, so they're not laying the bottom gate at the moment, so they still have to go through the bottom gate and do another lap. They're trying to get down to the bottom gate right now. Megan's just holding Nick out. He's in what we call downwind jail.
Yeah, so all she needs to do is just be super patient here, you know, not get too aggressive, choose her timing, have good boat handling with the jib up, kite down, and she'll easily lead around the bottom here.
So what are your thoughts here, Taylor? Do you prefer to go to a jib up ley line or a jibe ley line with the kite still up?
Fighting for a right turn.
No, absolutely go as far as you can. You know, the further Megan can push this downwind, the harder it's going to be for Nick. And if you get way downwind past the bottom marks, you know, oftentimes Nick will end up having to sail back up to the top marks in bad air. So, and not to mention, it kind of closes down the bottom gauge for Nick. It forces him to almost go right turn into a hairpin turn or follow her around, which is pretty costly.
So this is pretty textbook match racing from Megan so far, with a shutout at the boat and then another shutout towards the bottom gates here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's doing a great job here. You know, what she should be looking for here now is, yeah, exactly. You know, try to open up as much gauge between the boats as possible for this maneuver back. And you can see that little luff towards Nick Johnson make the momentum of this boat starting to turn up, and then she jives away. And, you know, that opened up that boat length gain between the two boats, and is allowed that little bit of buffer room for the next upwind.
Yeah, that was great work. That was great work. So we're both sailing back upwind to the bottom mark. It might be a bit confusing if you're watching from home, but Megan held Nick all the way out. She's choosing to cross over the gates and take a left turn. Nick jibing around the right turn gate.
Gets a hard button hook turn for EJ to go around that left gate there, and Megan does just a nice wind up onto port. So EJ gets a split, but he has had to spend a little bit of speed to do it.
Megan just tacking straight out of that bottom mark there.
Yeah, if I were Nick, I would almost would have followed her around and then, you know, rolled right into attack. And now what we see is, you know, he had to do a very costly maneuver and going towards the unfavored side of the course. So.
Big down, big down.
Megan still with that starboard advantage here.
Holding straight. Coming up, coming up. Oh, go for hook here, guys. Go for hook.
Oh wow, closer than we thought.
Big time. EJ right back in it.
Tacking deck in 2. Come on, tacking deck here. Let's go, boys.
Nice.
What do you make of that?
So Megan really trying to put the clamp on here. She's trying to shut down this race.
One, tacking it.
She should go right back with him if I were her.
Going in 5. Let's just skip it past him.
EJ's done a nice job getting quickly out of phase as he ducks. Megan Thompson takes the right. I don't know if she had enough pace to go right back. It was too quick. EJ got the jump on her. And you can hear on board how strong EJ sounds and how, I guess.
Yeah, I think she just needed to have her head out of the boat there a bit more and kind of know where EJ was and know when she needed
like
speed.
She got surprised there, didn't she?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Taylor, but I hate letting anyone dip in these boats. If they're going to dip, I'm going to dial because I don't like letting someone get to the right of you with that speed advantage from a dip.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm surprised to see Megan, you know, give up that right side of the course, and you know, that might come with a little bit of lack of knowledge of the venue. But yeah, you know, I'd almost do the more costly maneuver, you know, and try to get to the right doing so.
The next move, guys.
Whereas we see that she chose to build and do a good maneuver, do a faster paced tack. But you know, I think that it'll be close in this next cross with Nick having the right side here.
Yeah, just overhearing on the comms on board from Megan is that she's saying the next tack's going to be a lee bow tack. So Nick has come back with a piece.
Talk to me about percentages.
Nick's asking the crew.
Yeah, so Nick, if you were smart here, you'd probably be going before ley line. And then what that'll do, that'll open up the top of the course for him to come in one final time on starboard tack and maybe get inside at the top mark.
Next move's Travy down. I think
Yeah, so he was just asking his crew there. I was talking over him, sorry guys, but he was just asking his crew how strong a piece he's got or not, trying to make up his mind on what that decision is that Taylor was just talking about there.
I think we're good now. I think we're good.
Yeah, so the further they get to the right, if Nick goes all the way to lay to zone lay, you know, this should be a little bit of a layup for Megan. You know, being able to, even if she has the slightest lee bow, she'll end up strong and able to kind of control that zone.
Here comes EJ into the tack on starboard to upright of your screen.
2, 1, going here.
And the lee bow that Megan talked about right here.
And coming high.
EJ's got pace.
Yeah, he came out of that tack nice and low, knowing he had the starboard advantage.
Puff on in 2, 1.
Megan's up against it here for sure.
Potentially costly there, only having one
Straight
body
set,
now,
guys.
2 on the side for Megan there. Try and get that boat flat, have as much of effect on EJ as you can.
So this is all a result of that dip we talked about earlier, right? Megan just let him get to the right of him.
Pressing down.
We're just going around with them.
Straight set.
Now it's Nick Ignat Johnson's mark to round. It's Nick Ignat Johnson's race to lose. It's going to be close downwind, though. Can Megan Thompson turn the tide and get back the lead that she once had in this match? One more run to go. into the Spinnaker set.
Let's watch EJ's sets here. He's got some of the best round. See Spinnaker's up before the marks even past him. And it's set straight away.
Small bill.
On board with Megan Thompson and crew at their set.
Stand by. Nice choice, good job.
No jibe yet from Ignat Johnson.
Copy. Just need to really get on.
Just trying to sit on top of his wind here, try and have as much of an effect as you can.
The delta, what, maybe 1 length, 1.5 lengths, I guess, in that shot.
Just going low mode. Stand by.
EJ's gained a little bit.
Yeah, so a tough one being behind in this much pressure. We'll see if Megan can affect his breeze on this jibe.
Simultaneous jibes for both teams.
If she gets on his breeze and affects him and slows him down enough, it's almost worth an opportunity looking to jibe back across his breeze and trying to get that starboard advantage, on the leeward side of him. So, going to windward and just trying to roll in this breeze as we saw on that last run, unless they're inside the ley line, it's going to be really difficult.
Okay, big soak here, guys.
Megan's going to have to look for an opportunity to switch sides with him.
Big soak, that's it, nice.
She was on his breeze a bit there.
Coming low.
EJ.
You should almost see Megan doing like a double jibe here or jibing and going back, trying to push the game back over to the left side of the committee boat looking downwind. Just soaking is going to take too long here. It's not going to affect, EJ as quickly as she needs to. They're just burning runway down the race course right now, and EJ's sailing breeze behind in clean air, and they're going to run out of runway here for an opportunity to pass.
And a double jibe certainly would have affected his breeze even more. There's a great shot. Finish line ahead. And as Taylor said, they're running out of time, running out of distance.
Yeah, coming hot, just to clear forward.
We can, but that's the next move.
Yeah, I think we'll just go as far as we can here and then just leave the luff till late.
Yeah, so you can hear EJ talking about just sailing as far down the course as he can. And, at some point, there's just not going to be any runway for Megan to come back, get around his bow. So.
You probably should have doubled when you said then, eh?
Yeah, done an early double jibe and just try to close that gap a little bit more. And could have got to his breeze a little bit sooner. So we'll see. There might be just enough room here.
Here we go.
But
here comes EJ, luffing up for the finish.
Close.
Yeah, she's definitely
She's
reeled him
gained
in.
a little here.
She's got pace.
Yeah. Problem is, she'll only go forward so far, right? Because
Gonna feel a little bit of gas.
it's just Nick Ednock Johnson's going to sail into clean air here, and he'll start to accelerate away. And,
well, he's getting affected a little bit, but the finish line is just half a length away. Both boats cross the line, overlap, but Nick Ignat Johnson from behind takes the match.
That was close.
Nice race.
Nice.
Yeah, really exciting race. Like I said, ran out of runway and needed to do a little bit more, a little bit sooner. And I think she would have been in better shape.
It all started with that dip, eh? You just can't let someone dip you like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Gave up the ride in a very right favorite track. So
Love
hopefully
having
she'll learn from that one.
You guys, it's so cool to listen to the two of you talk to each other, basically thinking through this entire match, giving us an insight to what it's like out on the water with these teams. And even though you have the day off, Josh and Taylor, you're joining us from wherever in the world you are. It's as if you're right here on board. Thanks for talking us through that whole match.
No, thanks. Big thanks to Taylor for joining us. He doesn't have to do this, and it's great to be able to pick his brain a little bit while we watch the racing. So if you're on the pier and you can hear us, it'd be great to give a little round of applause for Taylor.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna have to dip out here, but hopefully I can join you again for semifinals and finals on Sunday.
Hey Taylor, we would love. You've got an open invitation anytime, buddy. Thank you very much for having us. We're going to go live on board with Megan Thompson, and we'll say goodbye to Taylor Canfield here in Long Beach.
Yeah, so it was a good start to it all. We won the start, so we're pretty happy with that, and we had a little bit of a lead. But EJ and his boys are pretty solid, and they kind of ate back into us around the course. And then we still had them at that first bottom mark. We had control, and then on the second beat we just kind of gave away the right, and that's how they got the better of us. Well,
she admitted it, just like you called it. Okay, now let's go live on board with the winner of that race, Nick Ignat Johnson.
Yeah, it was a really tough race against Megan and her team. They got the better of us in the start. We just wiped it out on port for a little bit there and weren't able to get the jibe in and take the lead. So yeah, ended up having to follow her in and shut out on the boat. But you know, the boys did a great job on that beat, just staying in it. Really good tacks, really good speed, and second beat we managed to get to the right of the team. So managed to get to the right, and yeah, and after that, in this breeze, once you have the right, yeah, that's race. So no, but boys did a great job, and props to Megan and her team. They sailed really well.
Well, there we go. And listening to these two skippers react to it is the same as listening to you and Taylor doing it real time, and it's exactly how it happened. And a great race for Nick Ignat Johnson. Not so great for Megan Thompson, but there's a lot of positives to come out of that because she's really sailing better now than she was 2 days ago. I mean, and it's noticeable. Even though that was a loss, she's on top of her game, I would say.
Yeah, I think she's one to watch out for as we carry on. You know, she is match racing well, and she's pulling off a lot of good plays. One little mistake giving up the right there, but otherwise she was sailing well.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and Ryan, we've got a very special guest that you have with us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That's been a great call for the last hour, so I really appreciate getting such sailing voices on with us. I've got another special guest here with me, Tony Mansour, who is the chair of the Congressional Cup this year. And Tony, I'd like to talk to you just about what it takes to host such a race like this. If you hold this up close to your mouth, please.
All right.
Tell us about how many volunteers, how many hours, what goes into a Congressional Cup event?
Well, first off, let me welcome everybody to the pier and all those who are watching live around the world. Thank you so much for joining us. Ryan, it is just a tremendous honor to be asked to be a Congressional Cup chair. There have been 58 Congressional Cup chairs before me, and I'm joining a very elite group of people. It's just a tremendous honor. It takes 300 people to put on Congressional Cup, and you know, people have been telling me that you're doing a great job, and I feel a little bit like a fraud because it's really the 300 people that put on Congressional Cup year in and year out that make it as spectacular as it is.
And I get
it's not
that.
just me.
But
Yeah.
I get that, but it's you. It's a leader that comes in and makes sure everything is moving in the right direction and the right pace, and the person we all lean on when we need something. So you are doing a great job. Don't cut yourself short. But yeah, we've got a great team here, right? Everybody, this is one of the most amazing yacht clubs in that everybody works together for this event, and I'm proud that this is the yacht club I chose to join. It's so fun to be a part. But tell me about your journey to become the chair and how you learn all the positions of the Congressional Cup.
Yeah, so first of all, let me agree with you. I am super proud to have chosen this yacht club to join 11 years ago. And it is a 5-year journey. You know, it started off with Scott Dixon winning the port captain role at Long Beach Yacht Club. And the very first thing he was told is, you got to pick the Congressional Cup chair. And I got a call from him about 7 minutes after he found out that he won port captain. And he said, how would you like to be my Congressional Cup chair? I was just shocked and honored that I would be asked, and also overwhelmed, quite honestly. But the way that we've structured this is tremendous. It's a 5-year process. You start off by being the chairman ashore, and then you work your way up through the pier,
all the positions,
all
right?
the positions, and you get to your 5th year.
By
and
now
you
you
get to put it
know.
on.
By now you kind of know everything, right? I could ask you any question. The one question I have for you: is it true there's a hidden locker full of Crimson Blazers, so you pick the one that fits the champion at the end?
You know, I'm not allowed to divulge that.
Fair.
It's kind of...
Well, thank you so much,
Kind of
Tony.
a
The
kept
racing
secret.
action is going to come back here in a couple minutes. We got 1 or 2 more people to talk to, and I appreciate you. I know we're going to talk to you again. Thanks for this is incredible. We're on live TV around the world, so I appreciate you and everything that's happened. Thank you, Tony, and we're going to talk more, I'm sure.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Right on. I think we wanted to talk to 1 or 2 more people. Tucker's got control here.
Well, I don't know because we're in sequence now.
All right, we'll
Great
get
to
back
have
to them
Tony
later.
Mansour, chairman of this year's Congressional Cup. We'll get a few more guests joining us later. But right now, all eyes are back onto the race course. And, you know, we've been doing this now for 2 days, right? And we're just covering some sailing here and there. And next thing you know, we've got, instead of 2 commentators, there's 5. And then we've got Taylor Canfield patched in and now
So
special
cool.
guests. And you just have a feeling that the momentum for us as fans is building at the Congressional Cup too. You can just feel the vibe as this Action continues here in Long Beach, California. Congressional Cup number 59. Almost 60 years of match racing, pioneering the sport here in Long Beach, California. So great to have you guys here. So great to be covering it. We got the best seat in the house.
This really is such a great view. This pier puts us right in the middle of the action. We have the best view of any match racing event anywhere in the world. I would go out on a limb and say that.
Yep. And so do all of you watching. We want to thank you once again joining us live on Facebook and YouTube. And of course, you can follow the action on matchracingresults.com. We're back into a racing action. Nick Egnott Johnson and Scotty Dixon are going to be entering just a few short seconds here in the pre-start. Let's take a quick look at the updated scores. So Cole Tapper, tell you what, he's woken up. He's showing that he's here to play, and he doesn't want to go home. Nick Egnott Johnson and Chris Poole also doing pretty well. Yanni Berntsen lost a quarter point there.
I'll tell
Those
you
are your top four right now.
Interesting fact about the Cole Tapper team. He's got at least 2 sailors on board from Newport Beach. So I know a lot of the family members up here. Probably some of the closest competitors, I'd say, outside of the Scotty Dixon team.
And one of the youngest competitors to have ever sailed in Congressional Cup.
Yeah, that's Charlotte, right?
Yep.
Charlotte Carmichael is a 15-year-old female sailor out of Newport Beach. She goes to Newport Harbor High School. So when that team comes up, let's make sure we cheer for them. And we're going to try to get this screen back to the racing.
Speaking of back, Nick Egnott Johnson is back. After that last win, he's crossed the line, and we're into a dial-up. He's facing Scott Dixon. Now, listen, folks, we didn't have it in the last broadcast, but Dixon is fresh off a win in his last match over Attili.
Seems like a pretty exciting match, that one with Dixon. He had a penalty and managed to get a far enough extended lead on that last downwind and clear his penalty around the pin, I believe.
Yep. And no dial-up at all. Dixon's already over the top of Egnott Johnson. It's almost like Scotty finally woke up. This is a new team. And just in time, too, because the repechage round gives you a chance to have a chance to requalify, if you will, for the quarterfinals, which we will sail tomorrow, the top 8. Top 4 have been determined. Among these bottom 8, we will determine the next 4 that will join them. Will it be Scott Dixon or Nick Egnott Johnson here in this match? The time is 2 minutes and 53 seconds to go. They're about to reach over the top of the Belmont Pier. That's where we get a visual block out, but we've got Rosie down there, I believe, with the radio.
Got Dixon leading out here. Egnott Johnson just following a little higher line here. Just extending out towards the beach. Egnott Johnson following behind. Looks like he's going to go for a jab. Dixon jab. Egnott Johnson stays high. Egnott Johnson going around to tack out to windward here. Dixon coming up. Still a little bit of gauge between the boats. Egnott Johnson coming down now, aiming at Dixon.
At some point, they'll be coming back into view. Yeah,
Quite close to the pier here. Egnott Johnson just holding in behind. Not a lot of contact. I can just about touch Dixon's boat.
The next one of us.
Egnott Johnson not wanting to engage yet, controlling from a little distance out to windward there.
Just about to come back into view,
Egnott
folks.
Johnson coming down now, looking for the hook. Scotty Dixon, a little slow, close to the pier here. Sure if there's any room for Dixon to get inside. So Egnott Johnson to get inside. Dixon just hugging the boundary here. Egnott Johnson tacks. Still not really engaging with Dixon here. Egnott Johnson coming in a little bit of speed now. Scotty Dixon still pretty slow. Just letting the sails flap.
And we're back with the boats. Thank you, Rosie, giving us the play-by-play. That's pretty hard. It's like following sailing radio. And now Dixon leads back towards the line, coming up on 1 minute to go. There it is, the horn, 1 minute. Dixon likes to lead. Egnott Johnson trying to push here from behind, trying to get a hook. Dixon using the exclusion zone with those red buoys. They can't go inside of them, between the red buoys and the Belmont Pier.
Just past the boat lay line, starboard boat lay line here, coming up on the breeze. With about 35 seconds to go, he does have a few seconds left to kill here, so we'll expect to see a little bit more fishtailing, probably from both competitors, as Egnott Johnson continues to try to go for the hook.
Breeze is soft in this pre-start, which makes the boats slow down, but there's a massive amount of puff coming just after the start. Here comes the luff from Dixon. Same move we've been seeing a lot this year. EJ responding, keeping clear, not luffing. 10 seconds to go to the start. EJ is rolling into attack and a split. He'll have plenty of time to build pace there on port. Meanwhile, Scott Dixon on starboard. Here comes the gun. We're off. It's a split. Dixon to the left, EJ to the right. And which one do you like? We've seen the right pay off before in these matches.
And I'm really seeing quite a lot of pressure up to the right. I'd be pretty happy if I were Egnott Johnson right now.
There are a few holes in the Breeze right now, which is surprising because it really picked up quite a lot in the past 2 flights, and now we're seeing a few patchiness. But where Scotty's heading, there is some velocity. We've seen velocity out to the left, but it doesn't really pay off long range. So you've got to get to the right at some point.
It's interesting, too. The breezes continue to come over to the right. We're now at about 200 or 225 for reading at 14 knots. What's interesting is as the breeze starts to get this far right, some of those oil islands out in the distance start to come into play. And so the far right corner can create a little bit of a shadow area over there. So actually an approach not unlike what Scotty is taking here, where you don't really get all the way into the corner, but still definitely get to the right, can be really successful.
And Scotty just looks to my eye like he's got a nice line of breeze to ride all the way across the track.
Yeah, definitely.
Velocity-wise.
There's a lot more pressure coming to him. You know, get those legs over the rail, boys.
Okay, look at that overhead shot of the pre-start of race number 2, flight number 4 here in the Congressional Cup. Chris Poole, Cole Tapper, USA, Australia. Poole to the right of your screen, luffing up. Tapper already hit the brakes on the left, having entered on port. Green flag, somebody threw a penalty flag.
Yeah, Poole asked the question. It's free to ask when you're the starboard entry boat a lot of the time.
Well, there was the answer. No foul, a split. Poole likes to keep attacking. We saw that Taylor Canfield kept referencing when Poole's to the right, as he is here. He often goes back again and again at the opponent.
Especially seeing Tapper a little bit down speed here, I think we can expect another classic Chris Poole attacking pre-start.
And I think this is a big race here for Tapper because he's got 3 wins already, and the goal here is to finish top 4. That's all you need to do. Top 4, get into tomorrow, right? Cole Tapper beats Chris Poole here if he's able to. Then he's all but secured himself a spot. He's beat half the teams. That's more wins than some of the other teams have. I mean, I see this being a big make or break for Tapper right here. He wins this race, he can slow down the rest of the day and really have less stress and probably do a lot better.
Tell you what, he's doing better today than he has the previous 2 days, that's for sure. Leading right now in the repechage round, undefeated. Chris Poole having tacked to windward there. It's pretty far gauge.
Yeah, surprised he's wandered that far over into Coffin Corner. Curious to know what the strategy is.
As the breeze gets up a little, it is easier to control from further away and harder to get those maneuvers super close. So I suppose Cole's not really trying to get over there, but as you can see, when the boat's sitting on its side, slipping, you can see the boat just there from the transom, just slipping sideways. So potentially a little opportunity here, but Poole tacks back. They're going to have a lot of work to do. Cole Tapper here.
Yes, Tapper's still a little bit down speed. As we've talked about, Chris Poole just doing such a great job keeping that boat moving fast, even through just like maneuver after maneuver, right?
One thing that the tacticians will be looking at while they're doing this, the pre-start dance in match racing, is how the cross is going in the match in front of them. And I can tell you, Nick Egnott Johnson is ahead of Scott Dixon by a length, meaning the right did pay off a little bit, but enough to put him in the lead.
And that's noticeable as well with the committee sending this next match to the green mark. That shows us a right-hand shift there. So, yeah, advantage to Egnott Johnson on the right-hand side of the course.
So fight for the right. That's what they'll be saying here in the pre-start as both boats are now on port. 1 minute to go. It's time to start. Poole with a little, still with a small overlap there. Not sure.
Just a bit.
Tapper's going to get over him.
Yeah, it'd be hard for Tapper to get over him, and potentially even difficult to throw in a jibe. So I'd still say Poole can more or less pick the start he wants at this stage.
Remember last year, Poole went through completely undefeated. That's a record. No one has ever done that in the Congressional Cup.
Wonder if Cole Tapper might be able to use these boats here to try and create a little bit of a split, give himself a chance at a jibe and a lead back to the line here. Yeah, 15 seconds to go. Chris Poole leading the jibe there. Cole Tapper following, had to split to the other side of the barge there.
Tough for Tapper as he'll trail Chris Poole into the start. Poole has just had his way with him the whole time. And as you mentioned, Ryan, Tapper wins this match. It seals the deal, but Poole's got something to say about that. He'll cross the line a length and a half ahead of his opponent, winning the start. Tapper has to settle for
second place.
Second place.
Something that I learned yesterday is not a thing in a match race. You think first or second, right?
You know what the problem is here, Rosie? We have not called Tapper by his real name here in the U.S., which is
Cole
Tapper.
I know. I forgot that I was banned of saying that word. Sorry, Tucker.
Yeah. Maybe that'll help him out. You know, we'll just give him a little bit, a little
Cole
Tapper.
For those of you listening at home that have no idea what these two are talking about,
we've been running that the Cole Tapper line all week.
we realized that Rosie makes Tapper not sound as.
Doesn't sound
Yeah,
right
I'm
in her
banned
accent.
from saying that
she
word.
just says Tapper.
Let's hear it, Rosie. Come on.
Cole Tapper.
Anyway, we'll see if
Cole
Tapper can catch up. We'll leave him to it with Chris Poole leading.
Intense
Meanwhile, we're going to
tacking
go
duel happening there.
back into the pre-start with Yanni Berntsen. Entering on starboard above the signal boat there. Who's he sailing?
He's got Eric Monin entering at the pin and looking like they're on a collision course, and we'll get to see a dial-up.
Berntsen leaving his turn up very late. Big sharp spin there. Will he ask the question of the umpires? I don't think so.
He does. He actually has his bow person flying the Y flag. Interesting perspective up there.
One Monin keeps clear, even though the teams got really, really close there. Monin was already keeping clear, so had there been a collision, you might have even flagged Berntsen.
Yeah, his turn up was a bit late as well.
Either way, now into a textbook dial-up, and actually Berntsen's boat starting to reverse a little bit. This is where the bowmen are now actually steering the boat with the jib. How does that work?
Yeah, so they're using the part of the jib to sort of like yeah, it's like a steering wheel basically. You're just using the wind and using that force out to push the bow around, point the boat in different directions. And you'll see in this footage from here, you can see the skipper using their hands, pointing the bow person which direction they want them to push that jib. Most. Here we go, Johnny Berntsen with some backwards flow.
Well, they've fallen on to starboard. Berntsen's now a windward boat, so the game might change a little bit as Berntsen will need to not hit the boat to leeward. Although Monin's in reverse, and a boat going in reverse, I believe, doesn't have rights, right?
They do actually. They have the same right of way.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we could see a penalty. Green flag, no penalty.
No contact.
Oh, that was incredibly close. I thought Berntsen's jib might have hit Monin's rig, but no. But from the yelling on board, it certainly sounded like it. Monin now gets out of jail and reaches forward ahead of Berntsen, leading to the right. What have we got? A minute, 52 seconds to go.
Might even have a little bit of time to show the spectators on the pier about these boats.
Yeah, I think this is the only venue I know of in the world where the spectators look down into the cockpits, just like that shot there. That's how close we are, above the sailors as they head off to the right of the Belmont Pier, so that everybody can get a great view of the racers. And Rosie's got a great view. Rosie, talk us through what you see as we lose visual on the pier.
Monin driving here, Berntsen going for the jump. Front, just inside the boundary here. Berntsen takes the lead. Monin pushing now.
Now they come back into view. Thank you, Rosie. Now they spent so much time off to the left in the dial-up that really we're on final approach now. Only 50 seconds to go. Berntsen's leading. Monin hooks up behind him, and I'm not sure he's going to roll Berntsen from that position.
Yeah, both boats are still above the lay line, the starboard lay line to the boat. So Monin's definitely going for a hook here, trying to see if he can lock Berntsen out. Tricky to do from that high, but
Yeah, the breeze is softening up. If it stays like this, we might be back into the Genoas. These boats obviously accelerate a lot better with the Genoas. I'm noticing how much slower they are in the pre-starts.
And you could actually even see it in that dial-up as well. The bow person has an awful lot less jib to work with in terms of steering the boat.
Berntsen luffing up, trying to close the door. We've seen this move work a lot this week. Monin in a bit of trouble. Monin flagging it. Saying he's tacking. Oh, we could have. Green flag. No penalty. Berntsen puts the bow down. Monin in trouble.
Berntsen asks another question as the lured boat.
You tack. Come on.
Oh, the umpires are going to decide what happened right here, right now, as the boats try to accelerate away, still screaming at each other, and the penalty goes to Monin. Shouldn't have gone in there. Kirk Brown's going to
Looks like a double
explain
penalty.
that.
Double
2 penalties for Monin.
A double penalty was assessed to Monin for barging.
Okay, and he has to spin the first one right away, right there, just off the start, and he still has a second penalty. That is a double spanking right there, and Berntsen sails away well out in front. Thank you, Kirk. Monin's wife sailing with him and his brother. Some more of his family on that boat than he left back in Switzerland.
On n'est pas si loin que ça,
Well, he's got his work cut out for him now.
Definitely has a little bit of opportunity in this right shift. He's a little bit spun up inside of Berntsen right now, so
Berntsen continuing to sail on. Finally rolling into attack. Just to shift over to take the right comfortably over Monin. He's going to be well ahead. Back into the pre-start. Next match is Rocco Attili from Italy and Megan Thompson from New Zealand. Thompson's crew are pushing the boom out to windward to try to back the boat up. She's pretty far advanced after that dial-up. And now Attili will respond, matching it. They're both in reverse at this point. Yesterday we saw both boats actually reaching in reverse. I'd never seen that before along the pier. Dial-up is over. Attili's going to tack away first. Thompson's going to put her bow down and follow suit.
she'll be looking to accelerate as quickly as she can here to try to prevent Attili coming back at her again. Looks fairly successful. About 2 boat lengths between the 2 boats right now.
2 minutes, 25 seconds. And there goes Rosie with the radio. Sprinting to the right of the pier. We appreciate her view because you can tell she's out of breath when she gets there. Trying to bring you all the live action here in Long Beach, California, as Thompson jives around the signal boat. Attili goes back on to starboard. She just keeps using the signal boat there as an obstacle. Attili jibes away. Attili's just sitting there kind of like a lion waiting for his prey to come back into the den and just play with it a little bit before. He's just not engaging.
He's got a really good position down here, though, where he can really tack over onto starboard at any time, maintain that opportunity. He's the leeward boat right now.
I wonder if he's given her too much. I think he's given her too much gauge. He can't get up to her now. She's going to use the change boat as a pick.
Perhaps.
He goes below it. She goes above it. What will she do?
If she can get a jibe in here, she'll be pretty happy.
Here it comes.
She'll be if she can complete this jibe, which she has not quite yet, then she'll be a starboard boat. She's jibing back to avoid him because he's jibed onto starboard and would have had that leeward position.
So he's making a statement that he clearly wants to lead back. The breeze is getting lighter as well. It's going to slow them down. The time on distance is going to increase. 1 minute to go. Attili leading. Thompson just luffing up there. She's pretty far advanced. She needs to get her bow down behind him in order to push. And as this breeze lightens up, would you rather, you heard Taylor and Josh say they want to push in the breeze, but it's really softest breeze we've seen in the past hour. Would you rather lead?
Right now, especially just in this very moment, I would be pretty happy leading back, especially there's only 35 seconds to go till the gun. Not an awful lot of time based on how far they are from the line.
No, and I think Thompson in a bit of trouble here. We've seen so many boats getting shut out, closed out by the leeward boat above the signal boat. But no, that's not going to happen. She ducks below the line. What have we got here? 15 seconds. Attili just trying to close gauge, trying to keep the hook working for him, but she's going to roll over the top of the Italians. That is a strong move by Megan Thompson. He couldn't get to her. Here comes the gun.
Impressive. Really great speed. She came in on that pretty wide, I guess, approach to the start. And
Do you think she got a little bit lucky there? That was a very high-risk maneuver that obviously worked. But if it didn't work, she'd have been completely shut out.
yeah, there were a couple of moments there that were pretty scary, I think, for some of the spectators.
Rocco left his timing a little bit late, and also it's lighter, so he couldn't stay up with her. Didn't have enough pace. Now, where's the next breeze going to come from? Well, we'll find out. Let's shift over to the top mark. We're going to leave those guys to battle it out amongst themselves and rejoin our feature match, which is Berntsen and Monen. You're on board with Berntsen, and he's ahead.
Varför är storen inne? Då får vi ha någon som trycker ut storen och så släpper vi ner vagnen.
Anybody?
Kan inte hålla på och segla slör på läns.
Sorry.
I got nothing.
Stand by.
I got that
Det
one.
är dags för jippgubbar. 2, 1 kommer vi på jippen där.
It's like one English word. Stand by.
Och vi går lite under dem här till att börja med. 2, 1 där.
2-1 there. Got that one.
Vill vi ha höger märke eller?
I'm lost again. I love it. And Berntsen's such a great, he's such a great personality. He's so good for this event and for the sport. It's great to have him. The only person who's not a fan of him right now is Monen, I can tell you.
How many times do you think these two have raced against each other, Tucker?
Hundreds. Easily hundreds. Tell you what, Monen starting to close the gauge. Remember, he still has that penalty, though.
Höger märke vill vi ha. Ja. Ja.
And, yeah, no, he's definitely closing the gauge down to him, isn't he?
Looks like some new pressure in the top left-hand side of the course. I think it'll hit Monen first, see what he can do with it, try and roll over.
Berntsen was comfortably ahead.
Kom här.
He just sort of fell asleep there. The breeze did fill in from the trailing boat first. And now we've got a match on, folks. Can he roll Yanni Berntsen and then get a jibe in to get to the leeward mark? We saw when the breeze is up, that's hard to do, but it's getting lighter. What's your thought?
Måste kunna hålla detta nu, gubbar.
It'll be close. It'll be whether Monen can get down to get zone on these bottom marks. Might hear some comments from the umpire here, whether there's still overlap. We can see that on our screen here. It's going to be really tight.
Come on up! Come on up! Come on up! Come on up! Kom igen, pressen gubbar. Pressen. 2, 1. Press. Come on up! Come on up!
I think they haven't got to the zone based on what I'm hearing and seeing. So this is a bit of downwind jail, and it'll be interesting to see
This is awesome.
these drops as they approach the leeward gate.
Awesome action. Kites all over the place for Berntsen's boat. The jib is not up. He says there's no room in there. Monen's going to go in there. Spinnaker drapes all over the mark. It is just ugly for both boats. There's spinnakers everywhere. Berntsen's still going downwind. He hasn't turned back upwind. Nothing is working for the Swedish team.
Allez, c'est bien, bravo.
Now he jibes to head back upwind, but not before Monen has stolen the lead convincingly. The kite halfway down, the jib not all the way up, the crew out of position. Struggling just to get that spinnaker to stay on board. They're lucky they didn't run over it. I mean, here they are, leeward boat, looking strong, and the next thing you know, he had the wool pulled over him and just got kicked into last week.
Yeah, I think, and there was a moment there where it did look like he may have run over some of that spinnaker. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a struggle on the upwind leg for Yanni.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing he's got going for him is that blue flag is still going to plague Monen. But Monen now, as a result of that mistake at the leeward mark for the Swedish team, he's got plenty enough room to spin that penalty and still be out in front. When would you do it?
I don't know. We'll have to see when they come together. But I wonder if at that bottom mark, Yanni Berntsen looked like he was in a similar position to Megan Thompson. If you remember with EJ on that previous one, whether he could have carried on, given himself some time to get that jib up, get that kite away, and send Monen fully into downwind jail. It seemed like Yanni got a bit carried away, maybe worried about that zone area.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have dragged that race much closer back over to the yacht club before making some of those decisions. Give his team a little bit more time.
Well, I don't know if he had enough of an overlap to do it. That was his question. I mean, and clearly Monin felt he'd broken it and had room to go in there, and there was no penalty. And then Berntsen got more chicken winged up than a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. And that was just. Oh, we've got, now you can't see it on the screen, but there's more action like that happening all over the race course. The spinnakers are flailing like dirty laundry hanging from the line.
So as we get closer to the weather mark, though, on Monin's boat, I am wondering about jibe at the starboard ley line.
I'd love to know what's going on at the top of that track, and Ryan's going to let us know, even though we can't see it. There we go. Thank you. There's boats going upwind, head to wind, with the spinnakers up. The spinnakers are up on both. That is the ugliest looking situation I've seen. Both teams are completely stopped because the kites are out of control.
Rocco Attili with the yellow kite there to the left as we're looking at it. Megan Thompson with the blue kite. It looks set, but it's very far up the mast.
I've never seen a kite stuck that high up the rig without the ability to get it back down. What the?
This is a classic case of why you need to stop or not at the end of that sheet, maybe, or what here? Because I'm surprised they still even have sheets.
And they're both stopped. Usually one boat's going to get an advantage here. They're both sitting there like game over. They're done. What's going on?
I'm trying to tell with the binoculars. Maybe there's a penalty out there. Maybe they're trying to do a turn. I see 2 flags on one of these umpire boats. But
we're looking at our TV screen there. We saw Monin do a jibe on the starboard lay there, still ahead of Jonny Berntsen, so he seems he has cleared that penalty and is still leading Jonny Berntsen after the mistake there for the Swedes at the bottom mark.
And as they lead Berntsen upwind, you can see the aftermath of that Megan Thompson and Rocco Attili match. And that's Megan Thompson in the foreground to the right. Finally got the kite under control, but the match is over.
You notice they're bringing the kite in on the aft end of the boat because this is the jib out front here on the right side of the screen.
Oh yeah, it's not textbook for sure. It's game over. I think it's just all they could do to get it under control, and the match is over. We're going to have a press conference at Long Beach Yacht Club after the racing today, and I have a feeling what questions we'll be asking about that match. Meanwhile, back on board with Erik Monin from behind. He has snatched the lead from Berntsen. This is the last spinnaker set.
Okay, go. Ça peut monter. Go. Go pour un speed.
Lots of action. You know, we have seen a lot of strange stuff today, and the reason is as these qualifying rounds start to come to a close, these guys are realizing it's do or die, and you tend to see a lot more aggressive sailing, particularly for those who are not quite doing as well. Maybe not as crazy as some of the stuff we've just seen in the past few minutes, but it shows you how much pressure is building on these teams.
Yeah, it really does. And if you look, looking back at the last few matches we've had, it's amazing. Cole Tapper has had a night and day difference from the last 2 days of sailing. Ignat Johnson was one we were surprised to see so far down the list. He's having a great day. So it is do or die. You're right. You can see that in the determination of these teams here. Unfortunately for Megan Thompson, whatever that setback was, that's going to hurt pretty bad here.
And Berntsen, who was totally in command of his match in the beginning and gave Monin a penalty. Now look at his view as Monin is gone. Heading for the finish after getting rid of the penalty. There's not much Berntsen can do now except watch him finish the race. That's not to say give up by any stretch, but look at that lead. And there's the finish line off the Veterans Belmont Pier here in Long Beach, California. Erik Monin from behind, now poised to take a victory over Jonny Berntsen. How's Berntsen doing in the scores?
Berntsen has only won 2 races, but he got a penalty, so he's down a quarter of a point, which I think because the races have been so close, that's going to come into play big time at the end of the day here.
Meanwhile, Monin hasn't really had that strong of a day, but this point is going to move him ahead of Berntsen overall.
Yeah, it's really a pretty huge match for Monin to take.
Bien joué sur la manœuvre.
Moving into an area where he has 2 points is going to put him really pretty squarely in the middle of the pack as we're about the halfway point of this repechage round robin.
And only 4 will move on right now. Cole Tapper, Nick Egnott Johnson, and Chris Poole are tied on 3 points each. Eric Monin about to score his second point. That'll put him on 2. And Yanni Berntsen there, nothing for him in this match.
So something we missed earlier off camera, I do see that Cole Tapper took his first loss of the day to Chris Poole.
Non, mais il a descendu la dernière quand on l'a fait, donc c'est bon.
All right.
Il n'y a pas de doute.
And Poole had a loss
Si
as
vous voulez
well.
descendre un spi, on peut le faire.
Meaning it's all to play for here in Long Beach. Far from over this repechage round as the bottom 8 fight to make the quarterfinals. 4 of them have moved on from yesterday. They get the day off. Meanwhile, these guys have got to fight for every point, and Yanni Berntsen in the orange gear is not going to get a point in this match after a rough
Väldigt bra seglat nu, gubbar. Jättebra.
sailed race against Eric Monin
Lite lovgir
in our feature match.
just nu. Kan komma in lite grann.
We're going to get to hear from both of those
Nej, han
sailors
tog det
in
på
a
kryssen.
few minutes with the onboard
Han var
interview.
långt före.
Love to get Monin's take on that surprising leeward mark and Yanni to tell us just what in the world went wrong when it all got ugly.
This is going to be a super interesting interview. I'm excited to hear it.
This way.
Ja.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, our first skipper interview is going to be Eric Monin. So let's go on board with that race's winner. Here we go.
Crazy race for us because getting 2 penalties at the start, the race was some kind of over for us. But what I said immediately to the guys is that we were getting good wind and we were very fast at the first upwind, and getting close to him so rapidly was really incredible chance we got. And the downwind mark, there was a real close situation, and thanks to my guys, they put us such a hard maneuver. It was difficult for them, but it seemed to be even more difficult for Johnny. So, yeah, all credit to my team, and getting 2 penalties offset against Johnny, it's just incredible.
I love how surprised he is. He's totally surprised too. Well, that shows you never give up. Now, let's hear from the man who thought he was going to win that match and ultimately didn't. Yanni Berntsen.
Yeah, well, this was probably not the best race we have done so far, but and I think this race was more against ourselves than racing another opponent. So we had to struggle a bit with everything getting together. Though we had a good start, double penalty on them. Unfortunately, we couldn't make to keep them away from us. So all the credits to them, doing a good job winning the race.
Fair enough. Thank you, Yanni Berntsen and Eric Monin. Now we're going to have a press conference this afternoon, so we're not going to let that one go. We're going to revisit it because I want to hear more about just what went wrong and what Yanni was thinking when he tried to luff Monin there, and it didn't work, and then he sailed down, almost hit the pier. If he'd gone any farther, he'd be having lunch with us up here rather than sailing. There's more sailing to come here. That's 4 flights complete, 3 more to go in the repechage round. We do have some replays that we can relive if you want. Let's see. Surprise us. What are we looking at? Nothing. A boat. Just kidding. Okay, so that is.
Oh, so this is Rocco. Oh.
Yeah, that was when we saw that funny stuff going on. That's going to make the press conference too. That was the. Well, I got to tell you, replays are pretty hard when we really don't know who's who and what's what and which race and where we were. Let's skip that. We're going to take a little break here because the race committee's resetting things, but it's going to be a short break. So if you're watching us live from around the world, first of all, thank you for joining us. And second of all, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live here at the Congressional Cup. I'm Tucker Thompson, Ryan Sanders to take us through the scores as they stand so far.
Yeah, it's been tight racing all day. Every team has had at least one win. 3 teams are atop the leader pool right now. Chris Poole, Ignat Johnson, and Cole Tapper all have 3 wins. Next in line with 2 wins is Eric Monin. So as it sits, those will be your top 4 in. At the bottom, you've got Scotty Dixon, Rocco Attili with 1 win each. Johnny Bernson just ahead of them, 1.75 points. And Megan Thompson has a couple penalties thus far. She's down to 0.25. So Megan's got a rough run ahead of her with only 3 races left.
Megan, that doesn't really show how she's sailed. She's been sailing pretty well today. Now we're going to go into the pre-start action. Marilyn Cassidy and Rosie Rowell, what have we got?
We've got Nick Egnott Johnson, port entry boat here against Jonny Bertenson's starboard entry. They've just come in, typical dial-up. We've got Bertenson falling out into port, leading back to the playground. Nick Egnott Johnson trying to follow, trying to build that boat speed. Jonny Bertenson just looking over his left shoulder, figuring out if he's got enough space to go back and have another dig at Egnott Johnson here. He decides no. They sail over the top of the signal boat towards the playground.
And this is an important win for Bernson if he can win this one.
It is, yeah. He's sitting at 1.75 points here. He's got to come back in the game here. Only 3 races left to go. And, you know, he's got a couple big matches ahead of him. He's got to pull this one off to stay in the running to make it here through the next day of racing.
Jonny Bertenson jibing, having a look back at Egnott Johnson here. See how Egnott Johnson responds. He comes high. Jonny Bertenson can't get there. Just doing some circles here.
Bernson fresh off a frustrating loss to Monin in that last match, if you were joining us.
EJ extending out.
Now they're going to head over the top of the Belmont Pier, the best viewing platform in the world of sailing here in Long Beach, which means we in the commentary booth won't be able to see them, but we've sent Marilyn Cassidy over, and shortly she'll be... Here we go.
Bernson both heading away on port towards the beach. Ignat Johnson eyeing a jibe, just about to go right here. Not yet, though. Still headed for the beach. Here's that jibe. Bernson's going to jibe in front, looking to lead back. Coming back up to the pier. Thinks they've got a ley line across it, especially if they get a little high and slow. Good separation between the boats, maybe a boat length apart. Bernson leading back over to this corner of the pier. Egnott Johnson dialing up here, looking for a way to maybe create some opportunity for himself. Egnott Johnson and Bernson bow to bow, port to starboard. Bernson on port takes the duck. A little bit of yelling here as Bernson's stern has swung into Egnott Johnson. Bernson takes the pier, gets quite close to some of the spectators out here. Egnott Johnson leading back. That was a green flag. I think they're saying that went okay. Egnott Johnson coming back around the corner of the pier. Jonny Bernson heading away from the pier on port, back over towards the beach.
Wow. You see how close that was to the pier?
I thought he hit it. It looked like he hit it to me.
He may have hit
back
it.
onto starboard. Egnott Johnson is showing that he wants to lead here.
Yeah.
He should be leading back over in your direction quite shortly.
Thank you, Marilyn. And it looks to me like the aggressive style that Jonny Bernson is sailing today, unprovoked, tells me that it's like he's sailing. The wheels are starting to come off.
Yeah, he knows. He's got to put it on hard here. He's got to.
40 seconds
He's
to go
all over
here.
the map.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Egnott Johnson just looking to swing up. Bertenson trying to get that hook still. Egnott Johnson deciding where his lay is for the line here. Bertenson.
Go ahead, sir.
You're right. Happy to be the windward boat here, looking for a wide right start. I don't think Egnott Johnson can do anything to shut him out above the boat here. It would take a lot. Still 15 seconds here. Both teams just slowing, getting ready for the launch.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty benign. After all that crazy stuff that went on just to the right of the pier, it's going to be a pretty even start for both teams. Here comes the gun, and we're off with Bernson to windward of Nick Egnott Johnson as they sprint to the left.
Yeah, looking up the course, I'd definitely be sprinting to the left.
Yeah, so what I was saying is Bernson is putting himself in the disadvantaged position often. He almost took the pier home with him. If you saw, remember that overhead shot that was close, someone said that he may have bumped into the pier. It's funny they have an exclusion zone here, but we don't have an exclusion zone.
I know, I thought they would have around that
side.
corner. You know, 1 year, a couple years ago, someone took out one of these light poles. That's why we built this inclusion zone.
That was Harry Price, and we now call that point of the pier Price Point.
There we go. It's the only brand new light pole you see over here.
Looks great. They gave him the old one as a prize.
I'm sure they did.
And what it tells you is that the fans on the Belmont Pier, you are part of the racing action. I was going to say you can't get any closer. Now, these two teams have split up win. We're going to leave them to it. It's Bernson in the lower right of your screen, leading Ignat Johnson, both heading to the right, where we think more breeze eventually will filter in from, and has happened all week. Back into the pre-start. Who's next? Cole Tapper. Who is it?
We've got Cole.
Tapper.
And
I love that
Megan
name.
Thompson.
Cole Tapper.
Megan Thompson entering
Megan
from
Thompson.
the pin end there.
Trans-Tasman tussle between Tapper and Thompson.
That
right?
was good.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. Thanks, Tucker Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you. So now this is a tough one for you, Rosie. Are you a fan of your Aussie countryman or of Megan Thompson, the top women's sailor, the only women's sailor in this Congressional Cup?
Yeah, you asked me this yesterday or the day before, Tucker. I'm supporting Megan this week. Yeah, I've sailed a lot against her. Although for this match alone, I think it would be a really important one for Cole to win to go forward into the next thing. So maybe I supported Megan the other day and I'll support Cole today. But yeah, I just want a close match. I want to see some match racing and yeah, fair competitors from all of them here.
And Mary, the breeze is back up. You're a local Long Beach sailor. It seems the breeze seems to be cycling through. We get these light spots, and then boom, back to the light. The switch gets turned back on, just as we see here.
Yeah, exactly. I do think the breeze is back up a little bit after it had calmed in the prior flight, and I think too that it may have even gone a little bit further right. You know, we can still see Catalina, but I'm wondering if some of those clouds forming out on the horizon won't be or will move towards us a little bit as this breeze continues to pick up.
And I wonder if that lull earlier was kind of the calm before the storm. They called 2 o'clock is when the wind was going to hit. It's 2:20, 2:40 now, so you know maybe this is what we've been waiting for all day.
Well, it's certainly what some of these teams have been waiting for, the ability to stay alive in the Congressional Cup. Only 4 from this top round of 8 will move on into the quarterfinals, which start tomorrow. Meanwhile, the top 4 have already qualified. I saw Gavin Brady. He's out here on the pier, along with Ian Williams and Jeppe Bork and Dave Hood.
I saw the Dave Hood team upstairs.
Long Beach Yacht Club. So those are your top 4. Who will join them? Will it be Cole Tapper? If he can take this win off of Megan Thompson. We got 1 minute and 50 seconds to go off the pier. Some fishtailing here. This is more textbook match racing that we're used to seeing. The pier has not come into play yet.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just Cole Tapper led out towards the playground, then did a drive around, couldn't get to Megan Thompson. She just sailed over the top. They're both sort of taking it in turns to do a circle and kill some time until they decide, yep, this is us. We want to turn around and head back towards the line.
You know, I feel like we're watching a different Cole Tapper today.
For the pier.
Yep.
Tapper continues on port. Looks like he might be happy to push. Thompson slowing a bit, wanting to engage Tapper as he tacks back over onto starboard. Thompson has a bit of speed on him. I don't think the gauge Tapper has is enough for him to do anything other than push at this point. With 105, there's still a bit of time to kill as they head back over towards the line and back into your view.
All right, thank you, Marilyn. Tapper, to my eye, looks like he wants the right. He's holding back pretty far.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, if you're Megan Thompson and you want the right, what do you do?
You're going to go and go for the lock, but it just depends. Tapper's coming in with a lot more boat speed here. You can try and force Tapper to make a decision. Oh, that is close.
Goodness, that was close.
Got to watch this mark down below.
Yeah, Tapper doesn't want to go between the mark and the pier. It's an exclusion zone. He's trying to push Megan farther down the line.
Yeah, without getting himself locked. Megan trying to stay high here.
One more hook or no?
20 seconds. I think it's just going to be a sail. Megan will... Oh, no. Megan comes up.
Lured boat. Megan's going to close the gauge and just squeeze up to Tapper. That's relatively strong for Megan Thompson. Tapper's going to follow her down the line a little bit, and then we wind up to the start. 2-1. There's the gun. Big puff of breeze for Megan Thompson. I don't think her main trimmer was ready for it, and the boat just slid down to leeward. She doesn't want. She wants to stay closer to Tapper to windward. That opened the door for Tapper a little bit to stay in that weather position a little bit longer upwind.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, I'm not sure if Tapper has enough gauge here, but yeah, that puff, slid Megan down a little there and opened up the way for Cole Tapper to hopefully live there. See what happens as they head out to the left-hand side of the course. Oh, Cole's tacking. Maybe there wasn't as much gauge as we thought there was.
No, she actually, to give her credit, she squeezed right back. Squeezed or squoze? Squozing? Squeezed right back up to him, and he tacks away. That's the right call.
I speak Australian, so I don't actually know proper English.
I didn't think you did. Now it's big time. This is some of the most breeze we've seen all day. Smart that we're into the jibs and not the big Genoas. Well, those two trading blows upwind. We're going to check back in with them in our first match, but our feature match has cameramen on board. Chris Poole, he's going to be entering from the right, and Rocco Attili on port from the left. How'd you like to be an onboard cameraman, getting to ride in the race? Here we go. Attili tacks. Chris Poole double tack to get some windward gauge there. Most breeze we've seen all day. What's it blowing?
It's more than that.
A lot.
Oh. You can hear those sails flapping.
Close, very close
You're
there.
in any of these
Look at
matches,
that.
you're quite happy to be on
Incredible.
jibs.
Poole just does a beautiful job swinging his transom into his opponent there. Nothing
Attili's
for Rocco.
low on that
Yeah.
speed build. Chris Poole coming back for another dig.
The Poole punch. What can Rocco do? Is his helm locked all the way over? Just trying to get away from Poole. No penalty. Poole's gotten a lot more aggressive with his game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Marilyn said before, he does a really good job of keeping boat speed through all of these maneuvers. His speed builds are slick, quick, and it makes it really hard for those opponents when they're locked to port there to do anything about it.
And he builds speed away again on port, away from Rocco Attili, who's got to make something happen here with 2 minutes 22 to go.
Yeah, I know, I'm just following
Rocco kind of building speed in the wrong direction right now, rolling into attack as Poole lines him up once more.
Less than 2 minutes to countdown.
Sailing. 2, 1, tacking.
And Attili just can't seem to get to the right of Poole. Poole sounded like he was out of breath there, which is a bit funny because
2, 1, big back.
he's just got the wheel. Big bow down. Rocco Attili's going to try and get across. Collision course, bow to bow. Oh, Rocco Attili's done it. Look how close. As Poole slides by to the left, rolls into a jibe. Rocco Attili caught him asleep at the wheel. Sprints away to the right, but a blue flag. So Attili gets a penalty, and now he goes for Chris Poole on starboard. Chris Poole has to duck as the port tack boat, get across him. Clock ticking down, coming up on 1 minute. All of a sudden, this pre-start just got very entertaining.
Speed.
Big breeze. You can hear it in the sails.
It looks like they have a motor running. These boats are going so fast in this wind.
Here we go. Into the pier, but not much time left. Maybe one maneuver, then it's time to start. Here comes Poole. He'll maneuver first, jibing quickly on the starboard. Some yelling in Italian. I don't speak Italian, but I know what that flag was for. They think it was a penalty, but it wasn't.
35 seconds. Chris Poole is early here. He'll just be trying to kill time. Rocco coming back with some more speed. Will he come underneath for the hook, try and get over the top, get to the left-hand side of Chris Poole?
And here's that breeze they called for this morning. Pressure is up.
Attili in with speed.
Can he get a hook? 15 seconds to go. The bowman says no, you can still swing. Not going to work. Time to go for the line. Chris Poole winds up first. Rocco Attili to windward. He's got a penalty to shed. 5 seconds to go to the start. It's going to be dead even for both teams. And we're off.
Attili looks really nice and he's done a really good job to keep his boat quite flat here. I wonder if he can just sail almost over the top of Chris Poole. I'll see what mode either team can put themselves in here.
I like his sail trim compared to Poole.
Yeah.
Poole just a little bit out of sorts there.
I'm not.
Like you can hear the tension on board from Poole.
I got it. Why are we late on the fucking turn-up racing?
Okay, so I think Chris is feeling the pressure here, wouldn't you say?
You want to lap him or not?
Look at Attili just grinding. over the top of Chris Poole. That's demoralizing. A windward boat should not be able to do that.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm impressed with Rocco Attili here. He's gauged away, moving forward. It's, yeah, impressive stuff.
Chris's mane is getting backed by the headsail there, and it's just a little bit out of balance. Meanwhile, Attili's sails are flatter, tighter. He's able to work up over the boat to lure. Look, there's a great shot of the difference there. Attili's sails are just much better trimmed, and that's what's making the difference. Chris doesn't know this. He doesn't have the camera angle that we do, but he does know that Attili's grinding on him.
Chris's main trimmer would be looking up, going, yeah, no, we've got some back throw there. They'll be adjusting their jib cars, making sure when they tack, that's not going to be the same issue again.
Well for us.
Chris, it's all in the driving right now. His sails are a little bit out of balance. He's just doing everything he can to stay with Attili. And Attili is just gaining inch by inch to windward of him, as I say. You can hear him. He said he's trying to drive. Simultaneous tacks. Attili's out. Here comes Chris.
And this is not a make or break race for Chris Poole, currently leading 3 wins, but definitely makes it a lot easier if he can pull this one off here. So
if he pulls it off, then he's in, right?
He's in, yeah.
To the top 4.
Copy. Understood. Understood.
Pretty exciting match going on in the foreground there.
What color? Yellow?
This is where we're seeing mistakes all over the place on the race course, and it's because the breeze is windier today than we've seen the entire week. I'm getting tired just looking at him. On board with Poole.
Easy, easy.
On board with Rocco Attili.
Apri fiocco un po'. Apri fiocco! Aprire fiocco!
I don't know what Aprire fiocco means, but I hope that guy up front does.
Più piatta, Ludo.
Close match. Arguably, if you're not a sailing fan, you'd look at this and say, well, nothing's going on. A lot's going on. Poole just trying to stay with Rocco Attili.
And the breeze in a little bit of a left face just at this moment, which definitely is interesting for both boats as they're already on the ley line.
Are they on ley line?
Close to the ley line?
I don't think so based off this camera angle.
It's tough to tell from where we're positioned.
Then maybe that left shift is going to be pretty helpful for them.
Quick update, Berntsen lost his match to Nick Ignat Johnson, and he needed to win, didn't he?
He did, yeah. So Ignat Johnson now the first racer to 4 wins, so he's in to tomorrow. So good job for Nick.
All sorts of sparks are flying in the Thompson and Tapper match. Meanwhile, in our feature match here, Poole trailing Attili.
Pull up.
And maybe they are. What do they do? What's happening here? They're both hitting the brakes.
Riparto.
Remind me, does Attili have a penalty? Ah, that would explain it. Thank you. Trying to trick Chris Poole into an offsetting penalty. A mark trap here at the windward mark, top of the track. Poole's not going to bite. Attili kind of fishtailing there. He hasn't rounded yet, still just luffing up. He's in the zone. The mark is his. Whoop. Chris Poole, what is he doing? He's not going to go in there, is he? That's Poole on your left. Attili is now rounding. Nope, he's not. Just kidding.
One, hoist.
Chris Poole rolling into the hoist. Now we've rounded. Attili can't hook him. Attili in trouble there. Nice move, Chris Poole. Uh-oh.
Protest!
Contact between the boats. Camera person almost fell over. My goodness. Poole jives away. There's a penalty flag for both teams. Looking at the umpire. What's the call?
Double blue.
Is it?
Second blue for Attili.
Attili gets a second penalty. Chris Poole, good job. He knew Attili couldn't do that. Now it's Poole in the lead. Attili spinning. Umpire's a little bit busy there. We're going to hear from them in a moment. And
Media, umpire 3, second blue penalty downwind for jibing too close, rule 13.2.
Kirk Brown.
Rule 13 basically says that the jibing boat has to keep clear, and they failed to do so.
Too aggressive, Rocco Attili. So he gets a second penalty, and as you know, under the rules, he's got to spin that first of the two right away. He did, and that gives the lead back to Chris Poole.
But Chris Poole had trouble raising the spinnaker, so I don't know that it's going to be enough to keep this race close enough, but definitely might have helped Attili after that penalty spin there.
I'm assuming. Copy, thank you.
I don't think it helped there, Ryan. He's now behind, still with a penalty rather than in front with one.
Fair.
Either way, he'll do his best to catch up and try and engage Chris Poole again there.
Picked a good match to feature this one, didn't we?
Via tanga.
No spinnaker pole on board with the Italians. Something's going on there. Why not? They've got time. Something must be screwed up about it.
I think it's stuck under the jib, maybe.
I love it. I love the crew work at this type of match racing. I'm a fan of the America's Cup, to be fair, but this, even though there's so much slower boats, there's so much more going on that we can see as fans. It's very exciting. Into the leeward mark, Chris Poole. Conservative spinnaker drop.
Charlie Green, left shift.
And it's a left-hand shift. Chris Poole saw it. So did you, Marilyn, earlier. You called that. As Poole leads around the mark over Attili, 6 lengths. And heads back upwind.
Yeah, when you're leading and your competitor has a penalty, you love a low-risk maneuver, and a really safe drop feels like $1 million.
Slack out of windward sheet.
Chris sounds tired to me. I mean, to be fair, he's sailing very well.
Nice work, Harry.
He's working a lot harder this year than he did last year, that's for sure.
Working at it, yeah.
Sono tutto scarico di randa.
Now Rocco Attili's main trim is a bit out of whack.
Cazza randa, pronti a virare.
And Poole's looks good. As the Italians tack away. We got 2 more flights to go here today. 12 teams started this Congressional Cup. 4 have qualified already for the quarterfinals tomorrow. 4 more are looking to do so here as the bottom 8 are sailing a repechage second chance round. Top 4 from today's round will join the top 4 who have already qualified yesterday. And more action to come here tomorrow in Long Beach, California. The 59th Congressional Cup. There's your upwind match as you see a downwind match going by. That was pretty close as well. They're heading to the finish. We'll let you know who wins it. And we're on board our feature match as Chris Poole leads Rocco Attili upwind.
Copy. Yeah. Roll knock. There you go.
Just give you an update. There's a close finish coming up on the line between Tapper and Thompson.
Tapper with the
Not
black
sure if we'll
there.
be able to get it for you guys on screen, but
It's going to be really close here.
yeah, oh, there we go. Thanks. So it's really close. On the right is Megan Thompson. On the left is Tapper, the black spinnaker. Tapper coming on from behind. You can see how close it is in that shot there, but I think, yeah, Megan Thompson has just got it.
Does she? So close.
I mean, Tapper had a huge head of steam. 2 more lengths, 3 more lengths in that race. Could have gone different, but big win
Blue
for Megan
flag,
Thompson.
Megan Thompson wins.
Wow, so that's a big win there for Megan.
That was a really close race. They had some lead changes and things around that bottom mark in the middle there. We can, I'm sure, see some replays of that later.
All right, back in our feature match. And thank you, Rosie. Nice work there. That was your team. You picked them.
Holding there, that's it.
Fairweather friend.
Tom's Bernie.
She might be Aussie, but you wouldn't know it.
Holding, copy.
listening on board to Chris Poole, far right of your screen, upwind there.
Copy, thank you.
There he is. He sounds a bit more relaxed now than he did off that start. Comfortable lead.
Rocco Attili behind with a penalty.
Yeah.
So, Ryan, all things being as they are in this match, if it stays like this, Chris Poole wins. Give us an update on that.
So yeah, if Chris Poole pulls this win off, he and Nick Ignat Johnson are both tied with 4 wins each. They're untouchable. They are through. And I don't know that it matters the order they finish. It just matters they get through. So at this point, those 2 racers will be through. We've got Cole Tapper, who just took the loss there to Megan, but it still has 3 points. He's got 2 matches left to go, or 2 races left to go today. So
Dixon and Monin.
So 1 more win from Tapper, and he's secured himself. But, you know, we've got 3 or 4 guys that are really close in the mix here. Eric Monin with 2 wins. Scott Dixon still down to 1. Yanni Bernson is 1.75 points at this point. So we still got a couple racers that have a shot to get their bid to Saturday. But for sure we know Nick Ignat Johnson, likely Chris Poole if he can hold this one off.
And just FYI to everybody watching, Dixon's currently trailing his match against Monin, but very, very close. So we may update you on that. They're heading back upwind. Meanwhile, heading downwind is Rocco Attili giving chase to Chris Poole. This is the final run to the finish. And Attili still has that annoying blue flag penalty following him all the way around the racetrack. So if you're Chris Poole, you're pretty confident at this point.
Copy. Down 2. Copy.
If you hear the cheering in the background, that's for Megan Thompson. They love Megan Thompson here. We don't have enough women skippers in this event, and she comes in only her 2nd Congressional Cup. Awesome sailor, even more awesome personality. She's great for this event. It's great to have her. You can hear everybody cheering for her here. That was your team. You picked them against your countrymen.
I don't know if I did, but I'm really happy that they won.
So that's her 2nd win of the day here, but unfortunately she's had 2 penalties assessed against her, so she's not going to show 2 points. She's going to show 1.25, but 2 wins here. Outside of those penalties, she'd be right in the mix, and that really is going to hurt her here.
Yeah, just a couple little things, but from a sailing standpoint, she's shown she's here to play.
So for the sailors that don't go through to Saturday, they'll be back Saturday night for the fleet race. So they'll still have 1 more chance to get on the water.
Well, is there a fleet race on the final day like we usually have, or no? Not
I think the fleet race is, I thought it was Saturday night. So what I do know, tonight was supposed to be the Junior Con Cup. And for those of you here listening on the pier, maybe watching at home, that race has been postponed until tomorrow night.
Okay.
The race committee felt that it was a safe move to not have the young guys out on the course with such high winds.
Young guys, they're probably worried about these old guys in FJs.
Maybe, right? So the Junior Con Cup will be postponed until Saturday night. We give each of the 12 junior skippers here at Long Beach Yacht Club a chance to sail with some of their heroes, the skippers you see out on the course today and on your live screen at home.
It's always entertaining, isn't it? The Junior Con Cup is so cool.
It's a lot of fun. We get everybody back at the yacht club. We have a quick little race right in front of the yacht club. They get to race with their heroes. And then the winner takes part in the press conference and wins the Junior Con Cup.
Yep.
So tomorrow night.
Almost as big as the Congressional Cup itself. We're going to award that tomorrow at the press conference. And real quick, take a look at this blue spinnaker crossing the finish line. That was a hard-fought, well-earned match for Chris Poole and Riptide Racing. And that point will send them into the next round.
So congrats, Chris Poole and team. What I was going to say to you, Tucker, is I might argue for the locals, at least the locals that are under 17 years old. That Junior Con Cup is as big or bigger than the Con Cup. They'll be bragging about that thing for a long time to come.
Sure. And they get, as you say, they get to sail with their heroes. Very cool. There's Rocco Attili crossing the line. He had a couple shots at this match, but didn't go his way. And Attili, 1 point. That's not going to look good for the next round for him in his first Congressional Cup, but still sailing against the very best in the world. And the only way you become the best is to keep at it here in events like this. Let's go on board with the winner of that match, exciting match from USA, Chris Poole.
Yeah, so that was race 5 of the day against Rocco Attili. really intense pre-start. The breeze has come back up since flight 4. And he did a good job getting off the line just to windward and living. And then at the top mark, he tried really well to set a mark trap. And we were just able to keep enough distance behind to drip down past the mark. And then we were outside the zone, and we were set a kite. And Rocco attempted a jibe on the starboard, but didn't complete and received a second penalty. And then from there, it's pretty smooth sailing.
Here we go. Thank you, Chris Poole. Couldn't have summed it up better. It's almost like he was there. And now let's go on board Rocco Attili. In a few moments here, we'll hear from him.
So we knew that Chris had a great control of the boat in pre-start with this breeze air. We made our possible to get our way out of the left end of the start line. It was a close call. We disagreed with the umpire decision. We're gonna speak about that on shore at the briefing. After that, we got a penalty, and then we had a great start. We had a start right in front of him, and at the windward mark, we tried to offset our penalty or to give them a penalty, but they did a great job in hoisting in like 5 seconds, and we got a second penalty. So at that point, the match was finished. I need to give credit to Chris because they did a great set. Chris and crew, they did a great set. But yeah, we had a great start. We're gonna find our way through for the next matches.
I love it. The optimism from Rocco Attili, and giving a lot of credit to his opponent, Chris Poole. It's a well-sailed match. This is the final match on the race course. That's Monin leading Scotty Dixon downwind by about, 4 lengths right there.
And you know, this is a big deal for Eric Monin because this puts him at 3 points, which is going to give him a shot to make it to tomorrow. And the way he sailed yesterday, completely different today. This is a perfect example of why
it's a brand new Monin for sure.
The brand new sailing setup today with this say it for me, Tucker.
Repechage.
Repechage.
There you go.
With that, you know, it has changed the whole way of sailing here today.
So that's Monin headed for home, taking a point over Dixon. That's the final match in flight number 5. 2 more flights left to go before we determine who the top 4 are going to be this afternoon. We're going to take a short break as we let those guys finish out their match. And when we come back, I'm told Jeppe Bork might join us. He finished second in this event last year. He's looking to take one more place this year.
And I'll be excited to ask him.
Only one left.
I'll be excited to ask him. What we've been told is that the top 4 skippers from yesterday are going to pick their matches against these top 4 skippers from today. So I'd like to see what's going through his mindset on how he makes a decision. Maybe he won't give us the secrets yet, but how do you make that call? Do you look at the previous races? Do you look at past experience over the years?
Well, we're going to find out. Jeppe Bork will join us very shortly. That wraps up flight number 5 here in the repechage round. 2 more flights to go in Long Beach, California. Very short, well, roughly a little over a minute. We'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. Our live coverage of the 59th Congressional Cup continues. We are in the start of flight number 6. Only 2 more flights to go in this repechage round. 8 teams competing. Only 4 will move on. Will it be one of these 2? We've got Chris Poole on the right of Nick Egnott-Johnson. Both of them sailed well today. In fact, these are our top 2 so far, right?
They're tied at 4 points each with only 2 matches left to race.
And we've got a very special guest in the commentary booth, Jeppe Bork. Jeppe, first of all, congratulations on qualifying through in the top 4. You don't have to sail today, which means you can give us your insight on what's going on the race course, and we're lucky to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Tucker. It's an honor to be here. I need to keep closer to the microphone. Oh, hey. Great, Tucker. Yeah,
Stream
thanks
of
for having
consciousness
us.
is coming right out. I love it. Whatever's up here comes right out your mouth.
Isn't that what you do, Tucker?
No,
Yeah.
actually, there's not much up here. I'm often surprised what comes out. I never know. Hey, how aggressive is Chris in these pre-starts when he is the right-hand boat?
Oh, Chris is very aggressive. He's a very aggressive skipper, that's for sure. He likes to spin that wheel, and he does it well. Usually, he does it well.
Yeah. Not well enough to be joining us up here with you today.
No, I'm quite surprised that he's not in the top 4. But yeah, to begin with, I was actually. It might be an advantage for him to actually get some more races in, and because you just know that these teams who are in the repechage are going to be flying tomorrow because they got those extra races in.
Right, they get a full day of racing in, and they sort of stay warmed up, if you will. You guys are going to be a little colder now. You get a whole day off. You're saying it could be a little bit of a disadvantage for tomorrow's races?
Yeah, for sure. But as the day proceeded and the wind picked up, I'm quite glad to be at around the buffet and the bar instead of being out there and having a tough time with the breezy weather.
Tell us about that food upstairs, Jeppe. How was it?
Oh, it was super delicious. There was like some nice cheese and like some tapas and stuff like that. It was brilliant.
Nick Egnott-Johnson having a bit of trouble here against Poole with less than a minute 30.
Oh yeah, for sure. Poole really got a hang him there. Here he goes, starboard port. Nick keeping clear, and Poole got him locked up in the dial-uppers again.
Couple more of these, and EJ's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. He got to come up with something here if you don't want to be locked out. 1 minute to go.
What would you do?
Oh, it's a tricky one. Maybe he can jibe away here and get free. Let's have a look.
He's going for it. Bow down. Can he jibe and get across Poole, or is Poole going to let him go?
Nah, he's coming back at him for
That's
sure.
not Poole style, right? Oh, no, maybe it is. That's interesting. Windward lured there, maybe. Pulls across.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Can Poole keep him from starting and start on top of him?
Now Poole winds up. We've got 27 seconds. It's going to be Chris Poole getting to the line first. Nick Egnott-Johnson trailing behind. They're just killing a little bit of time before we're likely to see a double port tack start for both of these teams. Somewhat of an unusual pre-start with just 10 seconds to go. Poole leading EJ into the line, closing gauge a little bit.
It's going to be quite an equal start here. Let's see how that timing is.
Both boats were a little early. Neither of them over, but EJ came bow down first and just kind of closed into Chris Poole. Now can Chris Poole squeeze him off?
Yeah, it's interesting to see here. Let's have a look. I guess EJ is going to continue for a while here and see if he can match up speed-wise with Poole. Now it's all about the speed. Who has the fastest boat? Yeah, there's full focus on trimming the sails here. All the balances in the mainsail and the steering.
Obviously, these two teams are not going to split, but if you had a split, you'd favor the right?
Yeah, I guess that's the most solid answer here, right? If in doubt, go right. Is that what you say, Tucker?
Well, and it's, right now there's breeze all the way across the track. Most we've seen all day. What do you think it's blowing at this exact moment? This is the biggest puff we felt.
Yeah, it's probably blowing like 25 knots at the moment.
Nice. Game on, breeze up. Let's go back to the pre-start. This is Cole Tapper and Megan Thompson. Didn't these two just sail each other?
This is Scotty Dixon.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm reading the wrong sheet. Cole Tapper and Scott Dixon. Arguably, Dixon has more time in these boats than any other team out here. With the breeze being up like this, you would think his team would have an advantage, right?
Yeah, for sure. But Cole Tapper has looked quite strong this week, and especially with doing figure, he really progressed a lot. So I'm quite surprised that the young team there is doing so well, but they really are.
And I'll tell you, Tucker, I mean, he's got a lot of racing experience. I'm not sure how many days we've had with this much breeze. On the local races, we definitely don't come out when it's this windy. It's pretty rough today. And
no, I've done a lot of Congressional Cups. This is one of the windiest days for sure right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I bet the sailors will be glad we've only got one more round because it just keeps building this afternoon.
So for the trimmers, the small jib is obviously a lot easier to manage. But for you driving the boat, does that make a difference? Do you have more or less control of where it goes to the small jib?
Oh, it changes a lot, to be honest, because especially how we handle the boats and how you steer the boat through the tacks, and how much you can push the boat upwind is quite different from the jib to the bigger Genoas.
Because I'd imagine the less you can spin the wheel, the more you use the sail, the faster you stay, right? Less drag by moving the rudder at the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, exactly, and you can actually flow the boats around faster with the smaller jibs here, because there's not as much sail to pull in for the crew, so you don't have to wait for the crew members to actually get the Genoa in.
Great shot there as both boats reach towards the pier. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Tapper ahead of Dixon as they power in towards the Belmont Pier in the exclusion zone. They've just reached it there, so they wind up away from the pier. Tapper leads to the right. This breeze just keeps ratcheting up. It's even stronger now.
It's definitely getting windy here.
We've got Marilyn Cassidy off the other side there. We're blocked out. What do you see, Marilyn?
Tapper's just coming into a jibe onto starboard now. Dixon will continue on port, coming above him. Tapper's tacking back, though, going to keep pushing Dixon out towards the right. Dixon's going for that jibe now. Tapper's continuing on port. About 1:30 to go, so I guess they're both thinking they're going to make it back to the line pretty quick. Looks like Dixon's pretty happy to lead. He's just fluffing up head to wind. Tapper's tacking back now. Tapper's got a bit to weather of Dixon, so Tapper may be able to make the lead back. Dixon's putting his bow down, looking to accelerate and come over to the obstruction line. Tapper's got quite a bit of pace. Dixon's a bit slow right now. Really right up against the pier. I think you can hear him in my microphone. Tapper doing a big turn down here, trying to come with speed to get a hook. A little bit too much separation between the boats right now, but Tapper's quite quick. Dixon's leading them back over to you, and you should see them in just a moment.
Thank you, Marilyn, very much. And we do as they come back around the Belmont Pier. There's Scotty Dixon leading Cole Tapper. 35 seconds to go. Not much is going to change with that little amount of time. I don't think Tapper's going to get a piece of Dixon, who's definitely going to get a good start out of this.
Yeah, for
25
sure.
seconds.
Let's see if Dixon can shut Tapper out at the committee boat here, or if the wind is simply too rough and he's going to be drifting backwards.
Certainly closing the gauge. Tapper, is he going to go in there? Is he going to try and get between the signal boat and Dixon? Dixon uses his momentum to shut the door. That's the Brady block. We saw Gavin doing that 3 times on the first day.
It's going to be close.
Oh, trouble for Tapper.
Now both boats are standing completely still. Who will lose it? Lose the boat, head to wind first. Oh, is Dixon tacked here? Is Dixon tacked?
Oh, no. The boats have collided there just below the signal boat. It was Dixon. It looked like he might have lost his bow and slid towards Tapper, who was being closed out. And now there's a blue flag penalty. And Dixon has got the penalty as Tapper tries to unwrap his boat from Dixon's bow. They're going sideways as Dixon's bow just grinds down the leeward edge of Tapper, who finally breaks free and sails forward. Big trouble for the local team.
Wow, what a start. That was quite exciting to watch. Of course, we don't want the boats to hit each other, but it looked like all the crew members were safe and the boats as well. So
2 seconds before that happened, Dixon was perfect. It was going to be a perfect shutout, and then he just lost the bow.
He was in control of that start until he lost the bow.
And so as the skipper, what can you do to kind of counteract that? I mean, you're head to win there. There's nowhere to go, right? Just hope for the best.
Yeah, as you said, as soon as he lost it, it's game over from there. But beforehand, you just don't want to lose it to port.
Man, all right, well, let's get right back into it. As they go upwind, we're going to go back down to the starting line with Yanni Berntsen and Rocco Attili
just received some quick intel, averaging of 15 knots across the course, but gusts up to 27 knots. Getting breezy.
Definitely one of the windiest Congressional Cups I've seen in recent years. Action's been heating up today. It's really hard to maneuver these boats down speed in this kind of breeze, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It really puts a lot of pressure on the bowman and the skipper to be perfectly aligned. Because otherwise, it's so easy to lose the bow to one on each side.
With the jib flapping around that much and 27 knots of breeze, there's not much the bowman can do. You can only do so much. And of course, it's hard to keep the flow over the rudder when they're down speed as well. So they a little bit at the mercy of Mother Nature when they're down speed here. But therefore, you probably want to keep a little bit of movement on the rudder, right?
Yeah, it seems like you're not only battling your opponent, you're also battling the wind here, because it's really difficult to control these boats in this much amount of breeze.
Well, Dixon's doing the better job right now. I'm sorry, Berntsen rather, doing a better job. Rocco Attili showing that he's pretty new in these boats compared to the 15-time Congressional Cup competitor Berntsen. Here we go again. Bow to bow, port starboard. Berntsen in charge. Not much Rocco could do, right? Green flag.
When you make that turn upwind on that dial up sooner when the wind is this high, then you gotta be careful you don't come in with too much speed and collide, right? And what's the play from the skipper there?
Yeah, it's kind of hard for Johnny is of course in a controlling position here, and he needs to keep it close, but of course not too close but he needs to convince the umpires that Rocco is not doing enough to keep clear. We have a blue flag penalty.
Yep, there it is. So it worked for Berntsen. He gives Rocco a penalty. He's not done yet. Coming up on 1 minute. If Berntsen keeps this up, he's going to get dizzy. One more penalty flag asked. The answer is green. No foul, but there's one flag now Rocco Attili at least will have at the gun. There's the 1 minute mark as both boats reach below the signal boat towards the pier. One maneuver left before we've got to turn back towards the line on final approach.
And I think Johnny's just saying that he has a problem jibing here from my very rusty Swedish. So he tacks instead.
Is he okay there?
I think it was a green flag, but let's have a look at what the umpires think.
I don't speak Italian, but I understood no tacking there. And there's a flag. Rocco not happy with it. I think Berntsen might be okay there. Here's the, green flag, so no flag on the penalties. So 23 seconds to count. Rocco Attili to windward, Berntsen to leeward. Rocco's going to tack, Berntsen's going to tack and try to pin him, close him out. Rocco has to get back onto starboard to get across this line. Coming up on 10 seconds, Attili's in trouble.
Rocco's in deep trouble here. He has to drive away to not get locked in between the committee boat, and Johnny just tacks away and takes the start.
Was Berntsen over? No. Beautiful job for Yanni Berntsen. He crosses the line well ahead of Rocco Attili. In this kind of breeze, Attili's still in it, though, as he has jibed around, crosses behind now. We've got a match on our hands. The only bad news for Attili, he's got that penalty.
That was quite an exciting start, to be honest, between Johnny and Rocco.
Oh! That doesn't help when you're behind a little bit and to windward and you drop the main.
That's not what you want for sure.
No. It's easy for us to say that up here, though, isn't it?
It's really easy. We're standing here behind the wind chill and just enjoying the view.
If you've just joined us, we are live around the world. This is day 3 of the Congressional Cup, the repechage round. 4 teams have qualified for the quarterfinals. 4 more after today. We've got our special guest, Jeppe Bork, finished 2nd in the Congressional Cup last year.
Perfetto, ragazzi. Passo ottimo. Passo
and Rosie Rowell.
Fuori bene, dai! Sti cazzo di...
Yeah, you tell him.
Cazza.
On board with Rocco Attili. He's chasing Yanni Berntsen upwind. There's one more match in the pre-start.
Troppo sbandato ora, fammi salire, ok. Perfetto. Dai, stiamo arrotando.
Whatever they're saying, it sounds good, doesn't it?
It does sound good, yeah. I wish I could understand.
I mean, he could be talking about anything, and it sounds good in Italian.
They could be discussing what they're having for dinner later.
Just put some emotion into it, like,
yeah,
pizza, spaghetti.
I feel like we might be able to recognize those ones.
Tilly's just winding up. He's got a much better upwind mode than most of the teams he's sailing against.
He's been sailing really, really well. And of course, gained a lot on Johnny, to be honest.
He's gone from a position behind to a position alongside of Berntsen and gained gauge
right
to the
off,
right
yeah.
of him.
Daryl and I were just saying we're really impressed. Got that weight right out on the side, keeping the boat nice and flat.
His main trim
Sounds
is
extreme,
tighter
yeah.
and smoother than the boats that he's racing against. He's just got a better mode.
It's quite a well job from Rocco, who's it's his first time here, right?
Yeah.
That's quite impressive.
How many have you done? 3?
This is my third time here, yeah. Third time at Congressional Cup.
And you finished second last year. That's pretty good for 3 runs. It's not over yet.
Not over yet. We have a third one coming.
I don't speak Swedish, but I don't think Berntsen's happy with what Rocco's doing to him.
Yeah, I understand a few swear words
Oh,
there.
look at that. Dial down. Bow to bow. Berntsen trying to get below. Rocco says no. Now he's looking to offset that penalty as well. Berntsen all out of sorts. Rocco Attili tacks. Good move there. Berntsen was going to try and tack. And Rocco closed the door. It was a huge duck. And I don't see a flag from the umpire boat.
I think it's a green.
Green.
Green. No blood, no foul. Game on, sail on. Rocco Attili's making a statement in this match that he wants victory.
Now the big question is, are they on ley line or are they not?
What do you think?
It's hard to tell from this angle.
I think they are.
It looks like Rocco is still looking pretty strong here. It's quite far above the Swedes.
Quick update, Chris Poole just won his next match. He is comfortably through to the next round.
Beating Ignat Johnson there.
Ragazzi, è stata normale come sappiamo fare, ok? Mi raccomando, lo spia attaccato allo strallo.
Ah, ser ut som han går på grönt märke.
Sopra la bolla così una bella appoggiata. Ragazzi, via Vang in poggiata, via Vang da adesso, per favore.
On board with Yanni Berntsen, 2009 Congressional Cup winner, fighting to stay in this regatta.
Dai, pronti, apri fiocco, apri banda.
Rocco Attili, his first Congressional Cup from Italy.
Oh my, are they rounding different marks here?
No, su spi.
Oh my.
Are they?
Fanculo tutte e due,
Oh my gosh, you're right. This is fascinating. This will make the press conference. There are 2 different marks. Yanni Berntsen thinks it's the green mark. Rocco Attili thinks it's the yellow mark. And honestly, we don't know either which one's done it right. Only one has, obviously. And they both set the spinnakers. There's no going back now, folks.
That's confusion.
The race is going to go to the team that just rounded the correct mark. If it's Berntsen, then Rocco Attili is out. If it's Attili, he'll have time to spin that penalty turn and still be out in front.
Yeah, and now that penalty doesn't matter anymore.
Nope.
It's all about around the
Can you
correct mark.
imagine if neither team knows if they've got it right, what this must feel like on board? That's a holy you-know-what moment. And I honestly don't remember when they started the race which mark the committee sent them to. I don't recall it being changed to the green one. So I would guess it's yellow, Rocco's mark.
I can't remember either, but
Kirk thinks it's yellow.
Pronti a battere.
So guess what, folks? This is going to be one of those races that no one's going to know till we get to the finish. And so, okay, so here's another question. The teams are still close together on this downwind run, right? How do you still say, are they even on the same race course anymore? One of them's not.
Nu är det ingen match längre liksom. Nu
follow the course correctly. So
they can't engage
are you
if they're not on
Are you
the
going to
same
cover
leg
him?
of
Are
the
you going
course.
Do you still
But
try
if you
to?
don't know if you're right or wrong.
I mean, does it even matter if you try to beat the other boat? Get out in front of them because.
Yeah, well,
That's a great
I guess we'll just have to wait and see who will
Kirk
cross
might
the
have
finish
some
line
info for
first.
us.
Who will get the flag?
This has got to be a first. I've seen boats go to the wrong mark, but they usually correct it. I've never seen two of them at the exact same time confidently round 2 different marks and stick to their guns. I mean, what do you know?
Yeah, one of the teams is going to just be banging their heads when they found out they took the wrong mark.
And the 2 marks were so far apart, and it's so breezy. It almost wouldn't, going to the other mark wouldn't have mattered. Now, your good point there that the race behind them is going to the green. If they have the right mark.
So I wonder, as we were discussing, that they're now technically someone went around the wrong mark or didn't go around a mark, so they're on different legs of the course. Do you just, as a boat, try and not sort of engage now, whether you're in the right or the wrong? You assume you're in the right and try not to engage with the other boat to put yourself at risk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to engage with another boat that's not on the same leg as you. So technically, both boats should just sail their own race and cruise their way to the finish line to find out if they.
So let me just get this straight. We have a Swedish boat and an Italian boat, both on a day sail, just working their way around this course, not engaging. One of them has a penalty. We don't know which one is on the right leg and which one's not. They don't know, presumably, and only one's going to win. And who's it going to be?
I don't know.
That's right, Tucker.
But also, if you're Rocco with a penalty, do you come to the finish line and
Oh yeah, you got to get rid of it.
You got to get rid of your penalty.
If you think if he thinks he's on the right course, then all he has to do is spin that penalty turn and then cross the finish line after going around. But now, which mark does he go to upwind this time?
The same one that he went to before.
Right?
I would assume.
And if you're Bernson,
can you imagine if they go to swap?
And if you're Bernson, you're just rolling the dice and letting them putting it all on one color at the roulette table. It's gonna go one way or the other.
Actually, I have tried this a few times actually in my career. I'm not proud of it, but I have tried being unsure which mark to go for. So this trick is actually to hit the mark that you think, or you hit the mark that you want to go for, and if you get a penalty, then you know it's the right mark. But if you don't get a penalty, then you know it's not the right mark.
That's brilliant.
Marilyn was just saying, what about going around both of them? Is that an option?
Yeah, you can eat.
Too late now.
Or that, but then you have to be quite far ahead to not lose your lead.
Hit the mark. I like that. That's like what was that line in Cole Trickle? Hit the pace car, Cole. Hit the pace car. Here they are coming back together, port starboard, and they're going to avoid each other. This is the strangest. I said yesterday was the strangest pre-start I've seen.
This is Jonny Berntsen again, creating some strange moments for you.
This is the strangest match for sure.
I just got a text from one of my crew members standing on the pier over here, and he's saying that they were supposed to go to the green mark, but okay.
Ooh.
The what?
Meant to go to green.
Green? You think it was green, and that's where Berntsen went.
No, I think
right?
that's
Or was it Rock? Now we don't even know who went around which.
I think Rocco went to the green mark, and Johnny went to the yellow mark.
Yeah.
You sure?
Quite confident, yeah.
You still go hit it though, right? Go hit it. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
I love that. You hit it.
But you still have that one penalty up already, so you had to do the second one immediately. So as long as he doesn't hit the mark twice, then he should be fine. But that could.
Can you imagine? Hit it twice, black flag yourself. Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, at this point, you just finished the race course you're on.
Yeah, so basically we're just on board 2 boats on a nice Friday cruise in Southern California.
Yep, here in Long Beach, sunny afternoon. Don't have to work too hard at it. So we think the green mark is it.
Just coming down the course really quickly, Cole Tapper has just beaten Scott Dixon, and I believe that secures Cole a spot for tomorrow. I have
Who's
to get
that
Ryan.
again?
Cole
Tapper. You got to say his name like that. Doesn't it sound better? Can you let me hear you
I'd have
say
to
his
get
name?
Ryan on the.
Nothing sounds good in a Danish accent, to be honest. So,
Cole Tapper. Cole Tapper.
Yeah, Cole Tapper.
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 That's pretty good.
Tapper.
He's coming for a sail pass. You can give him a clap, folks.
Apri tutto.
Cole Tapper. Where is he on points? So he's through. He's in, right? With that win?
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to get Ryan, the math guru, on it, but I'm pretty sure.
We'll give everyone the official Now wait, Berntsen just went around the yellow mark again, right?
Yeah.
So he's doubling down.
You got to commit to it, don't
Got
you?
to stay. Yep.
And that can be quite expensive for Johnny as we look at the score here.
Man. And here comes Rocco Attili sailing his Friday afternoon day sail, rounding the green mark for the second time. They look confident, though. They don't look like they're... And there's no spinnaker either.
And I think Erik Monnen is leading Megan Thompson at the gate here, but just not by much, just by a boat length.
Yeah, that's at the bottom of the track, and Monnen has 3 points.
Tucker, let me ask you something. If you were on a day sail in Southern California, would you put up your spinnaker just for cruising?
In this breeze?
In this breeze, I'd probably not, because I wouldn't want to stress the spinnaker out and risk ripping it or breaking something in this heavy breeze.
And I think that's actually what Rocco did. He didn't put up a spinnaker. He just regularly cruising down towards the finish line.
Yeah. Well, he's getting ready to shed that penalty turn, which he can do any time now.
Do we think that Rocco's, he kind of, inverted commas, found out that he was at the correct mark? Is he just confident enough in his crew and his decision to...
To be honest, there's not much he can do.
No.
Because he can engage with Johnny, and they've made their decision, so now it's all about what flag comes up.
Why wouldn't he put the spinnaker up? Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't
You've
think
either won it or you've lost it.
Yeah,
okay.
you want to save energy for the next match, and
I see.
Just want to keep it chill.
Here comes Berntsen.
It also seems like their communication on the level of the voices has gone down a bit. There's not as much yelling and not as much swearing anymore.
No. I mean, what's there left to say? I hope we're right. Look at Berntsen laughing. Berntsen seems confident. I mean, you don't see them kind of questioning themselves, shaking their heads. They're actually laughing about this. They've got the credit.
And we will find out soon enough.
He thinks... And listen, we don't know for sure until for the next 30 seconds we will. We think it was the green mark for the Italian boat. Pretty sure Berntsen looks relaxed and thinks that he is about to win this race. And we're going to look at the flags on the signal boat. If Berntsen crosses the line and gets his yellow flag, right? Is it yellow?
It's interesting to me that we had two teams not speaking any languages that we can understand. If we had an English-speaking team, we could have heard all the chit-chat. Oh, are you sure about that?
Here we go. Here we go.
This? All eyes on the signal
Look at the flag on the committee boat.
No flag. No flag.
Oh.
Can we hear some audio on Johnny's boat?
Oh, yeah. No,
How do you guess the
they're not
tension
saying
is there?
anything. And they're running over their kite. That doesn't help. They've just run over their spinnaker as well.
Bugger.
Ouch. Oh, they've run over their spinnaker. And there's the reason why we just talked about not putting a kite up if you don't have to. They might be tearing it at this moment. Oof. No words in Swedish or English.
Look at the Italians there. They don't look too happy either. You
No.
think they've lost?
Yeah, they think they've just lost. Look at their heads down.
He does.
Wait.
They have to do
They
their
have to do the penalty turn.
What happens now?
And they don't
Did they do
know.
the turn at the top? Okay. They did the turn at the top. Sorry, we've just received.
But they don't. They're about to find out the biggest surprise. Wait. Are they faking it because they got the camera on board? Okay, let's listen. They're looking at the committee boat. No, they don't know. Shh, you can hear a pin drop. Crossing the line. There's the blue flag. I don't think they knew. They didn't know. Not with that reaction. They did not know.
They did not know. Look at that. They're stoked. Well done to whoever was watching the flags on Rocco Attili's boat there.
Ladies and gentlemen on the pier.
You were confident and you stuck with it.
Oh, there's Berntsen not happy.
Look at that.
The cheering. You can hear the crowd all the way on the water. Everybody's cheering for that. It's hysterical. And they didn't know. We need to ask him if they clearly didn't know the body language. Let's go down on board with the winner, Rocco Attili. Here we go.
It was a quite strange race because we had a penalty in the pre-start because we were not keeping control of our boat correctly, and we finished on the pin end and we touched the mark. Then we had a great start again. I mean, no, the start wasn't great. We had a great first upwind where we were way faster than Johnny, and we managed to block him the tack. He tacked behind us. We did a dial down quite heavy, and it was a green flag on that one. And then there was the decision on which windward mark to turn, and the responsible on our boats is Ludovico, that is in main, and he was convinced that it was a green mark. We rounded the green and we saw Johnny round the yellow mark. So at that point, the race was over because we were doing two different courses. It was a race discussing on about who was on the right, and at the end we didn't hoist the spinnaker in the second downwind because it doesn't really matter who crossed the line before because we are rounding two course. And I must admit that I was not confident that we were in the right until the end when we saw the blue flag coming up on the committee boat, and we said like, okay, Ludovico was correct, and we should have confidence in him. That's it.
That's fantastic. And I love that they didn't know either. Neither did we, and neither did Yanni Berntsen until the very end. We're going to go hear from him about how that race went down. Clearly not the same smile, the same celebration that we saw from Rocco Attili. Let's hear from Yanni Berntsen.
Yeah, well, we had an exciting pre-start against Attila, and we think we were running the game until the last minute. He came into that, and we had to do a couple of squeezes, but managed to pull away a start in front. Unfortunately, we're having a rudder problem. We're having not the speed that we used to have, so we having a hard time to protect us. And but then we did a smoke maneuver and crossed over him. But unfortunately, it seemed like we didn't see the change of course, so we were rounding the wrong top mark, which is devastating, of course. So we'll see. We have a red flag up because we didn't see that, and we were a couple of guys looking for it. So we'll see if we can what happened there, and if that's going to be something that we're going to go into the umpire room and solve. So that's where we are.
All right. So Yanni Berntsen still not convinced about that, and we'll let the umpires make the call. Clearly, he hopes that they resale that match, and Rocco Attili does not. Either way, one of the strangest matches we've seen. Let's take a look at the celebration on board. Look at them all looking right there. They found out. They've won. I love it.
Oh, that's excellent.
Oh, that's hysterical. Look at the elation on board. He's reading. He's like, wait a minute. Let me just double check that. Yeah. They're laughing. And the crowd loved it, too. That was such a fun reaction. Look at the crowd. That was great. Well, this would be a good time to remind everybody here on the Belmont Pier that's listening to us that we will have a press conference at the Long Beach Yacht Club after racing today, and I definitely would like to hear from the Italians and from Yanni Berntsen, because that's going to be a funny story. And that the Italian, there was one guy on the boat, the main trimmer, they said he was confident. And I have a feeling that guy deserves a few beers after the race today.
Yeah, absolutely. They said they'll have trust in him going forward. So we'll see if they can head to the right mark on this next race. Give
him credit.
Absolutely.
That's a gutsy call, because if you get it wrong, you're done. You know, that is an all or nothing decision for both Berntsen and Attili. So
yeah,
well
absolutely.
done. Well done for the Italian team. This is going to be the final flight. And I'm glad we have Jeppe Bork with us, because you were here for the last match and we didn't get to hear much from you after they went on two different courses. It was sort of like, there we go. And Jeppe, just talk us through this was that
this
penalty.
Is the incident with Scotty Dixon, and who was he racing again? Was it? It was Cole Tapper. Yeah. Yeah, we have it dialed down. Oh, that was the back with Scotty Dixon and Cole Tapper. You just see Scotty starting to lose the bow to port, and that's when the collision happens. So pretty clear penalty on Scotty there.
It's one thing to get a penalty. It's another thing to get it in front of all your friends watching on the pier. There's Rocco celebrating one more time. And then if you can hear the horns in the background of our microphones, we are getting into the next pre-start right away. Last one today. As the Italians still celebrate that unusual win. I certainly have not seen that before. Only top 4 move on today's repechage round to join the 4 from yesterday's qualifying round. The quarterfinals will begin tomorrow. And there is the 4-minute entry signal for Rocco Attili. Man, he's got to get right back in it. Good thing they didn't fly that spinnaker in that weird race that they just won. They're up against Nick Egnott Johnson in the pre-start. Here we go. This is the last flight today, the repechage round.
And as the start begins, a huge spectator boat crosses this pre-start area. Plan B.
A lot of action here in Long Beach. Biggest breeze of the day, final races of the day. 59th Congressional Cup, day number 3.
Yeah, let's see which team can keep the boat head to wind the longest.
Tough sailing in this breeze. I'm tired just watching them.
Yeah, look at the crew working. And the bowman especially.
And Marilyn, our local expert here, the breeze is pretty solid no matter where you look on the course. So it's not really splitting one way or the other to gain a big advantage. It's more positional match racing now, right?
I would say so, and there are definitely little shifts coming down, so really head on a swivel kind of conditions at the moment.
But not the big, huge splits that we likely see in light air,
Exactly.
I assume. And we don't have the pre-start time, but I've got it on my watch here. 2 minutes 35, right?
Yep.
We're going to send Rosie over to the right once we get locked out of visual range on the Belmont Pier. You guys that are over there to the right, enjoying the lunch in the afternoon here, you've got the best view of the Congressional Cup. What do you see, Rosie?
Attili just leading down towards the beach here. Egnott Johnson following. Attili's going for a drive. EJ still inside. EJ swings up last minute. Attili coming up on starboard. Egnott Johnson to windward here. Attili just sneaking in behind. Attili attacks. Egnott Johnson comes down.
We do have a drone, but I think it's changing batteries, would be my guess. Stand by, folks.
Attili rounding up here. Egnott Johnson decides not to drive behind. He's going to swing up, take the lead.
1:30 to go.
Attili to windward now. Attili over the top with speed. Egnott Johnson, better slower, trying to maintain overlap.
I can see taking the lead. They do have a little bit of distance to cover from where they're coming from.
All right, here we go. Back in visual range. Welcome back. While you guys were gone, Attili leading back in, but he's well to windward of Nick Egnott Johnson. We've got 1 minute coming up. I think Attili's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be doing that, would you?
Yeah, for sure. Nick is definitely in the controlling position here. Let's just see if Nick can tie it up and get the start he wants. I think Rocco's going to go around the committee boat.
Okay, see if that works for him. Talk us through this move and what should or shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Nick does the right thing and tags away. Now he just had to tag again. So let's see if he can get underneath the committee boat. I don't think he can.
Well, we've got 36 seconds to go. Rocco's going to jibe back down below the line. He's done it. Bow-to-bow collision course at this point. Rocco has to avoid. Egnott Johnson has rights. Big spin for the Italian boat. This would be a good time to ask, which mark are we going to, boys?
I think Nick is happy to just stay to windward of Rocco.
He wants the right for sure, and he's going to have it. We've only got 15 seconds to go. EJ heads for the line. Rocco's going to be down to leeward. A very even start for both teams as the clock ticks down. Here comes the gun.
Yeah, good start for Nick EJ Johnson. I guess now the Italians have to rely on their speed. They had it in the last match, and they have to find it again in this one.
What's going on board EJ's Is it leech line? Something's.
I think one of the leech line just went off on the
Yeah.
jib there. That's not going to be fast, and he definitely wants to be fast in this position right at the moment.
But they haven't sent anyone down to lure to sort it out, but it's got to be affecting them a little bit. How much more does the fluttering leech line affect you versus having a guy off the rail for 20 seconds or whatever it is?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I think it's better just to hike it off.
Yeah, I think we have the answer, don't we? They're not fixing it. Okay. And he's able to live in this position pretty well. You can see the leeward boat closing gauge there, trying to work the windward boat off, but there's plenty of distance between the two.
Seems like the Italians are quite fast.
So let's go back into the pre-start. Once again, Megan Thompson from the right on starboard, facing Scotty Dixon. Dixon's a former Kiwi, now American, representing Long Beach Yacht Club. There's the dial-up. Thompson in control right now. I was surprised that Dixon lost his bow in that last start. He's probably the best team out here in terms of time in the Catalina 37s.
Yeah, that's just the one thing you cannot do. Lose the bow to port side there. But hey, new ace. A new possibility to make up for it.
Poor Scotty. He's one of my greatest friends. He told me he's never had to use the damage deposit in all of his Congressional Cups until this year. Bow to bow. And Dixon has to avoid again. Megan Thompson doing what Chris Poole has done in his matches all day today. Just constantly winding up that port boat. But this time I think Dixon's gotten out of jail there as he follows suit. Thompson can't jibe around at this point, right?
No, that's right.
Too close.
Dixon wiggled his way free, and now they'll head out to the playground. Training to the start. So now it's all, Megan is going for a circle. It's not all about finding your timing back to the line. We see Megan taking a circle once or twice during the day.
Just killing
like
time, basically?
Yeah, exactly. Not something that we see often during these pre-starts here, but Megan seems to like it.
Well, now she's in a position where she can jibe and lead if she wants to. Back towards the line. We've got a minute 50 to go. We're going to get locked out again. And where is Rosie?
Driving Megan inside here. Dixon trying to use the pier of the obstruction drives. Megan comes across. Megan to windward here. Dixon nice and close to the pier. You can hear those sides clapping. Megan just extending out to windward. Dixon sitting with sides clapping. Pulls around, accelerates, comes down to follow Megan. Megan tacks over on starboard. Dixon tacks in front. Megan following now. Megan in with lots of speed. Dixon looking a little slow here. Dixon just using this pier, getting as close as he can. Megan to windward still, just behind. Dixon trying to block Megan out here, I suppose. Megan's got a lot of speed though.
And
Megan to windward, they should be coming back into your view now.
Thanks, Rosie. We can just see both boats coming into view now as they come around the Belmont Pier. And as you said, Dixon is pinning Thompson out, keeping her from getting to the line. I'm not sure she's going to be able to roll over Scotty's bow.
Yeah, Dixon just got the corner there at the pier, which is super strong when you're leading down towards the pier. And he played it perfectly, and now Megan is in a bit of trouble. 30 seconds to the start.
Thompson spins around to windward. Dixon uses the opportunity to sail away from the line, gain a little bit of time, and now it's final approach.
Once again, Scotty starts to lose. Let's see if he can do a slightly better job this time.
Well, he's trying to close the door again, but Thompson's coming in from behind, going to try to hook him. 3 seconds to go. Can she push Scotty over the line? I don't think so. Her timing was just off, but she's going to try to flag that. Yep. Let's see what happens. What do the umpires say? Did Scotty keep clear? Yes, he did.
Flag, yeah.
So she just left it, her approach, a couple seconds too late. Dixon timed it pretty well.
He did, but he was slightly under pressure there again. And but hey, he's on top of Megan now, and they're heading right into the attacking duel.
It's one thing you could say about Megan sailing. She does not roll over. She does not give up.
That's for sure.
She's right into it. Dixon's got his work cut out for him to stay out in front. This the last flight today, the most breeze we've seen in many, many Congressional Cups. Another tack, another response. So Dixon leads upwind. Thompson trying to find a way to get back into the match. We are going to go back to the starting line. Eric Monin on starboard there. We're on board with him from Switzerland, facing Cole Tapper from Australia. Here we go into the dial-up. We're joined by Jeppe Bork here in the commentary booth.
They're heading into the dial-up here. It's nice to get that on board action.
Do you guys notice the camera person when they're racing with you, or you just totally ignore them, right?
Nah, to be honest, I look straight through them. I'm so in the moment and focusing on the racing that hardly even knows they're there.
And it's kind of cool now that you're with us to sort of listen on board and watch both of these teams, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's awesome to get this view and actually get a chance to see how the crew is working on board the boat.
Plus, you realize you can't hide from us when we're on board with you. We're watching. Port starboard. Cole Tapper's got to avoid. He's dead in the water. Is he doing everything he can?
I didn't see him backing his jib, so maybe the umpires noticed that.
Still.
Green flag.
No foul there, but he still hasn't quite gotten his boat going. There we go. Now he's just accelerating before Monin winds up for another jibe onto starboard. Can Tapper get across? Yes. So Monin unable to wind him up on starboard at that point. Tapper gets over the top.
Yeah, agree.
2 minutes 15. Off to the right-hand side. Rosie's probably going to come into play again if we lose visual. We've got 2 minutes to the start. Tapper leading down to the right of the Belmont Pier with Monin giving chase.
Yeah, I guess Cole is going to try and get a hang of that corner at the pier, which is super strong, and you can easily burn like 30 seconds. So he's probably going to jibe here in 10 seconds. Yeah, he goes right into it.
Allez, on se met devant. Go.
Monin's going to drive in front. Cole Tapper now trailing. Monin's taking the lead. Cole Tapper with lots of speed.
Okay.
Nice and close to the pier.
He's early.
Et à bas en grand. Ouais. Allez, on a bas en grand.
Bow's coming up. Still half speed, half speed.
And the boat's coming back into visual here.
Speed back, speed back.
What do we got? 1:15 to go.
Pushing himself down there pretty quick.
Tapper going for a hook, trying to get a piece of Monin's transom. He's not going to do it.
Yeah, Monin is a bit early here, so he needs to kill a lot of time. And that's a big,
huge spin there, and I thought Tapper might use that opportunity to go over the top, but he's not. He wants to go for the push.
1 minute. Still quite some time to burn for Monin. So I guess Tapper is going to be happy to stay to windward and
coming down.
Get that windward start.
Got one more down here.
Too much distance for Monin to try and shut out Tapper at the signal boat. He continues farther down the line towards the pin. Tapper luffs up, staying behind. 33 seconds to go.
Okay. Monin went way far too down there. I think he's going to be slightly late for the start here. He might even go in for...
Winding on.
Bowmen's come back off the bow. Crew starting to hike. Sails in. Monin going for the pin. Tapper still slowing down, keeping his gauge to windward. He's got to get going as well. 10 seconds.
Let's go.
Tapper's leaving his windup a little bit late. Time to go, right?
Yeah, it is.
Racing.
Yeah, great start from Cole Tapper here.
Everything you got.
everything you got. Listen to them.
Yep. No, there's no question.
Sounded
Sounds better in an Australian accent too. Everything you got, mate.
You can notice on Cole's Tapper team as well, there's about half of them just wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I don't know what weather they're about up on the pier. It's pretty chilly. We're all in jackets. I'm wondering what's happening. I think we're still in
Australians are crazy,
Australia. I
aren't
don't
they?
know. Wild.
What do you think? You think Australians are crazy? She says, yeah, of course. She's Aussie. Rosie, it's great to have you up here. And you're right, I didn't notice that. I couldn't imagine wearing shorts in this weather. Look at this. Nothing in it between Monin and Tapper.
Yeah, this come down to who got the best boat speed. At the moment, look like Tapper is slightly bow forward on Monin.
Okay.
Well done from the young Australian team.
Great shot there. Look at that. Of the Windward Boats crew hiking hard.
Est-ce qu'on va essayer de, une fois qu'on va un peu à la même vitesse, il faut faire ressource en haut. D'accord?
They're making it look easy in this high mode, aren't they? It's like really impressive sailing.
Right up until there. That's close. Very close.
Okay, ça va.
A luff from Monin. Tapper tacks away. That's the right thing to do. Any closer than that, and you could see a flag.
Okay, merde. Pas de pression pour le relance.
Yeah, well done by Monin there that he got Cole Tapper to do the tack. Now he has a split. Cole going right back into the tack and getting after Monin.
It's a good match, isn't it?
It really is. And Monin tacks as well. Now the boats will meet again.
Monin bow down. Monin going for the duck. Tapper going for the tack in front of him. Protecting the right-hand side. It's a gain to the Aussies in the wearing the shorts.
Building a bit more this time.
Cut.
Bare feet too. Shorts and bare feet. Does anybody tell him how cold it is today? Here in Long Beach, it's freezing. Thanks to everybody watching on board. Footage here on Monin. Live, day 3 of the Congressional Cup. 2 more days of live broadcast here. Quarterfinals, the semifinals, and then the finals on Sunday afternoon here in Long Beach.
Et on gratte maintenant.
One, press.
Allez. On va essayer. Non.
Wind to the high mode.
On va virer. Ouais, go. Malheureusement, il est les lines, mais il le sera peut-être pas à la fin. Faut pas durer, hein. Voilà, ok, et ça revire direct.
Anybody speak French?
1, et maintenant. Ok. Allez, faut aller vite, hein, maintenant. Pas besoin de border trop, hein. Voilà.
You know what we should do? We should find somebody on the pier that speaks French. It's got to be somebody, right?
Has to be.
You speak Danish, right?
I definitely speak Danish.
It's amazing. It's amazing. How'd you learn?
Yeah, how did I learn? Yeah. Who?
Malheureusement, il est
Who
les
could
lines.
tell?
Non, faut pas ouvrir encore. Il est en train de faire haut, lui.
So after this flight, we're going to bring Ryan Sanders back in to give us the official update on the
Il faut faire marcher, hein. On n'est pas...
scores once these final races wind down. That'll close out the day this afternoon.
And I also want to make sure we hear from Jeppe about his experience here at the Con Cup this year, and hopefully hospitality is above all others, but I'd like to hear what you think about a week here in Long Beach with everybody.
Yeah, because this is my 3rd time here, and this is the first time I actually get to experience what it's like on the pier, and I can tell you that it's quite awesome to be at the pier.
That's a good point. You're always too busy sailing.
Yeah, lucky enough, I usually go sailing, when I'm here.
Does it make it more fun to realize this is the view you're giving us, or what do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's quite an incredible view that we get from the pier, and it's can't believe how close the committee boat actually is to the starting line.
Jeppe, you're welcome to stay with us for the next couple of days, if you want.
Oh, thanks, mate. But I think my schedule is quite full for the next couple of days. Hopefully.
Well, I'll say me and everyone else here is stoked to have you. Thank you. And the show you guys put on is so incredible, as you've seen here for the last couple hours.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Rounding the top mark there. Monin trailing. Tapper leading.
Ok.
Tapper looking pretty
Let's
relaxed.
go through the middle of this match, hey?
The camouflage cap there. Let's listen in.
Yeah, they've gone. Okay. Stand by. Stand by.
Are we almost going air behind you from average start?
Yeah, probably, actually. Pretty close then, Jordan. Stand by.
No.
Jibing.
Okay, jibe, go.
Air behind. 1, press.
Tapper jibes. Monin jibes.
Et hop.
Just breathing behind here. My boat for a sec,
Ok,
Brennan.
on essaie de descendre très vite, assez bas. À vous de voir
It's just
le vent.
really calm on board the Aussie boat, which
Copy.
I find ironic.
It's good.
Yeah, I
Making
really
good
like
gains
that.
here.
The comms
Just
are
struggling
quite
with breathing behind 'cause we want
quite
to
calm
ride
and quite
here.
subtle. It's great to hear.
Do you feel like you've learned anything listening to them talk about their process of sailing? Does it give you an idea who you want to race against tomorrow? That's going to be one of my questions for you.
Ok, il offre un
Yeah,
peu
it's
là,
tricky.
nous
I'm looking at
aussi,
the scores at
mais-
the moment, and it's looking super
Voilà,
close.
ouais.
They all 4 boats going into the quarterfinals are
mais,
within 1
ouais,
point.
on peut glisser
So
là, ouais.
it's not from the points that we get an indication on who we should pick for the quarters. But I have a few notes
Ça
on
va
some of
être
the
chaud
boats,
en
and
bas,
I
hein?
had to discuss it with the guys.
Is it a team decision or is it your call in the moment, or how do you feel
It's
about
definitely a team decision. We should. The forecast looking different for tomorrow. I think it's going to be way lighter than it was today. So
Malheureusement, il a plus de
it's
presse
another
que
game,
nous, là,
and
je sais pas
we should
pourquoi.
also put in some of the thoughts and some of the notes that we have from the first couple of days
ouais,
where
ouais.
the breeze was way lighter.
Il a de la peine à revenir sur lui,
Mary
alors que Yann
Cheers,
Pozic est
keeping
pas
us honest here in the
mais
commentary booth. Any comments from
Ouais, on
Facebook
prépare
friends
aussi
around the
pour
world? Any
descendre
questions that we should answer while we've got a little bit of time here?
On est ouvert
It's
à
Or at the
mainly
very
just
least-
yeah, it's mainly just comments. Everyone's just checking in from where they're listening to it, and they're saying that they just love the coverage. The cameras are just doing great work, and then as are your commentary. So everyone's just giving a thumbs up.
That's great to hear. Thanks for joining us from around the world. Tell us, when you get a moment, how many different countries are watching, or regions or areas that
Go.
people are tuning in from all over the world to cheer on their favorite team, including this one, the Aussies,
2,
leading the Swiss.
1, wait up.
Yeppe, what kind of, how many people talk to you after a race about how well you've done? Do you have a big fan base? I'm sure obviously your friends and family, but what kind of different people do you hear from after you do well in one of these races?
Yeah, well, of course we have a lot of friends back home in Denmark who are cheering for us and often watch the live chat and cheer for us back at our home yacht clubs. It's always nice to get that support and get know that they're watching back home and they're keeping up on us and cheering for us.
Everyone hiking.
I've been to Copenhagen one time. Denmark is a beautiful country. The castles are incredible all throughout the country. Great place.
Yeah, it sounds like you went in the summer, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah.
I sailed there. Was it the Danish Open in Skovsved? How do you say Skovsved?
Skovshoved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something. You say it better.
Skovshoved.
In the DS 37, 36? 36.
Some fun boats and a really good place to sail.
2, 1,
Probably before you were born.
I did a boat tour there. Went to Nijhaven, right? Am I saying that right?
To Nyhavn, yeah, sure.
We went to a town called Middelfart. I thought that was a cool place.
Yeah, I guess the most exciting thing about that place is the name, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Middelfart, yeah.
Oh boy, we've gotten into fart language. That's how you know that we're running out of things to.
Go big.
Come on, Eric
Ok,
Monin,
on y
can
va
he catch
ici.
up?
Allez, prêt à virer 2, 1, et c'est parti.
Middle fart.
It's you go over one of the bridges, right, onto one of the islands, and it's right there. Literally, it's the first town you see. So hard to miss.
Hard to miss, middle fart.
I'm getting in trouble from the boss over here. Sorry, guys.
Watch the Facebook viewers are going to go up. All the likes are going to go up there. Hey,
off camera.
Stand by, folks. Scott Dixon is about to win this match. That's going to be great for the crowd. You can hear him cheering already as the kite comes down. All right. Scotty Dixon. That's more like it. Back on board our match, Eric Monin looking to catch up. not much has happened in this match, but it's so much closer than
Et
it's
ça peut
looked.
virer par ici. C'est pas mauvais. 2.
And this is where, if you're the trailing boat,
maintenant.
you've just got to stay within range. I mean, we've seen a lot of strange stuff today, and anything can happen. And if you're behind, you just need to stay close enough to.
Et hop.
Yeah, especially this
parti, ça
breeze,
peut border.
it's easy to do a mistake, and it doesn't take much to.
Attends, hein.
Well, it helps if you go to the right mark.
That definitely helps, that's for sure.
1, tacking. 2, 1, press.
Allez.
Did she give an inclination this morning as far as when you guys would pick your matches? Or do you think that'll be a tomorrow morning kind of deal?
Assume it will be tonight, but I'm not sure
probably
actually.
tonight at the press conference.
Maybe, yeah.
That's usually when we do it. Two teams converging again. The Aussies on port ahead of the Swiss on starboard. Into the windward mark for the last time in this feature match.
1, go hoist.
Now, once this flight is over, we'll have our top 4 in the repechage round to join the 4 that have already qualified for the quarterfinals tomorrow here in Long Beach. Then we'll have after that, the press conference tonight. Definitely some questions will be answered. Some very unusual races we've seen today. And as we've just alluded to, Jeppe, you and the other skippers will get to choose who you'll face tomorrow. And then it's game on again. You get to go sailing again.
Yeah, it is game on. And yeah, me and the boys have been standing at the pier here looking at the other teams who have qualified for the quarters. And yeah, I tell you, they are looking quite sharp. Looks like they have got rid of many of their mistakes, and all of them are looking quite solid. So at this moment, I'm not sure which team we are going to sail against tomorrow. And also, of course, it depends on who Ian Williams is going to pick, because he got the first choice.
Do we have bang to ease it?
You're looking to even the score from last year, are you?
We'll see. Should we take that in the quarterfinals already?
We continue.
I think we'll have a look at that.
Now, remind me, I was there. I'm sorry that I've forgotten. What were your other 2 finishes? You finished second last year.
Yeah, so this is our third time here. So 2 years ago, we came from Figure Cup, had a Danish final in the Figure Cup against our training partner back home, Emil. And we came 5th in Con Cup that year. And then,
not bad for your first run.
And second last year.
Okay. The trajectory is headed in the right direction.
Pressure's on you in 15.
Yeah.
Not easy, though.
No, it's definitely not easy, and especially now with this changed format where these 8 teams have got a whole extra day of sailing, and we had 3 teams coming from Figure Cup who has had more time to learn and to have a steeper learning curve.
Yeah, so as a team that made it through and has a bite, do you like that or hate that? You know, what is your opinion there?
Yeah, to be honest, I would rather have that we could have continued with our great points from the round robin, of course, and then just do another round robin and then stick with that. But I mean, if it would have been the other way around and we had a slow start to the regatta, then this is of course a nice way to actually get all teams up to speed and have some exciting.
I'll say from the spectator standpoint, it seems a lot more exciting this way. But obviously, in your situation, a day off could help and hurt you, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, the advantage for the guys on the water now is that they get another day of sailing.
Oh, sorry. Go drop.
Well, that second day of sailing, or third day of sailing rather, has certainly helped Cole Tapper as he crosses the finish line victorious. It was a good fight against Erik Monen. It was close all the way around the track, but not close enough for Monen and crew. Well done. Tapper is through.
Well done.
To the quarterfinals. How many matches left in play? Just one? One match on the race course. We'll hear from these guys who've just finished this match, and then we will go follow the final match where the lead boat, I believe, has a penalty. So that's going to be an exciting one. Well done, Cole Tapper from Australia. Time to put some pants on. Okay, Cole Tapper, the race winner.
Pardon? The last couple of races we've been leading in a little bit too early or pushing too late, to be honest. So it was pretty good to
yeah, just to have them a bit early and then be able to split up to windward, because the right's so powerful in this pressure, and yeah, you just got to maintain starboard advantage really.
Okay, ask a question, you're going to get an answer. There it is, from the race winner, Cole Tapper. Tapper, love that. And now down to Erik Monin.
Pretty hard start to Cole Tapper. We had a leeward position at the pin end, but got a bit slow and a bit too low. So he was a bit faster out of the start line and could keep that pace. Yeah, there were no passing lines, unfortunately for us on this one. So a bit disappointed to end the day on losing one. So we have 4 wins, 3 losses. Statistically, it should be okay for top 4, but we can be on a tie. So actually, we don't know. So it would have been much better to win that race, but hopefully we'll go through the quarters.
Hope. They always say hope is never a good strategy, but that's where he is now. Hasn't sailed enough to guarantee a spot, so the math is going to take over. And once we finish this last match, Ryan Sanders, you'll give us an update on who the top 4 will be. Then we will know the 8 teams, including Jeppe here, that will sail tomorrow's quarterfinals, then the semifinals on Sunday, and the finals to determine who will wear the famed crimson blazer for the 59th time at the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. And of course, if you're watching us and you're not here, what's wrong with you? Get to Long Beach. This is the coolest event on the planet, and this is the coolest venue in match racing. So come join us this weekend. If you can't, then thank you for watching online from around the world. Right, Mary? They're all over the place.
And I'd say, without giving too much away, I don't think Erik Monin should make any plans for tomorrow. I think he should keep his day open.
Look
Who knows
at you,
what he's
you
got to
cheeky bugger. You just dropping a big old hint there, huh?
Not saying much more than that, but.
Oh, all right, all right.
So hopefully there's a babysitter for the kid.
Now, what you're looking at on screen here are the final 2 teams, Poole and Berntsen. And I think Poole's looking strong, and Berntsen might be. Berntsen just didn't have a day, man. Nothing went right for Berntsen. It's not that he didn't try hard. He had some good matches, but at one time I saw him run over his spinnaker. And another time he picks the wrong mark. When he needed a win, he needed to win that one. And this time he's trailing. 15 times he's done this event. He's won it once.
Yeah, Johnny is quite a competitor. Either he does really, really well, or either he's down the low end.
Yeah, he's all or nothing, isn't he?
He really is. We have seen him last season. He's been doing super well. He won in Bermuda. He was in top 3, I reckon, in Marstrand. And again, here at Con Cup, he was had a tough time last year. And again this year, he didn't show up today. And yeah, usually as a Dane, we don't like the Swedes, but I quite like Johnny and his guys.
Now, Chris Poole, on the other hand, here's a team that was undefeated last year, as you well know. You went against him in the finals. This year, not so much. He's had to really fight for it. That's him and the Blue Spinnaker and the Riptide Racing crew about to win this match over Yanni Berntsen. That will bode well for this American team. Ryan? As he takes victory over Yanni Berntsen. So unfortunately for our buddy Yanni, I think his vacation in Long Beach is going to start sooner than planned. And for Chris Poole, well, he's going to get to go sailing some more. Ryan, are you ready to let us know who are the top 4 from today's repechage round that will move and join the other 4 from yesterday in the quarterfinals tomorrow?
Absolutely, Tucker. Taking the most wins today out of the 7 rounds, Chris Poole with 6 wins. Congratulations, Chris. Tied with 5 points each, but taking the tiebreaker here, Cole Tapper.
Cole Tapper.
Finishes second
well
on the
done.
day. We're going to get to hear his name a lot more this weekend. Nick Ignat Johnson finishes 3rd, tied with 5 points. And if I didn't give it away, 4 points on the day. Congratulations. Erik Monin, you guys are coming back tomorrow. We'll see you all at the press conference and hear about a great day of racing, but we'll see the 4 of you tomorrow. Congratulations.
Yeah, there are the scores
yeah,
right
here it
there.
is, right on screen for us. Thank you. Congratulations, Scotty Dixon. Finished 5th on the day, local Long Beach sailor. Let's see here. We got Rocco Attili finishing 6th on the day. Yanni Burnson had a really tough day, finishing 7th. And Megan Thompson, a tough time for her this weekend, finishing 8th on the day.
And that's 5, 6, 7, and 8 for the Congressional Cup, is it? No.
That'll be the last 4 spots. So
Yeah,
that
I'm
would be
sorry. 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Correct, yeah.
So the top 8 are going to move on to tomorrow's quarterfinals as racing winds down here in Long Beach, California. Another fantastic day, number 3 of 5 for the 59th Congressional Cup. I'm Tucker Thompson with Ryan Sanders and Marilyn Cassidy, Rosie Rawell, and Mary Cheers. Kirk Brown, our umpire. We've learned a lot from Kirk. And Jeppe Bork, our special guest for this last race. We've had a lot of special guests. We want to thank you for joining us. We learned quite a lot. We hope you've enjoyed our action on the pier. Thanks for watching live online. Tell your friends because we're going to be right here online tomorrow and again Sunday as the 59th Congressional Cup continues here in Long Beach, California. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.